As the clock strikes midnight, it's in all actuality 6:30 a.m. in the morning on Sunday, September 22nd, 2024, in the year of our Lord. Once again, we're here in the beautiful Hotel Orloff in scenic Rural Retreat, Virginia, and we're half awake. It's Sunday morning. I was going to do a live stream last night at 8 o'clock. It was planned. Oh, there's Drew the dog. But my wife wanted to go eat, and then anyway, came back and it was just too late. So, how about that? So, so I'm trying to do it while she's still asleep, and that's we're gonna be looking at some 1970s magazines that we just discovered. What are you doing there, Drew? No, no, no. What are you doing? Oh no, no. What are you doing? What are you doing there, Drew? Don't do that, Drew. No, 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 Drew. Don't chew the carpet, Drew. No. God damn it. Drew, come here. Drew, you want some food? Drew, come here. Come on, let's go on a walk. No, man. No, Drew, we're going on a walk. Come on. What is she trying to do here, man? Come in, Drew. We're going to eat. No, Drew. No, 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 Drew. I got to take Drew on a walk. Come on, Drew. I think she wants to, her stomach must be out of order because she's trying to eat carpet here. Because that means she needs to eat grass to puke up. When I came there, she was laying in her childhood bed here, which she never does. So she's not feeling well. So Drew, let us go. Let us go forth. Go on a walk. Drew, we're going on a walk. Damn it. Where's the leash? I don't like her chewing on the carpet because we can't afford a new carpet. Uh, okay. Okay. This is not the preferred leash, but it's good enough. Where are you at, Drew? Man, she moves fast. Where the hell did she go? Drusilla the dog, where are you? What are you doing, Drew? Where are you? I can't. I hear her. Drew, where are you? She like teleported or something. Drew? Drusilla the dog. Not here. Damn it. Man, I cannot find her. Oh, there you are, Drew. Okay, let's go on a walk. Man alive. You just disappeared like off the face of the planet for a minute. Come here, Drew. We're going outside. What is going on? People are talking here. Oh, Bronco Bear is here. Hey, Gratu and the rest of the neighborhood. Yes. Come on. And my wife says if Trump saves our economy, we can save up to get new carpets one day. Yeah, yeah, I know. And then she has three bears or something. I'm glad you found Drew, LOL. Oh, sounds like she's puking. Oh, yeah. I blame you, Burt Ward. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Let's get, let's go outside, man. Come on, Drew. We're going to see what it's like outside in the great outdoors. Come on, Drew. Come on, Drew. Ah, she's coming, man. All right. Yesterday, she refused to go outside. That was maybe it was a sign she was getting sick or something. All right, Drew. It's a chilly morning here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. Oh, she's already eating leaves off of the bush here. So she's definitely trying to puke. Those of you that don't have dogs, when their stomachs are out of order, they want to eat grass or something leafy. And the green carpet looked kind of like grass to her. Come on, Drew. Oh, it says I always salute Bronco with bears. Okay, I had no idea. I can barely see these little emojis. Come on, Drew. Anyway, we're going to look at some 1970s magazines that I unearthed from the time that Carter was president. Well, most of the viewers went away. Oh, um, magazines like Fantastic Films that were pretty good, literate magazines covering the movies coming out at the time. You know, like Superman the movie and the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings, that kind of stuff. We'll look at that here shortly, as soon as I get this dog to puke. I should show her pictures of myself when I was in sixth grade and she'll puke, which is sixth grade is when Carter was elected president. Um, at the end of sixth grade, Star Wars was released. So I was in sixth grade in the 76, 77 school year. Yes, indeed. Riveting viewing for you two viewers. I guess one of them's my wife. I guess there aren't many viewers at this hour of the morning. It's kind of like sunrise semester. Remember sunrise semester? No, you probably don't. Um, Sunday mornings on the local PBS channel, they used to have like college classes where they would, I don't know if you could get credit for them or what, but about American history and stuff. I used to watch some of that when I was a kid. Um, and then Sunday morning, um, I don't know, depends on what city you lived in. They would often show Davy and Goliath and Jot the Dot. Remember Jot the Dot? Um, I know they played Jot the Dot when I lived in Virginia, and on Davy and Goliath. But they played them right in with Popeye and Friends every afternoon. Jot and Davy and Goliath were not distinguished from the other cartoons, even though they had a very overt Christian message. In the Dallas Fort Worth area, when we moved there later, they were only shown, Jot and Davy and Goliath were only shown on Sunday mornings. But Sunday usually was not a very fun morning for um, TV viewing. What are people saying here? My wife says my phone is going to die and I need to get more shut eye if possible before work, or I'm going to have a worse day than it's already going to be. LOL. Are you really laughing out loud when you're writing that? No. Let's see. I can't read this stuff. It says, having a lot of, God damn it. I'm having a lot of pain and inflammation these days, especially in my hands. Swelling. Uh, am I back? It's so dark, I'm accidentally walking in puddles because I'm reading the chat. You are back. What does that say? No, I won't. I wasn't laughing, and maybe a little in the inside at the thought of it all. You are back. I'm back in the New York groove, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday morning makes me think of the, what was it, the Oral Roberts theme? Something good is going to happen to you. Oh, look, there's the electric plant. Looks like they've got some Frankenstein equipment here. Oh, it's a whole pole. Shit. Oh my gosh. The sign says, keep out hazardous voltage inside. Yeah, we need to stay away from that, Drew the dog. Yes, that's the. Drew, if I don't get away from this hazardous voltage, I'm going to grow a third eye and a tail, man. Oh, God. Okay, that's another puddle. Oh, we've gained another viewer. If you just are tuning in, I'm taking Drew for a walk because she was, her stomach's out of order. Um, that's probably why she hasn't even been eating. Oh, look, some Halloween decorations are over here. Drew, we should go look at the Halloween decorations. It's, what is the time, man?
6:42 in the AM. We're on the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network again. Now we have four viewers. Again, I'm taking the dog for a walk because her stomach's out of order. She needs to eat some grass. I hope you feel better, Greta, says Bronco. Thank you, Bronco. That's very nice of you. She was, she was complaining of chest pains last night, and I was trying to be funny to make her feel better, but it was just annoying her because they weren't. My humor wasn't funny. Uh, so, so much for my bedside manner. Oh man, it's getting a little bit lighter. Let's go over here and look at the Halloween decorations. Drew with the dog. If you can see, you can't see jack shit, can you? You can't see it, but there's a scarecrow there with a Spider-Man head. You don't see that every day. Ooh, nice brisk wind out here, ladies and gentlemen. It's definitely. When does fall start? Is it next weekend, or maybe it's today? Sure feels like it's starting today. Someone researched tell me when the first day of fall is. What did this moron saying in the chat? Oh, I'm sorry, it's my wife. Thank you, Bronco. I had terrible chest pain last night. Yeah. Oh, Drew, oh, she just either peed or pooped. I couldn't tell. I was reading comments in the chat. That's excellent, Drew. Good work, girl. LOL. LOL. I'm gonna start saying LOL all the time on my during my videos to try to get a younger viewership. Well, I was watching the Stick Goose live stream last night, and I realized, man, this guy and his wife are 30 years younger than me because he's talking about, I just can't imagine I'll still be doing this show when I'm 50 or 60. Shit, I think of shit. He just looks at me as some old man. To young people like that, this show doesn't matter. Oh, wow, Gary Davis is there. Good morning, Grotu. Happy Sunday. Hey, Gary Davis, do you work at Walmart? You're not Walmart. I'm sorry. Do you work at Amazon today? Or are you off? Or what are you up to? Maybe you could come on, man. You haven't come on the show in forever. I haven't seen all your new acquisitions. And okay, I think she was trying to get it on camera. I think she just peed. Thought you'd like to see that. Those of you that are John Waters fans, um, I've missed you both. Yeah, we missed you, man. How are things going? Come on the show, man. I have a link in the chat, and I chat in the link. Um, I forgot it, man. I keep thinking. Well, I guess that Meyer Greenblatt and Kevin Johnson are my only friends left on YouTube. But I forget. Dude, I have Gary Davis. There's a lot of people that as far as friends that come on the show. Uh, it's not easy being green, having to spend each day the color of the leaves. Uh, let's see. Oh, I love Disney and comics. So he's come on the show before. I think he has. Have you ever come on the show before? I love Disney and comics, or did I always see you on another show that used to be on the air? Oh shit! I'm walking in a puddle. God damn it! Excuse my language, ladies and gentlemen. On Sunday morning, saying that's horrendous. I'm sorry. Um, but if you think, if you want to see a guy that's Christian curse, tune into David Nino Rodriguez. It's, that's that's amusing. Well, I try not to curse. Yesterday, I stubbed my toe in the last few minutes of one of the 15 episodes I put up yesterday. That was a that would wake up anyone that's listening to the show on headphones. It sounded like uh, my father when he the ladder fell when he was trapped up on a chimney, on the top of the chimney. The ladder fell down, and no one was around. And he was trying to get my mom's attention. Hey, I'm trapped on the chimney. Like, no, don't go down there, Drew. It's going down. I'm gonna have to give her a bath. Anyway, he's dropping tools down the chimney, the, so they would land in the fireplace down. So to let my mom know, hey, I'm trapped up here. Boy, the dog is really pulling. She really wants to go, man. This is lately she's been crazy, not wanting to go out of the house. It's like she pulls against me whenever I try to take her out, and she kind of got scared of the outside because everybody in the entire town was having their roof replaced there for a while, and it was nothing but hammering and loud mariachi music coming from everywhere. Well, last night we had a tremendous thunderstorm. It sounded, you know, it was like it was in stereo. There was thunder coming from every direction, like we were inside a pinball machine. Oh, what are more people commenting here? Gary says, "I'll always be your friend, Gratu." Oh, that's cool. What does this say here? Another shoe, another shoe. You have invited me, but I was driving. Well, come on now. If the link's still visible, I don't know. Maybe everybody's getting ready for breakfast in church and stuff. Who knows? Oh, I don't know. I guess I didn't realize there's another electric big power station here. We're probably through. This dog is really wanting to eat this grass, man. Well, God damn. Drew, you're making me walk in the mud, man. Oh, Drew, don't pull me. She's pulling me down a damn hill. I don't know if you can see shit here, but um, Drew, you are you impetuous young boy, girl. Oh, don't go in that shithole there, Drew. Come on over here, man. This mud. This is my Iwo Jima. Come on, Drew. I, no offense. I love Disney and comics and Other Axe Marine. I'm not trying to make light of what they did on Iwo Jima. I'm just saying this is for me. This is my Iwo Jima. I'm on a hill of mud being pulled down by a small beagle. Man, we got some heavy traffic this morning. Oh boy. Ooh, there's someone trying to come in. I see a red dot. Who could it be? Who could it be now? Why, it's Gary Von Davis. H. Hello, Gary.
Hey, Gratu, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good. Hey, turn your camera sideways so we get the
Oh,
CinemaScope
there we
the
go. Is
vision.
that better?
There we go. Yeah, cool. So what is
Yeah.
up? Let me give you the
Oh,
full layout.
thank you. I
Show us
appreciate
the
it.
show us the new stuff you've got, or have you gotten anything with the
I haven't,
Bidenomics? You might not have
I,
gotten
I
much.
with Bidenomics, I haven't gotten very much. Um,
I know
sorry,
you got something
I
since
haven't
you're
been
on
very.
last.
What's that?
I know you got something since you're on last.
Well, this little guy.
Oh wow, yeah. I don't know if
This
I
is
have that or not.
this is the new this is the new creature from the Black Lagoon, Funko Pop.
That looks like one of the ladies on The View. I just can't remember her name. Oh, yeah, who is that? Is it Joy Bernhardt or something? Bernhardt?
I I can't think of what her name is. I don't even watch that show. The only one I know of is Whoopi, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
The
I can't
last
believe.
time the last time I came on, I was having I to be honest, I was a little embarrassed because someone had made a comment about my teeth needing to be fixed, and as you can see, I lost a
Oh,
couple of teeth.
oh,
Um,
gee.
I had
Yeah. That. Well, that guy was an asshole. And you know what? I see him come on like other shows, and
yeah.
when he comes on this, he used to come on this show. He actually sent me a really nice gift once of some Monster Times that I didn't have and stuff.
Oh,
But
okay.
he would always come on the show and say, "Hey, girls, hello, girls." But when he goes
Oh
on these
yeah,
other shows, he goes on and says, "Hello, gentlemen."
yeah.
He's like Eddie Haskell. It's like he's on the other shows. It's like he's talking to Mrs. Cleaver, and when he comes on this show, he's like, "I'm Beaver Cleaver," and
Oh,
and
and
I
he
thought,
told,
okay, well, that's cool. He's just an ex military guy, and he's talking to us like we're in boot camp. But then
yeah.
when Dr. Fibes used to come on, I don't know. He seems to have disappeared off the internet, but he used to come on and uh,
I
and
never
then he
got to
started
interact with
insulting
Doctor Fibes.
this guy. Yeah, this guy insulted Dr. Five's hair and just was like, "Oh, brother, listen to how many times he says and
Huh?
it's like, well, do you do a show? Let's count, come on, do your own
Yeah.
content. Let's see how many times you say But
How
anyway,
strange.
this guy goes on other live streams now, and it's like, oh my gosh, blood's in the house. Oh, we love you, blah. And
Huh?
it's like, are you guys, because these other shows are so fake and so happy and so we're having so much fun. We're just having
Yeah.
so much fun. And it's all a bunch of bullshit. They talk shit behind your back. It's just like high school or junior high, and I'm sick of that. So I know I've got real friends like you and Meyer and Kevin that I know don't talk about me behind my back because I've heard these people talk about me behind my back, and and they can. I'm just sick of it, man.
Yeah.
That
I
particular
don't blame
individual.
you. That
Yeah,
night,
there's no reason for him to hurt your feelings like that, and make a comment about that or whatever else he was commenting. I think he was making some other digs at you too, and I got really pissed, and I think I went off on a rant about it because I knew he was all
you're.
part of that cabal of people that have that seems so nice and
Mhm.
Christian and wonderful, and everyone thinks they're great. And then they think, well, Kratu's just crazy complaining about those people. I see them on the TV and they're so wonderful. Yeah, and you're because it's just like you're just completely deceived. You see me on my show, and sometimes I'll curse or something. You think, well, he must be the bad guy, and those must be the good guys. And
That's terrible.
and meanwhile, they're all doing phone campaigns talking about me, and he called us nursing home people. It's like I was just trying to be funny, and everybody gets their panties in a wad, and
That's true.
uh,
They do.
so
That's very true. Well,
so
I didn't mean to distance myself. I was wanting to prepare to be a little bit more confident in this, and so it was a little difficult because I felt I was honestly kind of hurt that someone had made a comment about my bad teeth, and I'm getting them fixed. I'm in the process of getting them fixed, but
man, get dentures,
it,
then you don't have to floss anymore, or maybe you do. I don't.
well, I do plan on getting dentures eventually. But I got hit in the mouth one time with a softball,
Oh
and
shoot.
it cracked one of my teeth. And my tooth had been cracked for years. I mean, this happened when I was a child,
Uh,
and my tooth had been cracked for years. My dentist asked me, he says, "Does that tooth ever give you trouble?" And I said, "No, no, no." And one day, it just broke off in half, and part of it just fell away, and that was what had caused the tooth to be gone. And then the tooth next to it was an issue, and there was an infection there, and the dentist had to remove both of them. So
yeah.
I mean, I guess that happens with old age. I'm 60 years old, and it's about
Uh,
time I lose some of my teeth.
oh shoot! Don't
But
say that because I'm about to be 60. But I guess that happens to everybody. I've been having trouble. My vision seemed to have gotten 25% worse. This is like overnight
yeah,
one day. So I'm
I've
probably
noticed
half dead.
I've noticed
I'm
problems with my vision too. It's funny because if I use one eye, I'll close one eye to look for distance, and then I'll use the other eye to read close up, and so I know that there's quite a difference between both of my eyes. I used to have better than perfect vision when I was a young man in my 20s,
well,
and
yeah,
now it's just
that was 90 years ago.
things are fuzzy.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's just like Meyer was thinking about coming to visit me, and one of the prominent people from that community, the show I used to go on, was talking to Meyer on the phone and said, "Oh, I don't know if you want to go visit him. It's really boring there." And because he had visited, and all he does is watch Trump rallies, and a
Well,
little bit of
heck,
that's fine, but
I mean,
it's like, hey, you're a guest in my house, man. We took him out to eat and everything, and but we're he's complaining to friends about the visit. I'm sorry I didn't. I mean, that's if you can't figure out, that's what I'm like by watching the show. Half the time, what
exactly.
am I doing on the show? I'm watching Trump rallies. It's not a performance. It's what I really am in real life. I
Yeah.
mean, there might be a little bit of a performance, when I try to act like a horror host, but what I'm watching on TV while I'm doing the show is the way I am. So
Yeah, yeah. That
anyway,
that was. I would think it would be great to watch some Trump rallies. I miss the Trump rallies. I haven't been able to
oh,
actually sit and watch them.
there was one yesterday. There's one Monday night. This is my football. Everyone else watches football, or wrestling. This I watch Trump rallies. I guess I'll miss him a
Well,
little bit after he's elected.
he's so encouraging, and he's so, I don't know how to put it. I mean, every time I see him talking, he talks so positively about America and about how about the people that he's got on his team, saying we've done this, we've done that, and he talks so positively about his supporters and about the people that he's got working with him. And I think, gosh, who wouldn't want this man to be president? I
Yeah,
mean,
well, some
he's
people.
he's he's a terrific speaker, and what I like about him is that even though he's a billionaire, he's down to earth, and he's respectful to the ordinary guy.
Yeah, this
And
is a
that's
pooper scooper, by the way. Kind of looked like I was. What is that stupid Deadpool character? Like I've got swords. Is that what he carries around? I don't ever read a Deadpool comic in my life. I saw two what I thought were good Deadpool movies, and that third one made me reevaluate my whole thoughts about the other two.
Oh, you didn't like the third one?
Did you like it? I just
I
thought it
I
was.
enjoyed I enjoyed the third one, and part of the reason, I guess, is I enjoyed just the tongue in cheek humor, and I do enjoy the fact that he's just so crass and so dirty mouthed and everything.
Oh no, I that was all in the first two. That's not the problem. The problem is that it brought in all of that stupid stuff from the Disney universe with the time variance authority. I just thought that was all.
Oh
It's like,
yeah,
oh, okay, now I've got to have watched the Loki TV series to understand all the stupid stuff. And that's all they've been
yeah,
doing since that stupid TV series is all these alternate. I like the Spider-Man movie with the three Spider-Mans. That was really clever. But
that was
that's
good.
all
Yeah,
they do now is that let's show all these different variations of Wolverine and Deadpool. It ought to be so cool. It's like, and it's I don't know. It just maybe I was in a bad mood when I watched it. Maybe I could.
watch it in a different mood, and because
Well, you know what? That's kind of how I felt like when I took my son to go see the second Doctor Strange movie. I took him to the
oh
theater, and I'll tell you what, I was real excited because I enjoyed the first one,
yeah,
and I thought, okay, well, this one ought to be good. And you know, watching that movie, I had absolutely no friggin' clue what was going on. I'm like, what are we
yeah.
doing now? You know, what the hell? You
Well,
know,
well,
and
it required. Yeah, yeah.
I
It
felt myself
required.
increasingly have to go to the bathroom, you know, in the middle of the movie. And I'm like, what the hell? I'm not going to know what happens anyway.
Okay,
Cause I was like,
that movie.
well, I'm going to
That
miss
movie.
part of the movie. I'm not going to know what's happening. And I'm like, I don't even know what's happening right now.
Well, it required that you'd seen the Avengers Thanos movies and known
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
half the world had disappeared for 5 years and then come back, and then
Yeah.
and so that's why it starts. First of all, it starts with this depressing note where he's at the wedding of his girlfriend from the first movie, because he disappeared off the earth for 5 years, and now she's getting married, and he's there at the wedding,
Yeah. That's sad.
which is not the girlfriend from the comics. They introduced her at the end of the second movie for 2 seconds. Um,
Yeah.
but is that really what you want to see from here? I mean, first of all, that was the beginning of the end when they did that whole Thanos thing. Those movies were great, I thought. But when you say that half the population of the Earth is gone for 5 years and then comes back, that
Yeah.
could make for an interesting science fiction novel, but a depressing one.
Twilight
When
Zone
you get into
episode.
the sociology of when you come back and your wife or husband is remarried, they've already mourned
Yeah.
you, they think you're gone forever, and then you're back and you look exactly like you did 5 years ago, and you maybe have kids with someone else because you thought they were gone. That kind of stuff, and
Kicks
that
you in
would
the
give me.
groin.
Yeah, that's not what they did in Marvel Comics. There'd be some major event like Galactus would come to destroy the Earth, and then they defeat him, and then later in that issue, Johnny Storm's going off to college. It's just
Yeah.
okay, life's back to normal. That's how it should be in a comic, but instead they decided we're going to make the repercussions of this event be shown all throughout the next 10 years of movies. And it's
Yeah.
depressing. And so they make a Spider Man movie where he's back in high school, and a lot of the people have graduated that he knew. But that was okay. The Spider Man movies were good. But also, that to understand the Doctor Strange 2 movie, you have to have watched WandaVision, how the Scarlet Witch had gone crazy and turned evil.
Yeah.
And if you hadn't, see, it makes you watch these terrible TV shows to understand that they should have kept the movies separate, where you don't have to have seen a TV series on some streaming platform to understand the next movie.
Yeah.
And so,
That,
so then
that
you
I,
don't.
I don't like that at all. I don't like where you have to understand what's going on previously. They did that a couple of times in the comics where they'll refer to something in the comic and there'll be like a little footnote at the bottom of the little window that says see Thor volume, number 2282 to to see
Well,
what we're
and,
talking
and,
about here,
and that was all right. They might refer to some comic from 5, 6 years before or from 10 years
Yeah.
before, but you could still understand the story even if you didn't have that comic. But now you really can't understand what's going on. Oh, and then you also have to understand, you have to watch Loki to understand all these multiple versions of different characters. But I think that Doctor Strange 2 could have been great if they'd let Sam Raimi have full reign. But it was
Yeah.
obvious that he had very little control of that. And I thought the movie was very, very disappointing. I thought the original was great. I mean, the actor is great. The original Doctor Strange movie was, I mean, it's just Marvel has stumbled. Disney is, I don't know, man. I see
I
that.
I enjoyed the first one, but yeah, the second one was just too disjointed, and I couldn't understand what was going on.
They all are.
Yeah,
Everything's
yeah,
bad. The Spider-Man
We,
movies seem to be okay, and the Guardians
yeah,
of the Galaxy movies, I think they let James Gunn continue to have enough autonomy to make decent. But he's gone from Marvel now anyway,
yeah.
and
I haven't seen the third Guardians of the Galaxy movie yet. I haven't seen
it's
that.
it's it's it's. I really enjoyed it, but I I mean the character Warlock was very wasted, and that was not handled well. But other than that,
That's too bad.
and that's a pretty big problem because I was a big fan of Warlock, but I still enjoyed the movie because it had a lot of other pretty great stuff in it.
Yeah.
Oh, it feels nice and warm in the house. It's getting kind of cold out there.
Well,
So
isn't today the first day of fall?
I was just asking that. Let's see if
I
I
think
don't know if anyone is. I asked the people in the chat. Does anyone know when the first day? Let's see if anyone's commented.
I think it is today.
Well, it certainly feels like it out there.
Yeah, it was raining here, and it was raining here in Denver this morning. Even I heard rain outside my window. Um, but yeah, I think that we're going to start seeing it get real cold here pretty soon, which is fine with me. I love the fall. The fall is my favorite time of year.
Well, yeah. By the way, if you are new to the channel, Gary lives in Colorado. Okay, so what are people saying here? Another shoe, really big shoe. You have invited me, but I was driving. None taken. About the Marine reference. Behar, he says. Okay. It absolutely looks like Joy Bayhat or Behar, whatever. Gratu has bitched him out a few times since then, Gary.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I did it within moments of you going off the air that day. I
I
remember.
noticed that. I saw that, and I was actually very very happy that you did that. Thank you, my
And
friend. I appreciated that.
the guy that's the head of that whole cabal was on the show with me, and I started going off on one of my rants that they always say, Gratu goes, you never know when he's gonna melt down. I forget the words they use, but anyway, and then he said, "Well, I gotta go. My wife's calling me for dinner." It's just like,
My mom's calling. I hear my mom
yeah.
calling. I need to go
But
home.
my wife says he just likes to act like an ass here. Oh, she's referring to that guy.
Oh,
Recycled waste, I think is his name, or something like that. He just likes to act like an ass here. He's the guard dog of the other side, as they accuse
no.
us of being a guard dog. Joy Behar, I meant. Fake nice, yeah, fake nice. I was watching this Sticky Goose show last night, and he and his wife. It's not really something I can relate to. He's kind of taking on a lot of the comic book community, but the younger comic book community, the people that are in their 30s, and he was going to have Comic Tom on last night, and then Comic Tom backed out because he was sick. But instead, he just kind of ranted about things and showed. I didn't see the whole thing, but he was talking about people that are fake nice. Uh, and then Bronco Bear says WHI. Oh no! And then he says who? Other channels are talking crap about people don't know what's going on. I don't. Yeah, I mean, all the people that I don't know. Other not on their channels, but behind the scenes. Just think about who used to be on this show and who isn't now, and what shows I used to go on and I'm not on now, and you can deduce that with your Sherlock Holmes abilities. But I don't want to bring it up again. But this was all brought up just because Gary was insulted on my show by someone that I had to rant about, and then that was counted as one of those gratu rants. Well, yeah, when I go on a rant, there's a reason. You don't come on my show and insult. And I did the same thing when Dr. Fibes was insulted on the show by the same guy.
Really?
And then that same guy insulted a couple of years ago. There was some younger guy. I don't think that guy could have even been 30. That came on the show, and he was from the South, and he had a mullet. I think to be ironic and funny. It's like a funny thing, like someone today dressing, someone in college dressing like a hippie to be ironic.
Yeah.
I think he had the mullet for. I don't know. I think he was doing it to be funny, but anyway, it's like that particular individual went, a mullet?
And it's like, hey, if you don't like it, turn into another show. Bronco has
Yeah.
been crazy. Not only did we hear them talking, but also admitting to their schemes. Well, yeah. Really, Greta, that's grotesque. Nothing more offensive than someone complaining or criticizing about another's home. And then he was saying, "Oh, he has 7,000 rooms," and it's like, "Well, I'm sorry, I've got a big house. I we didn't pay a lot for it. I mean,
I
if
love
you
your
had the
house,
ability to
man.
buy a big house,
I think
well,
your
it
house
was
is
all,
awesome.
See, uh, you know, when you went on the show and when you came on, I had to click on you for you to come on. I could see that you were there, but if other people were there, they wouldn't. Other people on the show wouldn't see you there waiting to come on. So I was
Okay.
on a show, and I was being kind of, I don't know, kind of treated not too well. Uh, People started, loudly eating chips when I came on, and I said, "It's funny how no one loudly eats chips when anyone else is on." And then um, and then as soon as I came on that show, I was begged to come. The host begged me to come on, and because they were showing comics that I collect, but there were a lot of these people I knew didn't like me were on that show, and I said, I don't know, and he said, no, please come on. So I came on after some of the people had gotten off. Oh, Drew, did you turn off the TV? No, he didn't. She didn't. So I came on the show after some of those people had dropped off. Oh, it's past my bedtime, and I figured, okay, that'll be smooth. And as soon as I came on, they came back on because they and then they quickly ended the show. But I had trouble with my computer, so I was trying to come back into the show.
Yeah.
And then they ended the show while I was in the phantom zone down there. I hadn't been clicked on, and the host walked, I guess, into
Yeah.
another room and just left it going. Where the two people that had been on the show, in the after chat, were talking to each other about, boy, I just had to come back on that show because that Gratu came on, and I wasn't going to let him have be able. And I was hearing them, but they didn't know I was there. It was
Yeah.
like, oh my God, they're talking about me. And these are two of the people that I thought were the nicest people, and they went on and on about how, you know, uh, you know, uh, because I don't know, it's just really ridiculous. It's the whole thing
That's
is not. But
terrible.
I heard them. I heard that's how I heard them, complaining about me
Yeah.
and how I am. So I'm just a horrible person. Yeah, absolutely gross. One of them even did an episode trying to imitate Grotz, but he played a victim, so no one would dare call it out. It has been disgusting. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, the thing where I put the link in the chat is something that's kind of unique to my show, and then some of them have decided, um, well, I'll do that, and then I can do just as good a job as Gratu, like fielding anyone coming in, and that same person, told me, when I first saw Captain Strangelove, my first thought was I could do better than them. And it's like, so, they're thinking, oh, I can do better than Grot, this, I don't know.
That's
Bronco,
it,
Doctor Strange 2 was an Evil Dead film with Marvel characters. I loved it. I just it just didn't work for me, and I really didn't like the segment where they brought in the other Marvel heroes and just immediately killed them off, Mister Fantastic and all that.
yeah. It's just it was
Bronco,
a very odd, disjointed production. I
yeah,
just had a real hard time
it
following the
was
story.
it was very clear that there had been a lot of interference, and it was not Sam Raimi's. It was not his film that was released. Summer
Yeah.
started about a week ago in Buenos Aires, says Bronco. I'm going back to Brazil in mid-November. Oh, okay, cool.
You know,
Uh,
one thing that I watched that I actually really enjoyed, and I wanted to get your take on it because I'm sure you've seen it. Only recently, I had to get a new phone because the battery in my previous phone kind of blew up. It kind of ballooned, and it literally split my other phone in half. So I had to get another phone, and I loaded Disney Plus onto my phone. My
Oh,
sister subscribes to Disney Plus, and since I live here with her, she lets me use it. And I got on there and started exploring a little bit, and I found that Werewolf by Night a video. And I watched that the other day, and like I said, I'd like to kind of get your take on it. I enjoyed it.
okay.
It didn't feel so much like the comic book necessarily, but
Yeah.
I was thoroughly entertained and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I didn't feel like there was any kind of woke agenda or anything underlying in it. And I just kind of wondered what you thought of it.
Um, I feel like my brother would do that to me. He'd say, "Oh, what did you think of Lord of the Rings? You know, the Lord of the Rings movies that came out,
Yeah,
not the Ralph Bakshi, but the ones made by whoever that was,
Peter Jackson.
Peter Jackson. He made the first one, right? I loved the movie, right? We're all eating dinner, and it's his family and his kids, and he said, "What did you think of that movie?" And I said, "Man, I thought it was so great. It was life changing." And he says, "Really? We thought it." We thought it really was terrible. In fact, we thought it sucked so hard it inhaled. And it's like, oh, okay, well, gee, that's thanks a lot. After
That, that,
you make me say my opinion, and then you shit on me. It's like you could have said, well, we didn't like it that much. You don't have to like go off on, that. I don't know how anyone didn't like that. I mean, I forget how great those three movies were after the Hobbit movies came out.
yeah,
Kind of made you just think, oh, those. Okay, my take on Werewolf by Night. It was black and white to make it look
yeah,
like a Universal movie. My
yeah.
memories of that comic book as a kid was that it was bright and beautiful and colorful. It was not like a Universal movie with that Mike Plug art, the colors popping off the page. I thought it was so that was different. There wasn't a lot of woke stuff, although some of the monster hunters that were going around at that monster hunting party or whatever they were having, there were a
Hmm.
couple that were very clearly supposed to be
Transgender.
sort of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And I mean, there was, that's always put in. Um, but it is as something that wasn't based on a if the Werewolf by Night comic had never existed, I'd have a different feeling about it. It didn't, and also everyone was loving it, so it made me kind of want to hate it to be a contrarian. But I watched it, as I recall, the the main character, was he a Spanish actor or did he have an accent? I can't recall.
I don't remember if he did or not.
But anyway, it's that's all right. I thought when Man Thing appeared, I liked
oh,
I liked that take on it, although that wasn't the Man Thing from the comic. He looked okay, but
yeah,
the Man Thing in the comic wasn't like a friendly Chewbacca character. He was just this
yeah.
unthinking thing that would touch your face, and if you were scared of him, which most people would be, it would burn your face off. That was basically. It wasn't like the Swamp Thing that had thoughts and could speak. The Man Thing was just a force of nature.
I
But I
loved
didn't. I
when he
Go ahead.
introduced the main thing. I fell in love with him. I thought, oh my gosh, he's great. He's vulnerable. He's this big. Um, I don't know, kind of a sympathetic character, like kind of like Chewbacca.
Yeah,
You
so
know.
that in a way that's an improvement on the character because someone had tried to make a Man Thing movie about 15 years ago. I never even saw it. I heard it was terrible. I didn't want to destroy childhood memories, so I didn't waste my time on that. But this Man Thing, it's kind of what James Gunn did to characters for both Marvel and DC, where he changes them enough that it makes them fun.
Yeah,
You take and he would deal with characters that most people haven't heard of.
yeah.
So if you change them, no one knows. So Drax the Destroyer is not the way he's portrayed in the comics, but he turned him into a really fun character
Hmm.
that didn't understand, had really no sense of humor and didn't understand jokes. I thought that was clever. He was a real likable character. Now I like the way he's portrayed in the comics, but it makes more of an enjoyable, fun movie. He changed
Yeah.
Peacemaker from a character that no one knows who the Peacemaker is except for people really into comics, and he made him into this uh, really stupid but kind of lovable character that uh, so when you're dealing with characters no one's heard of, like Man Thing or Werewolf by Night, those are characters. Man Thing's pretty big, I guess, but you go in the mall, your nearest mall, you could ask everybody in that mall, and I don't think anyone in the mall would know who the Man Thing is, or they'd think you're
No.
talking something dirty. There
Yeah.
might be one or two people, maybe. I don't think more than one out of 3,000 people knows who the Man Thing is, and that's optimistic.
That's true. Because that was he was mostly a product of the '70s, I think. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm familiar
But
with him for.
I so as far as the movie turns color at the end, that's the way it should have been the whole time.
Well,
When the
Disney,
werewolf appears, he didn't look like he did in the comic. It seems, and it didn't seem like they showed the werewolf much for a show called Werewolf by Night, and he
no, they
was
didn't.
very CGI looking, and
I
it was
was
black and white.
disappointed. I was disappointed they didn't show a transformation scene. They just showed his shadow. And, the girl that was looking at him, you could see the shadow of him transforming behind her.
Yeah.
As she's looking at him, getting, oh my God, look at what's happening, but you can't see him transform from human to werewolf. And I was a little disappointed that they didn't do that, but I thought they did a great job with the makeup and the prosthetics and everything like that on him. The one thing I was going to let you know is that the version that I saw on Disney Plus actually was in full color. They had done,
Oh. Oh, well, then I would have liked that then. Okay, what I
yeah,
saw was black and white, and then it turned into color about the time the
yeah.
man thing
The,
appeared.
they did it in full color, and I really liked it. I
Oh, well,
they
then I
gave,
probably would have liked it then. I love black and white movies, and I love
yeah,
Universal horror movies. I love Disney and comics, and I liked how they made The Werewolf by Night feel like a 1930s monster movie. Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine, but that's not the comic I remembered. So I wanted that comic, and the comic is very colorful.
Well, another
And
thing
he's
too is Jack. Jack, the main character in this one seemed to be, I don't know how to put it. He seemed to have his act together more. The Jack in the comics was tortured, and I mean, he was very he had a lot of self torture within himself, and he seemed confused and just horribly cursed. And this guy was like, I know what's going to happen. I know what's next, and so it almost seemed like he was more in control in this movie than he was in the comics.
Yeah, that's a good. I didn't think about that. That's a good, an interesting change. Using your werewolf power like a super, like your werewolf curse as a
Yeah,
superpower.
yeah.
That's about the only way you could make a watchable TV series. Otherwise, yeah, that's just kind of the way Marvel was around that time period. Everyone was tortured and tormented, and
Suffering, yeah, just suffering inside and going, oh my God, I can't believe this, the moon's
that's
going to be up again and I'm going to turn into a freaking werewolf.
the Spider-Man comics I started reading. Okay, Peter Parker was always tormented about the death of Gwen Stacy's up on
Yeah.
top of the building. Oh, if I had just done something differently, and then I would read the reprints from Marvel Tales of the 1960s Marvel Spider-Man comics, or Amazing Spider-Man, where Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane were both there, and it's like, or the earlier ones where it's Betty Brant, and it's like, this is a much better. I mean, yeah, he's still got problems, and that was the whole point of what they were doing in the 60s, the characters with problems, but it wasn't constantly mooning about. I better turn this music now. Where is my remote? Um, yeah, I don't know. I never thought they should have killed Gwen Stacy, and I, I'd rather, I like the Betty and Veronica thing going on with Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane. I just like the 1960s. I think all the Marvel characters belong in the 1960s, and
Yeah, I agree
if
with
I would
you.
controlled, if I had done, I think the first 10 years of those Marvel movies was pretty great. They're shitty now. I just think
Yeah,
everything's shitty now. Everything in the world pretty much is shitty now.
it's
But
hard. Yeah,
but I would have set all those movies in another time. I mean, if the first Iron Man movie, if that movie was exactly the way it was, but it was set in the 1960s, and you just changed, I guess his origin story and set it in Vietnam instead of in the Middle East, it still would have worked. Same
yeah,
actors, same everything. It would have been. I think people would have really thought that was cool that it's set in the
yeah.
'60s with that
I
mid-century
agree.
look. And I would have done every movie, every subsequent movie. I would have set it in that time period because that's when I think Marvel really was firing on all cylinders. And I was reading it during the Bronze Age in the '70s, and that's when a new generation was coming in, the guys with the long hair that were smoking dope and doing whatever, that were writing these stories, and they were getting a little more uh, they're bringing a little bit different element into them, but it just seemed like in the 1970s I was having fun as a kid, but it was all kind of just an imitation of what had gone before with Kirby and Ditko and all the great stuff from the 60s. So that's what I love is the 60s. Younger people like the Sticky Goose guy that's on YouTube, he got into collecting comics just a few years ago when he was probably already, in his late 20s or 30. And he looks at he buys all these 60s comics because people say this is the stuff you should collect. And he says, I don't really think these stories are very good. It's like they're written for children. It's like, yeah, that's what comic books are.
Well, that's what they're
Uh,
for. You know.
I people now say no, they're meant for adults, like Mouse and Watchmen, and it's like, Watchmen was great for its time. I enjoyed Watchmen when it came out. Now I look at Watchmen and I think, man, that really did a lot of damage to the comic book world. Dark Knight Return, whatever. It's just those. Okay, after that, those were meant to be independent, separate things, but instead,
Exactly.
Dark Knight Returns. Okay, now in the regular comics, Catwoman is an ex-prostitute. They
Yeah.
write those storylines into the actual canon or whatever, and then it just like, no, that's not Catwoman's not supposed to be that. She's a cat burglar. She was
Exactly.
never. It's like, oh, we just want to make it dark and gritty. Well, no, I don't want to read that, and that's all. All people worship this Crisis on Infinite Earths when DC destroyed everything and created just one Earth instead of all the multiple Earths. And to me, that's when they shit on everything I grew up with and everything my
Exactly.
older brothers read in the '60s, and they so that's mid
I would
'80s is
love to
kind of when it
see.
just ended for me.
I was going to say I would love to see an X-Men movie that takes place back in the early days of X-Men, where I mean, there is no Wolverine. There is no. I mean, the Beast doesn't have hair. He's this big, lunky guy who's there, and they're all wearing those jumpsuits and
Yeah.
Cyclops. I mean, they're all wearing those. I don't know how to describe it, but Kirby. I would love to see an X-Men movie kind of in the Kirby style.
Well, they
Written like
kind
Kirby.
of tried to do that with X Men First Class, which was a really good movie. They went back to the 60s and had it take place during the Cuban Missile Crisis. It wasn't
Hmm.
that comic book accurate. It was somewhat comic accurate. It was, it was good.
Truthfully, I'll say I never
Really
got to
good.
see it, so I'll
Oh,
have to take some
yeah,
time and look at
excellent
it.
first class. And then, uh, and then the X-Men. Did you see the Days of Future Past movie?
Yeah,
Yeah, the that I think that kind of spun from that one. But yeah, I mean, you see there are all these things on YouTube where they do these fake. People are having AI design fake. Oh shoot, he disappeared. They're doing these fake trailers for imaginary movies where they're set in the 50s or 60s. I love Disney and comics. I would have liked a 70s Kolchak style Werewolf by Night show. I think that would have been another way to go with it, and it could have been good too. I wish it had been a darker show. It felt too lighthearted to me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they even made that. It was, I guess it was for Halloween last year, where it was it a pilot for a TV series. I don't know what they're planning to do. Um, what I thought was really bad was Moon Knight. I mean, I just don't like anything. I don't like the Star Wars movie. I don't like anything Disney touches. Honestly. So, well, what have you got new? Have you redecorated any? Have you put
I'm sorry.
things in your?
I just for some reason something happened and I lost you.
Yeah, you just disappeared. It's all right.
So what do I have new? Actually, not very much new. I'm still working on my place, and there's not very much new to show.
Well,
I'm
maybe
still.
people haven't seen your old stuff. Maybe
Yeah, that's
when we get a tour because we haven't been in your world for probably 6 months. I don't know how
that's
long
a
it's been.
possibility. That's a possibility. I'll just kind of walk through, and you can kind of see the things on my walls, and that's a Spider-Man Spider-Man piece of artwork that I did actually.
Yeah, did you paint those kiss heads from the side of the pinball machine?
No, actually, I downloaded that off the internet and then sent it to a poster company and had them make a poster for me. Well, that's what that is.
Oh, he's having Wi-Fi issues, or is that me?
It might be you. I don't know.
Yeah,
But my collection is still in the process of changing and it's ever growing.
yeah.
Can you can
Okay,
you
what are
see
we
that
seeing
process?
there? A Star Trek? Oh, look at that was not there that I recall last time.
Really?
That Star Trek shrine? I don't think so.
Yeah,
You got is that?
a couple of. I've got so many different Star Trek collectibles. It's kind of crazy.
Oh well,
My
look. Can we get a close up of your Star Trek shrine? Could you move the camera in closer to that?
sure, sure.
That's is that the original '70s Star Trek Enterprise, or is that a model kit, or is that a
Mm,
reissue?
it is a reissue. It is a
That's the
reissue.
exact box that my childhood kit was in. That one at the bottom is the super. What does it say? The something phaser target game.
Super Phaser 2 target game. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I always like the art on that. I've never seen some. I've never seen that in person. I guess I still haven't, but I mean, I've never seen it any time in my life.
This is another acquisition that I just got yesterday, the Gorn.
Oh, I've had the Gorn. Yeah, that's one of the Funko Pops that I couldn't resist.
Yeah, if anything, the Gorn is one of my favorite alien characters. But then I've got the Star Trek Next Generation um, tricorder, and
Yeah.
see if you can see. There's the phaser.
You're being asked if you're a member of the Kiss Army.
Well, I consider myself a member of the Kiss Army, but not enough to pay the huge amount of money to have a
Oh, well, I was
membership.
going to ask, how do you formally join that?
There is on Kiss Online. You can join the Kiss Army, and they charged quite a bit. Back in the '70s, it was only $5 to join the Kiss Army, and that actually $5 back in the '70s was still a lot.
Yeah, it was.
But yeah, they gave you a lot. They when you got your membership to the Kiss Army, though, they sent you quite a nice package. I mean, 5 8 by 10 photographs and a folder and membership card and all those other things. Um, they sent you a lot of things. I don't know if you get anything. Uh, I don't know what you get nowadays, but
What
Kiss
does it
Online,
cost?
it was only $5 for that, but I'm
No, what
not
does it
sure.
cost now?
Oh, I have no idea. It's expensive now.
Man, I should charge people to join the Gratu Army. Gene Simmons
There,
has got a good scam going, man.
there
But I
you
don't.
go.
Yeah, anyone that wants to join, you can join. You just have to let me know. Man, well, yeah, Gene Simmons has got a good grift going.
He does, and he's actually touring now. Actually, he can't be released
Your sound went out. Well, your sound went out. My wife says my phone keeps dying. I'll go ahead and try to let it charge, and I hope I can go back to sleep because I'm going to need it. This chronic, all was is no joke. This chronic, and my soul sucking job is grueling. Can you hear me? Because your sound is not working. That's why I'm reading my wife's chat. Oh, you might need to back out and come back in if you can hear me. This is like a horror movie. Oh, this chronic illness is no joke, is what she tried to mean.
There we go. Somehow my mic got muted.
Okay, yeah, since you weren't able to be heard, I was reading my wife's deal, but I wasn't trying to talk over you. Anyway, what did we miss? What did you say for the last five, six, 7 sentences?
Was talking. I think it was about. We were talking about Kiss
Oh, yes,
giving
yeah.
giving up their rights to their. I mean, selling their catalog.
Oh,
Um,
did they? So what is he doing now? You said he was still performing.
he
What is he?
is still performing under the moniker of the Gene Simmons Band,
Oh, okay.
and he's touring. And I've seen a few snippets of some of his concerts. They're pretty good, but he's not wearing any makeup. He's just kind of he's kind of in jeans and a button up shirt and just
Yeah.
performing. And
Well,
he's got some band members with him, but I imagine he's probably merchandising himself just like he did with Kiss.
yeah.
Um, I mean, he's always into the merchandising. He's always doing that.
I
So
know.
let me see if I can find anything else that someone would be interested in seeing.
Yeah, in the 1970s, when Kiss was at their peak, I assumed that I hated them because everyone at the junior high liked them. So I wanted to hate them because I usually hate everything everyone else loves. But it wasn't really until the late 80s, early 90s that I realized no, they're actually great. I was wrong all along. And part of it was reading an issue of Creepy magazine. They used to have this comic book editorial by James Branticelli in every issue. He did a little page about the state of the comic book industry, and he did a rant about the Marvel Kiss comic and how they
That's
had put their blood into it. And he talked about how terrible the band was and how what a crass stunt that was for Marvel to do. And I was thinking, yeah, he's right. All these assholes at school that like Kiss are a bunch of jerks. And Kiss is terrible. Of course, I'd never really heard Kiss's music much because it didn't get played on the radio, at least not on the radio stations I heard. And so I decided I disliked Kiss without really knowing what I was talking about. And then later I was buying up Kiss stuff in the '90s and making up for lost time.
I
Um,
I went through a time during the '80s when my church was doing what I called the Satanic Panic.
Oh
of
yeah.
of the 80s, where they were basically any rock band that wasn't a Christian rock band was evil. You know, even the Beatles. Oh my gosh, the Beatles! They sing about karma, and they sing about this, and they sing about that, and it just
Well, putting Aleister Crowley on the front of the Sergeant Pepper album was probably not a smart move. If you
probably
really
not the
want,
best thing. Probably not the best
uh,
thing they ever chose to do.
and
But
if it well, if they had just released the album with the Butcher cover intact, uh, I think they would have had a whole different trajectory of their career because
yeah,
I think that would have gone over like a turd in a punch bowl. I just their career would have been over.
yeah.
Anything after that, uh, I don't remember. Was that right after Sergeant Pepper or before? I don't think. I think the public would have just said to hell with.
Are you talking about the dolls and the meats, the butchered baby
Yeah,
look?
yeah, with them smiling with
Yeah,
butchered, yeah, that would have been a career-ending thing if that had actually come out in stores. I just don't that. I mean, it was bad enough the John Lennon, we're bigger than Jesus today. That
yeah.
didn't go for well at all. But imagine
We're
releasing an album that butcher cover. What would have been let's see. I Love Disney and Comics says I went to an overnight shut-in during the early '80s where we had to watch a documentary on how all the rock bands were satanic. Yeah, I was brought up in a Pentecostal church, though. Not much in the '80s wasn't satanic to them.
yeah.
Yeah, I've got books about. One is called Saturday Morning Mind Control, and all about He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, and everything was witchcraft and.
And what's interesting is they said basically you're being deceived. You're being deceived, and you're going to get trapped into this horrible thing where you're going to be actually worshiping Satan without knowing it. You know, and it's like,
Um,
just because I'm listening to a Kiss song, I'm worshiping Satan.
well, I could kind of I almost kind of wonder if they were right now in retrospect. I laughed at them at the time, but a lot of this music, because like right now, they're saying that the entire music industry is about to collapse. That's the
Yeah.
rumors I'm hearing because of this. What is his name? Puff Diddley or Diddley Squat? Whatever. Puff Diddy Daddy was arrested, and apparently he has films or videotapes of all these people from Jennifer Lopez, I think, to this guy was like worse than Epstein, not Epstein from
Really?
Malcolm Back Kotter. That yeah, that the whole music industry, in order to actually get a recording contract, you've got to go through all this shit, and that's all that they used to say in these '70s and '80s, and these things, and maybe a lot of this stuff is true. I mean, I do love the music, but then you wonder how much of the stuff that yeah, I'm looking through my comics and I dearly love all these old horror comics, but I'm thinking, oh man, it's midnight, the witching hour, and look at all these House of Mystery covers with Satan on the cover, and in the '70s, it's like there was pentagrams and stuff. There really was a lot of satanic stuff in these comic books that were aimed at 8, 9, 10 year olds back then, and and then
What's
I would always
funny?
chuckle at the Son of Satan comic book and the
Yeah.
Ghost Rider. It was like Satan was in every other comic, and then I'd read Hot Stuff with the little baby devil and he's growing up in hell, a little baby devil with diapers, and it's just
What's
like,
funny?
what the fuck?
What's funny about that is I remember having all those comics, The House of Mystery, and I remember there were stories about the devil. You know, there was one. I think there was a Witching Hour one where this kid was living with his aunt and uncle, something like that, and or he was living with his parents, and his uncle was going to come visit, and turns out that his uncle was actually his father, and the uncle was secretly Satan. And at the very end of the story, the kid found out that his uncle was Satan, and the kid turned into some kind of a demon or something like that. And
Yeah.
I remember during the 70s, I thought to myself, I need to make sure my mother never sees any of these,
Yeah.
because if she had seen half the stuff that I had, if she had really delved into all the things that I had, she probably would have had a conniption fit.
Yeah.
Just knowing that I was listening to, sounds to make you shiver, and they had
Oh
an
yeah.
exorcist, they had an
Oh
exorcism
yeah.
on sounds to
That
make you
album.
shiver.
That album. That was something else. That they had torture sounds and they had the sound of an exorcism. My wife says I that's hard to say. I ironically love Danzig, LOL, but he doesn't hang out with the usual suspects and is very anti NWO, New World Order. And then Steve, I love Disney and comics. Your name's Steve, right? I've got Alzheimer's probably, but I think your name is Steve. He says, "Ha ha ha! I thought hot stuff was satanic." You know, now I realize how much is satanic coming out today, which makes me
Yeah,
think that it's been baby steps. And what I saw when I was a kid really was the baby steps to what I'm seeing now, which I really see it coming at us full fledged. I see Kamala Harris and I see a demon. I don't know if you guys see that, but that evil laughter and everything, I see a lot of these people as being deceived by Satan. And I mean, it sounds crazy, I guess, to you guys out there, but I mean, I could do you know what we ought to do as a challenge, Gary?
what's up?
I ought to pan around the house and let's look at everything in here and look at just objectively, what in here looks like it could be of satanic origin. And you should do a pan around of your basement and we can evaluate just like you know, like some minister looking or investigating your collection to see what is of questionable origin. We ought to, if you don't, that would be cool. Oh, let's see. My wife says, what is she saying? Yes, my name is Steve. Says I love Disney and comics. My wife didn't say yes. My name is Steve. And Greta says it's been a slow infiltration. We've been groomed. LOL. I think it has been a slow infiltration. The Beatles are great, but there was stuff coming through, mostly through John Lennon, and I think John Lennon's a genius. I love John Lennon, but they were falling into some stuff. They were, they were in their 20s and they were suddenly given the equivalent of billions of dollars in today's money, and they had no real spiritual grounding, and they were trying to find, hey, what because it doesn't take long to realize I've got all this money, but I'm not happy. Life is miserable. I can't even go outside without getting mobbed. It's not fun. And then they start, because they're really intelligent people, they start thinking, what is the point of? Then they start looking, well, is the answer with this Maharishi is the answer, and George Harrison got into, he was trying to figure, he was the more spiritual one. John Lennon, I don't know what, well, he may have been atheist, but I don't know, man. Aleister Crowley on the cover, that was kind of a weird choice. There, I don't think I would have put him on the cover of an album. I people I've hung around with that are into Aleister Crowley are vermin. Uh, let's see. My wife says I think the Beatles had some involvement with the OTO. At least there's a rumor, and they obviously had interest in Crowley, so it's plausible. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know, man. Oh, your sound is gone. I think, Gary. Your sound. There's no sound. Now there's no sound, and you're not in
I
cinema. Oh, there you're back.
I
Sound
don't know
is
why
back.
my sound keeps doing that. I'm sorry about that.
It's probably the Wi-Fi connection, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that.
So I
Um,
remember your Darth Vader shrine. That was pretty cool. Let's see. Jay Z is into Aleister Crowley. I don't even know what Jay Z is. I've heard that name. Was he friends with Barack Obama? Who was the rapper that was always hanging out with Barack Obama and his husband?
He is a rapper.
Yeah, I don't know if he's the guy that was always in the White House. I Love Disney and Comics says, did Jimmy Page or someone in rock purchase Aleister Crowley's home back in the 70s or 80s? Yes, he did. I had a friend that ran a record store in Dallas, and he visited Jimmy Page, I think, several times in that Aleister Crowley house. Uh, he ran this small record store, but he became friends with some interesting rock and roll celebrities. He ran the Tiny Tim fan club and knew him, and he ran the Mr. Ed fan club, and he would have these rock festivals. One was called the Tiny, what was it called? The Tiny Palooza, where Tiny Tim performed and all these other bands, and then he had Ed Stock, where it was the whole rock festival was in tribute to Mr. Ed, and
Really?
yeah, he was
How funny.
something else. This guy that ran a record store called 14 Records, and it's like I don't even really remember. He had a story, why do you call your store 14 Records? And he had something about the number 14 because you have more than 14 records in the store. I remember he had some store. He was a fascinating guy. He was a lot of fun. Um, he didn't have a very happy end to his life, but he knew Jimmy Page because I think Jimmy Page contacted him about Mr. Ed. I
Huh?
think that's how they got into contact, and he invited him to England to hang out with him.
That's
Yeah, I
weird.
think it was about Mr. Ed. And then Tiny Tim came to, I think at that time the store was in Denton, which is north of Dallas, and then it was in Dallas when I first went to it. But I think when his store was in Denton, when Tiny Tim came and visited him, Tiny Tim was had developed an infatuation with this record store owner's friend. Uh, In fact, he worshiped her. He would find a woman and it would become his muse. The woman would become his muse. And I think that this woman's name was Stephanie. And, he always called people, like when he was married on The Tonight Show to Miss Vicky, right?
I
And
remember
this
that. I
was,
remember
this,
seeing that.
well, I was too, well, I probably would have remembered that, except at the time it was probably about 1970. We were living in Germany and they didn't have all the American TV shows over there. They had some of them.
Yeah.
But anyway, he fell in love with this girl named Miss, and he called her Miss Stephanie. And this would have been in the 80s, and he probably was a good 30 or more years older than her. So this was a
He
girl
was
right
quite
out
a
of college.
Yeah, he was
Anyway,
quite
and
a bit
she did,
older.
she did not, she was a fan of Tiny Tim, but she didn't, she wasn't in love with him. But that was an infatuation he had. Oh, and then Tiny Tim, that was sad. He died. Oh, she's puking. I think Tiny Tim died on stage. I think isn't that the case? I'm pretty sure.
Really? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
that's rough when you have a heart attack on stage, man. I think there's a video recording of it, which you don't want to see.
No, of
Okay.
course
Is
not.
there anything I need to clean up here? I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to the audience. But I don't know. Maybe you do. I mean, when I've Instagram, it's like every time I go to Instagram, it's nothing but um, horrible car wrecks. Maybe I'm just subscribed to the wrong people or something. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. My wife says yes. Jimmy Page bought it, and it was by Loch Ness. Oh, cool. This show is too interesting. I'm never going to sleep if I don't cut out. Yeah, go to sleep. This show will stay on, I guess, unless the apocalypse happens. Greta says, I love you guys. I better make myself rest a bit more. Well, David Wilcock's is going to do a show later today about 2 o'clock. Well, my wife's going to start working at 11. I'm supposed to go upstairs at 10:30
my time. It's almost 8 now. So at 10:30 I've got to make sure she's awake so she can start her job at 11. She works from home on the phone. And then um I've got to make sure that Drew doesn't bark during her shift. But I'll watch David Wilcock live. But today's show, he's talking about something that people have been predicting for a while, actually for years, that there's going to be a period where we're going to lose. People have said it's going to be a week or a couple of months where all the power's shut off, but it's really a good thing that good things are happening during that time, that it's really
Huh.
the good guys cleaning up the bad, but everything has to be shut off. And basically, you're going to be living in an apocalyptic situation where you don't have power and internet. And I think some people without their cell phone would turn into
A
crazed
paperweight.
zombies in half an hour.
Yeah,
But
I've heard that
anyway,
too. I've heard a rumor actually that foreign powers have the ability to knock out our internet and our all those different things. It sounds like the plot to that Die Hard movie, that Die Hard 5, I think it was,
I've never
where
seen any Die Hard movies.
oh,
I,
where that was one of the
something.
plots. One of the plots of the Die Hard movies was that a
Mm.
foreign power or some terrorists were going to knock out the internet so that nobody would be able to communicate with each other. There was no communication. There was no banking. Uh, there was no
Well,
commerce at all.
you know,
And basically, the
electromagnet.
stock
Oh yeah.
market would go down the tubes.
Well,
So that was
I don't know. He's going to talk about different theories. He says I don't. He doesn't necessarily 100% believe these rumors are true, but he's going to spend a few hours talking about it this afternoon. I think that'll be interesting to watch.
yeah.
David Wilcock, some of his stuff is, it's like, wow, that's really interesting. He's always interesting. Whether I mean, I don't necessarily believe everything he says, but um, I find him a very amiable, sincere, nice guy. He's not.
Yeah,
His sense of
I'm not.
humor is not very funny. When he tries to be funny, he'll start the show trying to do some funny voices or come on with some funny glasses and a cigar or something. It's like he's not as funny as he thinks, but he's just a nice guy, one of his theories is there's going to be some kind of reveal of space aliens, and then everything's going to be shut down, or that whether they're actually space aliens or it's demonic, and he's all into that. He used to be, I think he used to be one of the guys that did the Ancient Aliens show or something on some
Oh,
channel.
okay.
But he's he's Christian but New Age and into every kind of weird thing, and it's fascinating for me to watch.
Hmm.
It's like all those
I've
books
never
that came out
seen.
in the '70s that were all into all that weird paranormal stuff. He's like the embodiment of all of that.
Well, during the '70s, yeah, I remember there was all kinds of weird theories going on. That they were talking about that book, The Chariots of the Gods, and
Oh yeah,
and how
that's right.
we originated from space aliens. That space aliens came here and built the pyramids and just all
Yeah.
kinds of weird, wacky things. And I I
Well,
I find that stuff fascinating, but and I don't know if there is any truth to it. I doubt it. But
the pyramid thing, there's something we don't know about the construction of the pyramids, whether it was constructed with the help of aliens or whether it was
was
um,
it was the
the
Israelites.
hybrid angel. Because, the Bible talks about there were giants in those days, basically these hybrid monstrosities that were because some angels had children with
Humans.
human women. I was about to say mortal women, but they mix, and then there were these great And that really could explain, some people say, well, the Greek gods, and well, that those were space aliens, or could they be Nephilim? Could they be the products where they're half, they're these, I don't know. Because, there's a lot of commonality. Different countries have different gods, different names for them, but it's like, okay, Zeus, Jupiter, Odin, that's pretty much, that's kind of the same guy. Different
Yeah.
parts of the world look at him differently. Maybe Egypt had a different name for that guy. And this guy, or this woman, they would have perceived them as, the Star Trek kind of started it with that Apollo episode.
Oh yeah,
I,
I
I
remember
don't know.
that
I don't know.
episode.
That's the first. That may be the first popular in popular culture. Oh, the gods were actually real. They actually existed on Earth, and this was the primitive man's interpretation of these visitors from another planet or another part of the universe.
Yeah.
But Chariots of the Gods was very big. And then there were 40 million books that came out imitating it with the same lettering font. So on the cover, and Jack
Yeah.
Kirby bought into that shit big time. And it's like everything he did from the early 70s on was all the Eternals and 2001 A
Eternal.
Space Odyssey. It was all in, he was into that big time. That was like perfect for him.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to make of all those things. Just like you, I have a Christian background and biblical belief, and so when I hear of all these different things going on, I'm just like, okay, well, it's it's one thing to believe those things, but I don't swallow all of it.
Yeah, but I
But
see I see that we're under an assault right now from clearly whether people want to believe. I mean, whether people believe that Satan, Lucifer, Baal, Moloch are real. If you think that that's not real, the point is there are a lot of people in power, in significant power above what where people, above the president, people that control that, they believe that stuff to be real, and they
mhm,
pray and make sacrifices to these gods, the Bohemian Grove and different places. And maybe that stuff isn't real, but as long as there are people believing that's real, look at all the subscription people stopping watching. We just went down two or three people. As long as they believe it's real, they're those evil people in power doing evil things. I mean, because you just watch. The last couple of months. It's been like a Roadrunner cartoon. As far as they keep these evil people keep coming after Trump,
yeah. Do
and
you?
they tried to. Yeah, you go
I was going to ask you. I Speaking of Trump, I
ahead.
heard that there was a second attempt on his life. Was he shot at, or
No,
I?
it was
Because I
last
didn't.
Sunday.
What's
Trump
that?
decided impromptu to go golf last Sunday, and had not told anyone really except for his inner circle knew that he was going to go to that golf course. And
Yeah.
then this operative showed up 12 like instantly upon his decision to go golfing. This operative shows up in the bushes at that golf course waiting for him to get close enough to where he was, and uh, he was ready to go. But one of the Secret Service persons saw the rifle barrel coming out of the bush. So
Wow.
I think they fired some shots at him. He ran, got in his truck, left his G behind. I don't know if certain words you can say on YouTube. And then they caught him on the highway. And it turned out he was we were just talking about Mr. Ed. This guy turned out to have a horse, a living horse, living in his house. He was this guy. Oh, it was scary because I found out this guy was a couple of years younger than me and he looked 80. It's like, holy shit, am I really that old? but he was this real skinny guy, and he had half his hair dyed blue and half yellow. Uh, I think maybe they might maybe is that the colors of the Ukrainian flag because he was like some weird he was like a spook because he was going over to the Ukraine and recruiting people for the
Huh.
Ukraine army against Russia, and he was all into against Trump, and you know see he wants the war to continue, and he hears Trump saying I'm going to end the war, I'm going to negotiate an end to the war. It's like they can't. That boggles their mind. No, they want to keep going. They
Yeah.
until every man in the Ukraine is gone. It's nothing but women, and then they can just sell them into slavery. Is probably what these devil worshippers are wanting to do. And so anyway,
How
this guy.
odd.
So he's some really weird guy, and so
They
they
took him
actually
alive,
caught
though.
this guy. They caught him alive. I'm
Yeah.
surprised he's still alive. He's lasted longer than Lee Harvey Oswald lasted in custody. I don't think Lee Harvey
Yeah.
Oswald lasted. He was arrested on a Friday and he was killed on a Sunday morning. This guy's lasted a whole week in custody.
Wow.
Yeah, my
That's
Lee
that's
Harvey Oswald
interesting.
was. Oh, this is an interesting story. Well, remind me of that story. Well, I'm going to finish this, and then there was a group of people behind Donald Trump at a rally. There were Hispanics for Trump, and there were people on one side of Trump and people on the other side of Trump. People on one side, almost immediately after the rally, had to be rushed to the hospital. They couldn't see. They could barely open their eyes. They had been blasted by some kind of radiation or some kind of weapon that they were using in Cuba on the people uh, at the embassy. They were. It's some weird weapon was aimed probably at Trump, or maybe they just wanted to get people that were supporting Trump. But they were probably aiming it at Trump and wanted to blind him. But it blinded this. I mean, they're not. I don't know if they're blind permanently, but they can barely see right now. A few
Hmm.
days later, so that's something that hasn't been covered a lot on the news. But it's what I'm saying. It's like a Roadrunner cartoon. They keep trying to get Trump and failing, uh, and
Acme.
yeah, yeah. And then the guy that actually hit Trump's ear back in July. They pretty much they're just kind of standing down and letting these people do. It's obviously an inside. It's clearly
Yeah.
coming from the people in power now, trying to get rid of him, and they can't get rid of him. So
I'm
what are
wondering.
they going to do next? It could,
Yeah.
they're lying to us about the polls. I mean, Kamala Harris is definitely real low. I mean, they're making it sound like, oh, it's real neck and neck, or they said that about Hillary Clinton. And so I think they're in a panic. And as they get into a panic, because some of those emails released a few years ago, Hillary Clinton says, "Can we just go ahead and use the alien thing?" Because so they've got that up their sleeve, revealing because maybe these aliens are already in contact with. Maybe they can reveal them. It's like, oh, they've been here all along, and they're trying to do something to distract from this election or something to delay the election.
I was going to ask, do you know? I mean, let's say, just for sake of discussion, that their attempts to do away with Trump end up being successful. In other words, Trump is taken out of the picture.
The country would
What
go. It would be
I mean,
chaos.
what would they do? Would Kamala Harris win the election just because
No,
there's?
no.
I mean,
Well. I guess then I don't know if that's ever happened before during an election campaign, but I mean, Trump's got a vice presidential candidate.
hmm
Yeah, I don't really know how that would be handled. Steve says, I have a magazine from the 60s or 70s where Kirby had a design laid out for a space gods amusement park, kind of like Celestials or something. Yeah, yeah, I have seen that. And he also, oh, they made a movie about this. Kirby was hired to design some fake plans for movie that never was planned to be made, but they wanted to. These spies were trying to get into some country in the Middle East, and they wanted to show, oh, we're making a movie and we want to film it in your country, but in reality, they were spies, and they had Jack Kirby draw all these plans for some movie project, and I don't remember the details of it. And they made a movie, I think, with Ben Affleck playing the film producer. And then they talked about, and they mentioned Jack Kirby in the movie, and he did do all these really nice drawings. Someone probably will know in the chat the name of that movie or the details of that. But anyway, so I was going to go off on another tangent. What was I talking about? I was talking about,
We were talking
uh,
about the election being if they were successful in getting rid of Trump, how would the
yeah,
election?
yeah. I've already forgotten that. What I could do is I could rewind the live stream on the TV set here, and then sometimes I've been able to regain my train of thought by like watching what I said. But no, it was. Um, oh, I know what I was talking about. The the
The amusement park or something like that.
no, it was about mm, yeah. So oh yeah, they were trying to get people out of Iran or something. Holy smoke. That was some. The cat just ran through here like he was terrified. And the dog's right next to me, not chasing. So,
My cats get that way every once in a while. They'll run from something that is invisible.
well, I haven't seen this cat run that fast. Uh, I wonder what that could be. Um,
Do you want to go check on it?
no, well, the cat ran to the enclosed porch here.
Oh,
So
okay.
maybe,
Gratio, I need to take care of something real quick. I'll be right back.
okay, sounds good. So, let me get myself full screen. Yeah, I have no idea what I was talking about earlier. It can't matter that much. Um, um, I'm recording old air checks, radio air checks. This one is from 1971 from Phoenix, Arizona, from KRIZ Phoenix, and it's a guy named Don Pietro. There's a guy on YouTube, Retro Radio Joe, and he puts up these radio air checks, and it's basically this one is 35 minutes of radio programming from 1971. But that must be an oldies channel. But it'll have all the commercials and jingles and everything. My wedding ring feels loose, so maybe I'm losing weight from kicking soft drinks. Been drinking this unsweetened iced tea, and maybe that's all it takes to. Oh man, we're down to 4 viewers. I guess everyone's leaving the church. Oh, well, we could have a church service here. We could. I've got the family Bible. He might be back.
Yeah,
Are you
I'm
back?
back. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you. Um, you were talking about losing weight. That you've been losing weight ever since you've been stopping soft drinks. Um,
Yes. Well, I think it's maybe the second, maybe third week of that. Um, I just gotta, I gotta lose weight, man. It's ridiculous.
I've lost. I went to the doctor recently, and as they were bringing me back to the examination room, they passed by the scale, and I said, "Hey, hold on a sec. Can I weigh myself?" You know. And it turns out that since the last time I weighed myself, I've lost about 30 pounds,
Oh
and
wow.
I've been very happy with that. I've been taking. Actually, I stopped for a little while, but I need to get back on it. John Goodman talked about how he lost his weight, and he's been taking those keto gummies,
Okay.
and I bought a bunch of them, and I've been taking those keto gummies as well. So I don't know if I could attribute the weight loss to those,
Well,
or
do you have to be on a keto diet for them to work? What do they do?
I don't think I have to be on a keto diet for them to work. I've just been they recommend taking two keto gummies about half an hour before you have a meal, and it seems to be working for me.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, unless they put uranium in them or something to lose weight with the magic of radiation.
There you go. Lose
Lose
weight.
all that ugly hair on top of your head. Just
Lose weight and get a third eye right in the
you'll
middle
look,
of your
yeah,
forehead.
you'll look good. Everyone will look better bald. Um, but yeah, I was talking about the what's been happening. If they, yeah, that's the thing is when these people are desperate and there's just no way they're going to let Trump in. So there's going to be something they do to prevent it, whether it be shutting down everything or
Well,
I
they
don't
were
know.
pretty desperate while Trump was in office. I mean, look at
Yeah.
Antifa and the BLM and all of
Oh, and
that
the
stuff. While
Russia collusion,
yeah,
yeah, Hillary
all
Clinton
that stuff
paid
while Trump was in
million
office, they were
dollars for a fake dossier with all this bullshit about, yeah, yeah.
they
It's
were they were literally trying to destroy. It was like they were throwing a fit.
and these there are people that really just think, Kamala Harris, well, she's a woman, so she'll be great. It's like, what? Okay, well, all right. That's
I'm wondering how
that's the only standard.
I'm wondering how some of these other countries that do not respect women as equals, the men in the country that do not respect women as equals, how are they going to deal with Kamala Harris being in charge? I mean, they're not going to deal with her at all. They're just going to ignore her and write her off
Well,
as worthless.
that's what's been happening when you put some doddering, corrupt, um, old fool mental patient in uh, by
In the
deception.
presidency.
Yeah, and then so then they pull out of the Middle East and leave billions of dollars of equipment there, and it's like, wow, it looks like to people, hey, this is the time to act if I want the Ukraine. It's like, and
Yeah,
it's just like that. You project weakness, and then it's just the world is basically like seventh grade. If you
yeah,
project weakness, then these bullies will say, "This is I see where the chinks in the armor are."
yeah. They come out in droves.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, there have been women in power in England and other. I don't know. Wasn't there a woman in power in Israel? Seems like there was. I could be wrong.
Like it was, yeah.
But I think that it's not the right woman could do fine. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, if she was running for president, now that she's a Republican, I would vote for Tulsi Gabbard. It's just a matter of, but she's a strong, intelligent woman, I think. But this Kamala Harris is just a cackling imbecile, and she's evil too.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
the thing. It's not just, oh, I'm just an airhead. She's it's all an act. She is trying to act like I'm a funny, nice, friendly person, but I can
Yeah,
see just those faces she made during the debate. She is a monster, and everyone in her cabinet during the last 4 years has quit. They couldn't handle being treated like shit. She treated. Trust me, it's not going
Well,
to be a good time. But
I saw something that said sometimes evil comes in the form of stupid. Sometimes
yeah,
evil comes disguised as stupid or crazy or something like that. And
well, yeah,
in a lot of ways, I remember when Joe Biden was. I remember seeing a debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and I was actually kind of surprised that Joe Biden said some of the things that he did. I can't remember what they are now, but I was like going, no, his stupidity or his uh, his seeming to be a doddering old man is a put on. It's totally put on to throw us off and make us think,
yeah,
oh, that person doesn't know what he's talking about.
yeah. I think that early on that was the case, and it might still be to a certain degree. He's playing it up. He is playing it up when he
Yeah,
tries to look around the stage, and he's like, "Which way do I go? This way, this way." Yeah, I
yeah,
can see that being bullshit because this guy has been. There's a video recording on YouTube of him when he's. I think he got into the Senate or whatever when he was like 30, and he was the youngest ever. And there's some videotape TV show where they're talking about corruption, and they're saying, well, you, Senator Biden, is the youngest ever. It's like, obviously you're not corrupt. And he says, well, I appreciate you thinking that I'm not corrupt, but, and then he keeps going on. He's he's obviously already corrupt from the way he was
oh,
talking in this arch
yeah,
way. Or maybe it's just a sense of humor. But over the years, this guy has enriched himself millions and millions of dollars in his family, and he has all these shell companies and getting money from all these other countries. It's so if it would behoove him to act like, because it actually worked out. Well, Trump had these documents in at Mar-a-Lago. Well, we're going to prosecute him for that. And then, oh well, Biden has a whole bunch of documents in his garage next to his vintage Camaro,
yeah,
and they're they were, and his son, who was a crackhead and had all kinds of crackhead friends, was using that house for a while, and all his insane friends were probably there, and they could have gone through those documents that were in the garage. And
yeah,
it's like, well, but then they said, well, they look into Biden, and also as the president, Trump had the ability to declassify that stuff and take it with him, but
hmm,
as a vice president, which is what Biden had been under Obama, he didn't have the authority to take those documents, but he had them
yeah,
anyway. So he had actually done something worse, and and then they said, well, he's just too no jury would convict him because they just see him as this well-meaning kind of doddering old fool, and
I don't know,
he's just
fool, yeah,
that's what they didn't say fool, but the guy said we just can't prosecute him. He's just too. But meanwhile, Trump was only like a year or two younger than him. No, we have to go after that evil man. So yeah, you act. Oh, I hate when people say so. Yeah, and I'm doing it, but they go after. It helps him to act that way because then he
yeah.
can skate, and it's like, I just didn't know that was happening. I didn't know. How am I supposed to know? It's just that
I just
guy's.
go by what they tell me. I do what they say. And
Yeah, and then that all that stuff about Trump, like, oh, we've got this recording where he didn't know the microphone was on. He's joking with some news reporter about grabbing women in certain place, and then there's this woman that says, yes, I was grabbed in that particular place by Biden when I was his aide, and he said, "Oh, come on, I heard you like me," and it sounds completely like the way Biden talks, because Biden, whenever he's trying to be tough, it's like, I'm the 1950s football high school jock. Come on, man. Come behind the gym. I'll beat you up. Come on, man. You think you're cool? Come on, man. It's just like
Come
some
on, man.
asshole. It's just all this ass. That's what his default thing is, to, come on, fat. He's calling someone, some some guy that started talking about his son, and he's like, so like I'd like to challenge you to push-ups right here, fat.
Yeah.
It's
You know
just
what's strange is anymore it's because of AI, it's gotten very difficult to determine what is real and what's not anymore.
all
Um,
intentional, and the reason for that is, now that I can, like yesterday, I discovered there's a trailer for a Wacky Races movie, live
I
action,
saw
that's done in
I
AI.
saw you saying
And
something
it's like,
about that.
wow, that's really cool. But the
Yeah,
thing is, now, if video came out of Hillary Clinton worshiping a statue of Moloch, people say, oh, that's just AI. I've seen all kinds of AI. I've seen a Star
yeah.
Wars trailer where it looks like Star Wars was filmed in the 1940s, and it's really cool. And it looks almost real. I bet that Hillary Clinton footage is fake too. So now we can't believe anything we see, because they
We
can just
can't.
say, oh, it's AI. They were doing the same thing. The Karine Jean Pierre, or whatever her name is, the press secretary, was saying those are all fake. All that footage you see of Biden, stumbling around and he can't talk, that's all fakes. And they were trying to sell that line. And then the debate happened between Trump and Biden, and he was like, oh. And then it's like, oh, well, we can't say that's fake, so we better deep six him and bring in the. Um,
Come
uh,
on.
Steve says, I hate when Biden would do that. Come on, man. Yeah, that was all. That's all. Because that's when he was a teenager in the 50s. That's, and he was a young adult in the 60s. And maybe he's kind of, he and Trump, I guess they're like the American graffiti generation, that were graduating high school about 1962.
Yeah.
And we're, by 1972, they were in their late 20s, early 30s. And um, so was a great time to be a kid. It's not a great time to be a young adult with the Vietnam War draft looming over you. But of course, neither one of them had to go to Vietnam. Um, but oh boy. And the other thing about Biden is just, oh man, he's just horrible. He's always been, old footage of him with his hair coming down long in the back and bald on top. It's like, well, you could go after Trump just as much for that, with the vanity about the hair.
Yeah.
Biden putting in the hair plugs with this fake hair that he combs over. I actually thought that was his hair is more disgusting than Trump's hair used to be. And Trump would have this ducktail going back, and then it would be just, it was really pretty spectacular, the creation that he had. Now he's toned it down. It almost looks like a normal human instead of someone from another planet. And he's
Yeah.
let his hair just be white now instead of some. And he's not. Notice he's not orange anymore.
I
Because
noticed that the
you
other
could go
day.
to his
I saw
hand.
him and I thought he doesn't have that orange tone to him anymore, and his hair
I,
looks
I
more white than yellow.
I just think when you're that rich, people just are afraid to tell you, "Hey, man, you look like a fucking idiot. Don't stand like that, and don't comb your hair like that." I think he just, no, oh no, you look great, you
Yeah.
know, or
I
no,
saw
Mr. Lucas, Jar Jar Binks is a great idea, or yes, Trump, your hair looks fantastic, Mr. Trump. That was always what was the most obnoxious thing about him. And I look back at the old footage of him. He didn't look as weird as I thought he did back in the 70s and 80s.
No.
But it was still odd. Everyone looked kind of bad back in that time period, hair wise. But his
Well,
was always
his orange complexion, I always kind of blew that off as he uses a tanning bed, you know,
yeah, that's what it is. But
and
you gotta like. There's a way you can prevent your face from getting that way. I'm pretty sure. Uh, but you know, I were the networks. He did it. Was his face tanned and looked kind of odd? Did they turn some knobs on the color to make it look even worse?
make him
Probably.
look like he was glowing, like he was under a black light and he was painted fluorescent orange or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Like what was the Star Trek episode? Was it called the Apple? Weren't there some people that had orange or red skin? And
Something
maybe I'm thinking
something
of the
like
Oompa Loompas. Well, remember that race? So they had the big lizard statue, the big rocks lizard head.
yeah.
Or didn't they
Yeah,
have
they
some?
were
Did
they
they have
oh, I
weird
remember which
skin
one you're
color,
talking
or
about.
maybe they
They
just had normal skin color? Maybe I'm
they
getting
had
mixed up with the Oompa Loompas.
they did have
Maybe.
some makeup, some white makeup around their eyes.
Oh, it was white around
And
the eyes, and then they had the weird hair.
yeah, the weird
That's what
white
it was.
hair, and
I'm getting it mixed up
they
with the
had to
Oompa Loompas. With the
they had to feed Vol
all
the
right, yeah.
reptilian statue, and I remember there was one particular scene where they weren't allowing those guys, the Starfleet or the Enterprise people were standing in front of Vol, not allowing them to feed him.
Oh yeah, and they were real
Yeah,
weak. Yeah, just like the yeah, it was just like exactly like these yeah the people they were exactly like Harris supporters at that. But we have to feed Fall.
we have to feed him. He'll be mad. He'll take it
Yeah,
out on us. Some of those
yeah.
Star Trek episodes were just as goofy as hell, and then there were some that I just was looking at it going, "Who thought of this? This is so genius." Some of the different Star Trek plots. It just some of them were just amazing, and then other ones like Spock's brain. I mean,
Oh, that's the third season. It was the third season was the problem with that,
yeah,
and so
yeah,
if you're the episodes you're probably remembering is like, well, what were the third season? That was
yeah.
the ones, which
Well, I
is why there
remember
wasn't a fourth season.
in that episode in Spock's brain, I remember they got to where the woman was who stole Spock's brain, and took it and did something with it, and they're questioning her. What did you do with Spock's brain? What did you do? And she looks at him and she goes, "Brain, brain, brain. What is brain?" They kind of
Oh
went,
yeah,
"Oh my god."
and then the third season had the hippie episode, "This Way to
Yeah,
Eden," whatever.
the apple.
Yeah, or yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I used to have every episode memorized. I could probably tell you the month and day and year that it was originally broadcast from just looking at the making of Star Trek paperback like it was the
Yeah.
Bible,
That
in fourth
paperback
grade.
was the Bible for us Star Trek fans because we didn't have anything else. They didn't put out anything really huge. I mean, they did have the Star Trek Concordance, which helped. I don't know if you ever had
Oh,
that, the one with the
not
dial on the front cover.
oh, that came later. But in
Yeah,
the when I first discovered Star Trek, you had the James Blish books.
yeah.
You had the World of Star Trek. You had the Making of Star Trek, and you had
Trouble with tribbles.
Spock, Trouble with Tribbles, and Spock Must Die, and the
Yeah,
James Blish numbered books. That was all there was. And the only other thing was Gold Key Star Trek comics. That was it.
exactly. That was all you had to go off of. I mean, if you wanted any more Star Trek, that's what you had to buy was all those.
And then there wasn't. in the stores where I lived at that when I was that age, but if I had only been in a place where the Monster Times was coming out, and they covered Star Trek pretty heavily in
Yeah.
that tabloid newspaper. And
Starlog, when Starlog first came out, they covered Star Trek pretty
yeah,
extensively
oh
too.
yeah, but that was see, I'm talking 70 late 1973 when I first discovered Star Trek. That was
Oh, okay.
Starlog
I,
came along the summer of 76.
yeah, I didn't discover Star Trek until '76, so that I was a
Oh,
late
shoot.
comer.
Well, yeah, I I was talking about this one. I did about 15 shows yesterday, but one of them I was talking about watching my older brother watch Star Trek with his friend from high school,
Yeah.
and it was probably about 1970. It was only a little bit after the show had been canceled. We were living in Germany, so I knew that that was a cool thing because my older brother, was into that. But when we moved to San Antonio, and it was third grade, 73, 74, I saw a commercial on television on the local TV station, coming soon to Channel 5, Star Trek. And they had this, I guess they had a model kit of the Enterprise, and they'd filmed it coming towards you. And
Huh.
it was either stupidity or they were really trying to be brilliant. They had the Enterprise coming at you upside down.
Oh, I
And
remember that commercial.
wait, seriously? Because this was San Antonio. Did they do
I
that?
well, I'm not saying that I saw it. I'm not saying that I saw it when it originally aired. I remember seeing it though later in life.
Oh, I wish I could find someone on YouTube that could. But I thought this was a locally made commercial, but what they showed is the Enterprise coming at you upside down, and the
Huh.
only person I can talk to about this is Mike, the crypt keeper of Castle Hills, because he grew up in San Antonio, but he doesn't remember these commercials. It's coming at you upside down like it was filmed by someone that had never watched Star Trek. And if you'd never watched Star Trek and someone handed you that model kit, you might figure that the two cylinders, what do you call them? The engines, they
The
had,
nacelles. Nacelles is what those are called.
were they called that in the TV show, or does that come from the later
I think
shows?
I think that was a later thing that they did.
Okay, so
Those were the were where the propulsion units were. That's
right.
I think I think that's what they called them was propulsion units. But then they eventually named them nacelles.
Well, you might imagine that that's how the ship lands, or like that it floats on water with those things, because it does. You just have to imagine being someone that's never heard or seen a Star Trek. You might just someone hands you the kit, and you might think, "Oh, that's the bottom part." So it's
Yeah,
coming at you upside down. And this commercial ran for a little while. That coming in a few weeks, Star Trek, and then they put on a commercial, and then they had the Enterprise come at you and then turn itself around where it rights itself and it's coming at you the right direction. And I don't remember what the narrator said, but it was clear that they had realized they had made the mistake and they were fixing it. It's like the Enterprise rights itself and comes to something like that. And it's like, oh, so I perceived it in third grade. Well, they made a mistake and they're fixing it. But looking at it now, it might have been a brilliant way just to get people talking and like calling up, you've got the Enterprise upside down in your TV commercial, and then it got people to notice it and that Star
yeah,
Trek's coming. Or if you want to think even more deeply about it, in space there is no up or down. So the
exactly. I was
Enterprise
going to
could
mention
just
that.
as easily be coming at you upside down. And why not? Why not
Yeah,
have on Star Trek? Why couldn't the Enterprise be coming sideways or upside down in any given shot? Because there's no up or down. How do you know what's up or down in outer space? How do you
exactly.
know what's which direction
Right.
to
That was the
put the
thing that
camera?
somebody pointed out to me. They were saying that isn't it odd that the Enterprise is this direction, and then maybe a Klingon ship is exactly parallel to the Enterprise, facing off the Enterprise. The Klingon ship isn't sideways, or upside down, that they're both this same direction,
Yeah, I mean, it's
and
just something that you've got to, people just can't get their head around. So you kind of have to have everything oriented the same way, or have a, if the
yeah,
Enterprise comes by and you hear kind of a rumble, well, you wouldn't hear a rumble. I mean, Star Wars, I mean, they, you hear all the sounds of explosions.
yeah,
You wouldn't hear any sound, but then it would be a boring movie if you didn't have
yeah.
any sounds of the ships roaring around and stuff. But anyway, um,
It's funny
so
how there's these little idiosyncrasies that we see now and that we notice now, but back then we didn't care, you know.
well, oh no. Well, so anyway, so Star Trek comes on, and it's the Devil in the Dark episode was the first one I watched from beginning to end instead of just, watching across the room as my brother was watching. I remember the opening credits. That's about all. And I love that. And then I think maybe within a few days, the Saturday morning cartoon came on. Um, and that ran for, I don't know if it just ran for one or two seasons. And that was really good. It was a lot of the writers of the original series came back, and most of the actors, and it was kind of treated like this is the supposed to be a 5-year mission. This is the other 2 years of that mission, but
Yeah.
it seemed a little. I think after the first episode, the actors were in different parts of the country, and they would send them their lines, and they'd read them into some kind of recording machine, and they'd be sent back. And so there was a little bit of stiffness in that it didn't really sound like the actors were in the same room reacting to each other. It was
Yeah.
because if you're there responding to someone, the inflection of your voice and everything reflects what they just said, but instead it seemed a little odd. That may be the case, and the filmation animation studios animation wasn't like Max Fleischer or Disney or something, but
I
it was
didn't
a fun
realize
show.
that I didn't realize that they recorded them separately, that the actors didn't come into a studio and record, but they
Yeah, I
I
think
didn't
they
realize that.
did on one or two episodes from what I read, but after that, they don't all live in the same part of the country, and they're not gonna
Yeah.
fly to wherever, Los Angeles, wherever they make the cartoon for that. They
Yeah, that
all
makes
had
sense.
probably dinner theater or something. I've got to be in a dinner theater in Phoenix. I don't think any of them had. The only one they didn't bring back was Chekhov for that. They replaced him with this big orange looking alien with a long neck.
And three
Um,
arms. He had 3 arms.
yeah, he was a cool guy. Yeah, I
Yeah, he
liked
had
that they had some.
Lieutenant. I think it was called Lieutenant RX.
Oh wow, it's
Yeah,
good to have an alien that if you're going to do a cartoon, you might as well throw in an alien that couldn't have been played by someone in a suit.
yeah,
If
yeah,
you had to have been, if that was a film, now it would be CGI. But back
yeah.
then, the way you could have done a character like that was with stop motion animation that has, a neck that long. And
Or
then
a puppet, maybe.
they had a alien cat girl that was one of the communication type red
Yeah,
mini skirted.
Lieutenant Maress. I remember her too.
You've got all the names down, man. I don't remember all that, but yeah.
Lieutenant Maress. She was kind of sexy, like Lieutenant Uhura was. Sort of. She was kind of playing a sexy role like Lieutenant Uhura.
Yeah, I don't remember what she did. Did she fill in for Lieutenant Uhura
Yeah,
sometimes, or she was
yeah.
doing the same thing with the communications?
She was a communications officer.
Yeah, I just anyway, that's my Star Trek experience. I tried to dip my toe in Star Trek: The Next Generation. I lasted about a year, and then people said you should have just lasted 2, 3 years. And then it got
You
really
didn't care
good.
for it?
Well, yeah. And then how much footage would I have to watch of Whoopi Goldberg? And it's like how could I don't know if anyone could watch the show now with Whoopi Goldberg in it. It's just I don't know. No
She
offense
was
to all of you that love that wonderful series.
she was an oddball in that show for sure.
I just I like it's just like I was talking about earlier. Marvel. I like the 1960s stuff. The 70s, when I was starting to read those Marvel comics, they're already starting to get weaker. The
Yeah.
60s is where it was great. Star Trek, just give me the 1960s.
Yeah, when
So
they
that's
I mean, I was excited when I first heard of Star Trek: The Next Generation, and I watched the first few episodes, and I was a little disappointed. I didn't know what to expect, and eventually it grew on me. But all the other
well,
incarnations of Star Trek afterwards, I didn't care for. Deep Space Nine, I wasn't a big fan of. I did
my
like
first, yeah.
I did like Voyager because of Kate Mulgrew. Kate Mulgrew was a favorite of mine because um, she'd played on television as Mrs. Columbo, and
Oh, the one that, yeah, that red-haired actress is that the one with the
I don't know.
bun?
Well, I
Was
always
she the
thought she was.
captain? Was she the captain
What's
of
that?
the ship? Was she the
Yeah,
captain of the ship that was later on Orange is the New Black? Yeah,
I
I
don't.
like that actress. Yeah, I probably
Yeah,
would have watched that show because I do find her appealing.
yeah.
Uh,
He was probably about the
um,
most appealing about Star Trek Voyager.
and someone like that is what I mean as far as a woman that has a commanding personality and could run. You could see someone like that running a country. You know,
Oh,
if you hired an
yeah,
actress like that to be the president,
I could see her
Kamala
being the
Harris is
president. Yeah,
not is Kate Mulgrew could have be a more convincing president than that. Uh, so um, okay, yeah. My first impression of the Next Generation, I watched it, and seems like it was on every Saturday night, and I usually was over at a friend's house on Saturday. It seems like my memories are mostly of watching it over there every Saturday, and um, I don't know. I didn't like that there was a little kid on the bridge. I didn't like that there was no action on the show. There was no violence, no fighting.
yeah.
It
There
was
wasn't.
like
It
real
wasn't
peaceful.
nearly as violent.
I didn't like the black of the music. The background music wasn't as great as the '60s show. It wasn't. I don't even remember it. The '60s music just runs through your head, and the captain. I'm used to the captain being kind of an adventure hero. Well, it's this older guy. Okay, so this number one is going to be your Kirk surrogate. But he
Yeah,
just seems like a nerd from a comic book convention to me. He's like he just looks like a comic book collector or someone that would be selling movie posters at a con. And then there's I don't know if Whoopi Goldberg was in there at that time. I don't remember, but well, the main problem wasn't it's just the cat. It was like I like Spock and Kirk and McCoy. I like the original cast, and and then I thought, well, they're just reusing the theme song from Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Couldn't they come up with their own theme song? And then it's like, and then the first few scripts were just rehashes of scripts from the original series. It seemed like
yeah,
that's how I first, because it's like there was some villain. I don't think you could say his name on YouTube now because it's. I think we've had the same conversation before. I have a feeling of deja vu that we talked Star Trek before. But there's a letter of the alphabet that YouTube doesn't like you mentioning. But that was the name of the character in Star Trek. It's the letter after P, and
yeah. I know which
he
one
was
you're
some
talking about.
villain, and it's like, oh man, this just feels just like the Squire of Gothos in the
Hmm.
original series, and this episode feels like that, and it's just like it's slight changes. It's like, you know, I I stuck with it. I probably stuck with it into the second season, but it was always on Saturday nights. And that's I was in college, and Saturday night was when I have to have fun, and
Yeah,
that's when I kind of lost track of the show. Maybe if it had been on Tuesday night or something, I could have stayed with it a little bit.
yeah.
Being in college on a Saturday night at 7 o'clock or whatever, whenever it came on, was on a network. Was it on a new network? It wasn't syndicated. It was on maybe some new channel that they had invented, I think.
I couldn't say. WGN was the channel that I remember it here in Denver.
Oh,
KWGN.
yeah. I think it was on Channel 21 in Dallas. I don't remember. It seems like the whole idea of the revived Star Trek, they were going to have a Paramount channel or something, and they were going to put it that as because originally they were going to have a TV series with Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Then Star Wars came out and was a big hit, and they said, "Shit, let's just make a movie."
Yeah,
And then they said, "Well, we still like to do a Star Trek TV series. Well, we got to get a new cast then, because we're going to make movies out of these old guys and try to get some of that Star Wars money." Which
yeah.
is what I was going to do. I was going to show some magazines here from around that time period. You can stick around, and then we
Please
can.
do. Yeah, I'd
I'm going
like
to
to
look at
see
these
them.
magazines. Um, I got to run to the restroom. You want to show some of your collection here for a minute while I run to the restroom?
Yeah, let me see what I can do here.
Drew, I'm going to get up. I've got to tell the dog I'm going to stand up because when I startle her awake, bad things happen. Drew, do you hear me? Drew, I'm getting up.
Drew, Drew,
She's
I'm
saying,
getting up. I'm leaving.
oh, she's looking at me. It's okay. No, really, she gets scared and can snap at you. It's not
Oh
fun
wow, that's not
because
good.
she's startled away. Yeah, I think it's from her when she was a puppy. Her previous owners were these two little boys that I don't think liked her much, and they must have. I think they must have. They
Must
she's
have
got some
tortured her.
trauma from that.
That's not good. That's terrible.
I don't know what they did, but she. You don't want to. It's hard to sleep next to her because in the middle of the night you move and you wake her up. She could bite your toe.
Oh
And that's not a
God,
fun way to wake up, man.
that's terrible.
Yeah, and it's not her fault. It's not her fault. It's some kind of PTSD shit. All right,
This
I'll
is
be
that
right
Darth.
back.
This is that Darth Vader collection that he was mentioning before. It's standing on top of my refrigerator, and it's kind of a Darth Vader mountain. It needs dusting terribly, but it's kind of a Darth Vader collection that I have acquired over the years. I haven't intentionally decided to collect Darth Vader, but relatives and friends know of my um, enjoyment of Star Wars and especially Darth Vader, so they would always buy me some Darth Vader toys. Here is a collection of different monster model kits, specifically Aurora, and behind them I have some of the original Aurora boxes, the glow in the dark boxes. I don't know if you can see them that well. It's kind of hard for me to focus in on some of them, but I was able to get the Aurora boxes off of eBay eventually. When I was a child, uh, I built the Aurora model kits and I kept the boxes, not knowing what to do with them. And eventually, my mother said, "You just need to get rid of these boxes, throw them out," because they had taken up so much space in my bedroom. And she was not a big fan of that. So um, here's some Marks glow in the dark figurines. And then there's some other Marks ones. I think these are reproductions. I don't think they're actually the real thing. Um, I'm just like Gratio. I say too much. Got a collection of uh, Bullwinkle things, Rocky and Bullwinkle. Then I've got a collection of Captain Kangaroo items. when I was a child, I was into Sesame Street big time, and so I have the Fisher Price Sesame Street neighborhood, and I decided to add the Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids to the Sesame Street neighborhood because I thought they lent themselves very well to that kind of a atmosphere. Um, when I was younger, we used to go to Reno, Nevada quite often, and we would stay at Harris Hotel. We would go there to visit my grandmother, and I was able to get some Harris memorabilia as well. Um, some Kiss, some Kiss memorabilia, and variety of different games and model kits. Some Halloween decorations from Pete Hawley. And this is how I'm displaying some of those 7-Eleven Slurpee superhero cups that were popular in the 70s. I had attached magnets on the top and this vent up above, or um, this vent is where they're hanging off of.
Wow, I'm back, but keep going. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, good. I've got my Disney button collection hanging from the ceiling. Disneyland buttons.
Damn.
Some other things. This is a steel vent, or I don't know what you call it, a heating duct or whatever, and the magnets hold them up there really well.
Yeah.
Um, I've got some magazines that are up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Illuminator model kit boxes. I originally, when I originally found the Illuminator model kits, I just took them and built them, and then I painted them with primer so that I could paint them with regular paints. But I've since realized that I should have probably left them unpainted, and so I've been trying to collect Illuminators kits.
Well, yeah, when I got Luminators, I did the same thing. I wanted to make them look like real model kits, so I
Yeah,
primered them and painted them
you and I,
because
you and I were thinking along the same lines.
yeah, I never saw anyone with them unpainted except in a John Waters movie, Serial Mom. The kid in his bedroom had a bunch of Luminators unpainted, but
Oh, really?
yeah,
I've been collecting. I've got 3 of them right now. I want to collect all the rest of them and build them and just leave them unpainted. And I've got an LED black light that I want to shine on them because I've seen them in black light and it's just beautiful. These
yeah,
are something called Moldoramas. I don't know if you're familiar with Moldoramas.
from a
Uh,
machine.
amusement
Yeah,
parks and zoos and things used to have this machine that you would put a quarter in, and it would make you a toy. It
yeah,
would mold. It would put these 2 molds together, and then combination of wax and plastic would pour into the mold and be hotter than hell. But after a while, it would separate, and then it would drop down into a box or down
yeah.
into a chute, and you could pull it out. And these are all Disney ones that I picked up over the years. I have a Hulk display. The backdrop is actually a notebook. It's a notebook made by Mead. Um, it's
Yeah.
a trifold notebook that I had when I was in junior high school.
See, this is a cool way to do it with where all the Hulk stuff's together, all the Darth Vader stuff's together. I I think that's a good way to do it. I used to just have everything hodgepodged, and
Well, I noticed that about your home is that you don't have a lot of things that are all together in one collection. And I was looking at that, going, that's actually kind of a smart idea because you're really very limited as to what you can show off sometimes.
well, yeah, but then the way that you're doing it is actually pretty spectacular too. And I've tried to do it that somewhat myself. I've got a bunch of Hulk stuff together.
Yeah. Well, I noticed like you've got
Uh,
your bat room, you know, where you've got
but
mostly Batman stuff in a bat room.
there's a lot of other stuff mixed in there too. And to a certain degree, I like to have stuff from a certain time period together. Um, um, there's a guy on YouTube. He was on one of those shows yesterday morning, and I was turning past the dial, and um, he puts all his comics together by year. So he has all the 1974 comics all together,
Oh, he
and
does.
not by title. And I thought that's kind of interesting, and because that way you're looking at all this stuff from a certain point in your life or someone else's life if it's before you were born, and that's and then that's I think the way maybe if you have a spinner rack in your house that it would look really spectacular if all the comics from a certain month, maybe your birth month, are on that rack as opposed
Oh,
to just
that's a great idea.
hodgepodge of different stuff, which is what I've got now on my rack because the hodgepodge. Um, got the little robot vacuum cleaner going here if you hear the sound in the background.
Oh, I was intrigued by that. I thought to myself, how in the world is that robot vacuum going to go through Gratu's house? You know,
Well,
go around.
it's really fascinating right now. It seems to, although I'm hoping it's not making a lot of noise. It's disrupting my wife's sleep. Maybe I ought to stop it actually.
Yeah, as you can see, I'm still kind of working through piles of things.
Yeah,
There's a lot of different things that I'm just working through and trying to get things situated. It's a never ending job, as you know.
yeah.
Speaking of the
Oh well.
animated Star Trek,
No, yeah.
just a lot of different things in different places in my home.
Well, what is your schedule at work? Does it change every week?
No, it remains the same. I usually have Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays off.
Oh, well, then you should come on the show. Well, unless you're hanging out with your girlfriend on Thursday or Friday, whenever I wind up doing it.
Did you are you not no longer doing the four color fossils?
Um, well, that's what we were talking about earlier. Um, I don't know. I don't know what you know about all that situation.
I don't know a thing. I don't know anything about that. And
Okay.
if it's a sensitive issue, you don't have to talk about it
Well,
here. We
no,
can
I mean,
talk about it.
I can no, I can tell you the story. And I well, I went on that show for years, and I
It's all right, Gratu. You don't
no,
have to say anything.
I'm trying to think. I assumed you knew a lot about that.
No,
Um,
I don't.
well, okay, so the whole idea of the four color fossils that Eric Breen came up with this idea for a bunch of people to show up and show comics and the show started years ago, I think during the pandemic, and I it was always like we're fossils and we're gonna pull the plug and we're old and everything.
uh, and uh, I would go on the show and I had the same personality I have here. I would show uh, comics and I'd make little political comments. I assumed people laughed and thought it was funny. I guess they did, but at a certain point, two of the fossils started to show on Saturday morning because they couldn't stay up that late, and I really enjoyed that show. And both of those people were very nice and cool, and I enjoyed watching that show on Saturday mornings, and and I just thought, it's great. They've got their own thing going, and so a lot of the same audience watched both shows.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes I would do a show on Saturday morning. Like I'd be filming a show because that's about the only time I really had to do it with my work schedule, and I'd have their show on in the background, enjoying it while I filed comics or something. And I think I must have said at some point, boy, they need a new theme song on because, it's like it sounds like music from, I don't know, 1900. And I might have, and see what they do is they have this camaraderie on the show where people comment in the chat and they're all friendly and they all know the names of each other's cats and everything that's going on in their lives. So at the beginning of each show, they read every single comment from every person that comments there. And sometimes it takes about 45 minutes to read all the chat. And um, and to and for everyone, and they read every single word people put in the chat, and then they start showing comics. I think I might have said, "Gosh, it takes 45 minutes before you see." I might have made that comment. Anyway, I think I did because I was rewatching some old episodes and I saw that I must have done that. So anyway, um, Kevin that runs Gotham City Comics, sometimes on Saturday morning before he opens his store, he'll run to a convention and he'll say, "Hey, I'm going to take my phone in and I can live stream with you, and then you can see this toy convention." It's like, oh, that's great, but I'm going to be on
Yeah.
against that show on Saturday morning. I that's kind of they're like friends. I don't want to be on against them.
Yeah.
And but I started the show and said, "Hey, I hate to do this, but I want to see this convention. I'm kind of in a place where I can't get to conventions very easily." And it's like, so I went on against them a couple of times. So during the Four Color Fossil show one time, Eric Brain says at the very end, "Next week I'm gonna be doing something on Saturday morning. I hate to do it against the other show." And I said, "Well, I've unfortunately, I had to do that a couple of times myself, broadcast against them because Saturday's kind of like a choice day. That's the
Sure.
prime time, right?" And I said something like, you know, uh, I uh, I said I said, yeah, I hated to do it, but I went on, and then um, Spinner X Studios said, "Well, it's okay. It takes 45 minutes to see a comic anyway, so people aren't going to miss anything." And I thought, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe he just said that." But now in retrospect, all he was doing was imitating something he had heard me say. He was just repeating back my line to me. But because
Yeah.
I'm forgetful, I forgot I thought it, but I didn't know. Sometimes I say things and I don't realize I thought I was just thinking it, but I guess I said it aloud on a stream or something. And I'm going, "Oh shoot, I can't believe you said that." Yes, and I didn't want to hurt their feelings for the world, so I thought, I'll fix it. I'll fix his faux pas, and I'll say something funny, and I'll blow it all over. And I said, "Well, you know, and I just made it worse. And I said, well, it's kind of like the big room at a nursing home. They're all friendly and they come out and they can't wait to see each other, and they come out from their rooms and they're ready for breakfast, whatever, and they're watching TV and they come and say, "Hi, how are you?" And then and then they come up, because I've been in nursing homes, and then the person will come up to that same person again and say, "Hi, how are you?" And I said, they'll say hi to each other 47 times. They forgot that they said it, that because that's how the beginning of that show is, and sometimes my show too. Hi everybody. Hi,
Hi,
hey, how are you
everyone.
doing there? Hi, hey. And it's like, or it's like the Waltons. I should have said it's like the Waltons. Saying it's like a nursing home, I guess that hurt people's feelings. But I thought the whole thing was, it's called the Fossils. We're always making jokes, and people are always making jokes about Eric Breen being old, and he's it's like it actually was very tiresome. A lot of the humor was very. It gets really old. Okay, it's Gil
Yeah,
Kane. It's we're not supposed to, it's just yeah, but I had so much fun. I would look forward to Wednesday night every week. It
yeah,
was it was my friends. It's like, and my wife was like, "Oh, it's Wednesday," and I was like, I probably should have been hanging out with my wife, but I was like, "This is the night I can hang out with the guys," and then afterwards we talk after the show, and these are my friends, and but I guess even then I was kind of on the outs. I mean, these were guys that talk to each other all the time on the phone and everything, like we've done sometimes. But
yeah,
I've never been that. I mean, I would be glad to talk to anyone on the phone, but I think a lot of them didn't have my phone number. I was just sort of on the outs, and I said, that they they said say hi to each other like 47 times, and then Eric Breen tried to fix what I said by saying something like, at this point, if they didn't even ever show a comic book again, would anyone even notice? And what he meant by that is that it's just a place that people hang out and talk.
hmm
It's like
hmm
we're hanging out and talking. We haven't shown any comic books.
No,
Is
we
this a
haven't.
comic book show? I don't know if it's, I don't really want it to be. I just want it to be a place where people hang out, talk about
Yeah,
whatever, pop culture, politics, whatever. And so he said that and made it even worse. He meant they're just friends. They want to hang
yeah,
out. It's their hangout spot. They're going to talk about, oh, I'm making zucchini for breakfast. Oh, my cat is sick. Oh, no, your cat's sick. How's your other
yeah,
cat doing? It sounds just like a nursing home. I'm sorry,
yeah.
we're old. We sound like nursing home patients.
That's
And I
true.
pointed that out, and Eric Breen made it worse. And then I think it was just Graphic Man. Paulo was there. Paulo didn't say anything, but he kind of smiled when people were saying this, so he was implicated. Because, and
Yeah.
then Spinnerack was there, and Eric Breen and me, and then Graphic Man said something like, "Well, watch the show." I think he disappeared for a second, and then he came back and said, "Well, watch the show or don't, but goodbye." And it was that no one really thought of it. And then that was Wednesday. Then Saturday, I tune into the Saturday morning show, and I tune in a few minutes late, and I see in the chat people are talking about nursing home. We here in the nursing home, and I'm going, oh no, it's become a thing where they're all upset and talking about nursing home this, nursing home that, and it's like they're making references to it, and it's like, oh. Uh, oh man, they were offended by what I said. Clearly, they never talked about being in a nursing home before. This is clearly a
hmm
reference to what happened on Wednesday night. I went, oh shit. And so I quickly got in the chat real nervous and put, oh, I apologize for what I said the other night. I was just kidding. And then they read the comments one by one. And when they get to my comment, um, Dr. Silverage reads my comment, and he always laughs at every comment, and he goes, "That's all right. Yeah, no worries." But the other guy, Shannon, who's been on my show a few times, was looking at the camera with a look of hatred that burned through the internet like you
Wow.
smell. And I could tell he was mad. And Dr. Silveridge was playing it off. But I thought, there's something going on. And then later in the chat, people were saying there needs to be something done about that Wednesday night show. What's wrong with those people? And I anyway, I didn't know. I was kind of in shock. But then I heard Shannon say, "Well, later on in the afternoon, I'm going to be." I think I put another comment there, and it was another look of hatred. He says, "I'm going to be doing a show later today that I think you guys would like to see." So anyway, later in the day. Um, I think it was something, some special occasion. I don't remember what it was, but I was going out to eat with Cleo, and I was waiting for her to come down, and I turned on, and there was Shannon's show. And he says, "I'd like to address some things that have happened in the comic book community lately. On this Wednesday night show that will remain nameless, I don't remember what he said, these four people that will remain nameless insulted our chat, our audience, our peanut gallery, and he's talking about all of us." And then he
Hmm.
mentions me. He doesn't. I don't think he didn't mention me by name, but he said, "And this person said that we say hello to each other 47 times, 47 times." And then he said these, and it was just like it was rough. It was like he was mad as hell. And
Sounds
so
like
I call up Graphic Man, who was at a family function. I say, "Oh my God, I wish these guys would come on and talk this out, man." But I wish they would. It would be great if they just come on and we could just make. But anyway, so I call up Graphic Man. I said, "Oh my God, you won't believe this thing that just got put up. Uh, they're really mad at us about what happened Wednesday night." And he says, "Oh, I'm sure it's nothing. I'll look at it when I leave here, and don't worry about it." And so later on, about 11 o'clock at night, we're in bed, and I see the Graphic Man has gone live. And he's saying, "Well, on Wednesday night, some things were said, and I didn't think anything of it. But after talking to the two people that do the Saturday morning show, I realized that, and things that they've told me, other things that they've told me, which are probably that they remembered what I had said on my show in the past, because which was not, I don't know. I think I was the main problem in that whole situation. He said, "I'm going to suspend my show and not do my show from now on, and I'm going to come back and maybe do it in some other form, but basically dissolve the show." And I went, "Oh my
really.
God." And then I see that this I Love Comics
That's
channel is on
crazy.
live. And I tune into I Love Comics, and Eric Breen is there. He's always on that
Are
show.
you there?
And I'm here. Can you hear me? You're brushing your teeth or something? Um,
Are you
are
there?
you? I I think I am. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I lost you there for half a second.
So, oh, anyway, so I'm anyway. Let's see. Oh, Mrs. Mars is here saying, "Good morning, folks. Hello, Gary and Greta, too." I think she's asleep. Last Adventure 85 says 47. Damn. I use the number 47. I've been told since the mid 80s that 47 is a number. It's in every cool movie. That it's like, it's and my friend Tom told me every movie you'll see 47. And we'd be in a movie theater and someone would say 47. And he'd go 47 every time I hear it. And then in Star Trek The Next Generation, we were just talking about it. They became aware of 47, and I think after the second season, they put the number 47 in every episode. It's just, it's some number that has some meaning. I think it was some number from some Ivy League school, and then it became an inside joke and with script writers, and they just started putting it in every kind of movie. And you'll just hear it a lot. And now you hear it a lot because Trump's going to be the 47th president. So that's where you hear
Huh.
47. But ever since the mid 80s, I've always used 47. And that's why I said 47 times instead of just saying a bunch of times. Myers says 47 times in outrage. Well, anyway, so I was not ever going to repeat all this again, but I'm going to fill you in this story, and this just be the final time where I tell this story. So huh, I I turn on this live stream, and they're just talking about stuff. The guy that runs I Love Comics is England Teen, and he's talking to, and I see Eric Breen looking down off screen in horror, and I realize Eric Breen is watching what Graphic Man just put up. And I'm watching him watch Graphic Man cancel the Four Color Fossils live on
Huh.
television. The reaction I had of horror with the show where all my friends meet every Wednesday night was being canceled, and then I see Eric Breen reacting in horror. It's one of those weird things, you know. I'm seeing it happen, and I go,
Yeah.
"Oh my gosh!" So I send some message in the chat on that show, and they say, "Why don't you come on?" And I came on and talked about it. Oh, wait a second. There was a whole nother thing that happened. I completely forgot about this. After that morning, when everyone was outraged, right? I did a live stream. I was sitting right over here on this couch over here. And I apologized from the depths of my being for saying that. And I had tears in my eyes. And I said that Dr. Silverage and Graphic Man are like saints. You know, I don't want to. Well, wasn't talking about Graphic Man at that point. I was talking about Dr. Silverage, and Shannon seems like this nice Southern gentleman, and I wouldn't for a million years hurt someone's feelings. It's just I've got this weird sense of humor, and I maybe said some things that I shouldn't, but I was really sincere, and I think that's the order. But then there was the angry episode where it was like police grilling. These people committed an outrage against us. And then Graphic Man canceled the show. And so here I am talking to Eric Breen on this late night show. Oh, and Graphic Man said, I'm going to cut that part of the show out. I'm trimming it now. It will never be seen again. Where we talk about the last few minutes, the last minute or so will be trimmed off. And he said, by the morning, it'll be gone. So I go downstairs and I thought, well, I better record it. So because before it disappears. So I recorded,
Yeah.
I've probably got the only recording of what we said. And then I recorded, you know, every bit of the whole thing from the angry message and all the different parts of it. And then I guess from there, I guess Graphic Man called up Dr. Silverage and Shannon and apologized. And he was grilled and he was told, why did you disappear? Why did you take yourself off camera? Were you laughing at what they were saying? Were you laughing? And he said,
Hmm.
no, I took myself off camera because I had to blow my nose. I have to blow my nose a lot. And they said, are you sure? I mean, they grilled him and they eventually, well, it's okay. We forgive you. We'll let you know. We'll let you. And so he called them and personally apologized. Eric Breen called them and personally apologized, and they, I guess, forgave him. And I don't know if Spinnerack Dave called them and apologized. I apologized on camera on my show because I don't have their phone numbers.
Yeah.
Dr. Silverage has sent me a package, a really nice A-OK in the past, like when I lived in Texas, but I don't think I have his phone number. I don't think so. If it's on my phone, it's from years ago. So I couldn't call them and I personally apologize, but that would be kind of scary to call and be grilled. It's like, how dare you? It's like, well, shit, I
Yeah.
didn't mean, so it's like, man, I just do YouTube for fun, man. It's just, I'm not getting paid for this. I don't need to go through this gosh darn grief. So anyway, so they're all forgiven. And then I talked to Graphic Man on the phone. He says, "Well, I've been meaning to cancel the show anyway. I've not really liked the way it's going because I like to have my show controlled, where show one thing one week and one thing the next week. And, someone might show a cereal bowl or some issues of Vampirella. And he says, I'm not interested in that. I don't want that stuff on my show. So I'm going to just have one person on a week, and they'll show a certain thing, and then that's the way I'm going to do my show from now on. And I said, okay, that's cool. Will there ever be a time when we'll all be back together again? He says, oh, maybe 4 times a year I'll have reunion shows. And it's like, oh, okay. And I'm really thinking, man, I really enjoyed hanging out with everyone every Wednesday night. He says, well, I'll have you on. I don't remember now if he said in 17, what did he say? It was a certain number. He says, I'm going to have you on in it was about 3 months. Well, that would be about, I'll have you on like in 12 or 14 weeks, and you will show your Batmobile toys. And I was thinking, oh, okay. This is because one time you were on live stream and you were talking about your friend Joe Riley that died, but I don't really care about that. I wanted to see your Batmobile toys, and you were talking about Joe Riley. So I'd like you to come on and show your Batmobile toys. And I said, "Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, is that all I am? Is just that's what makes me interesting is my Batmobile collection, which I could show in about 20 seconds, maybe." And I thought, well, that kind of seems like a blow off, like I'm not really going to be invited on. Well, then the next week he starts his show, and he has on Spinner Rack showing Spider-Man comics, and he has on all the other people that committed the outrage of um, insulting the peanut gallery. Eric Breen comes on and does a live stream with him, and he has everyone on. And then and I'm watching it and I'm thinking, okay, he's still a friend. He still would pop on my show. He wouldn't really talk, but he'd stay there at the corner and letting me know that he's, watching me. But anyway, I would, I came on. I was watching one night, and he said, "Well, next week we're having a reunion of the Four Color Fossils, and we've got a special guest, Dr. Fives." And oh wow, and there's a reunion next week, and that's great. I guess he's going to be inviting me to be on since I was one of the original 3 people of the Four Color. It
Yeah.
was Eric Breen, myself, Graphic Man. So I thought, okay, well, the next day I did a live stream, and did you miss any comics today? No. So I you missed me walking the dog. Um, so I mean, this is a story that really kind of hurts. It's just like, did I miss any comics today? Well, no, I haven't been showing comics, but that's all that this show is to some people, I guess. Um, so the next day I do a live stream, and Paulo, pops on. And I say, hey man, did you hear there's going to be a Four Color Fossils reunion next week? He says, oh yeah, he called me a couple of days ago. And I said, oh, he called you? Oh, I didn't get a call. And I started to get little. Realized, oh, okay, I'm not being invited to the Four Color Fossils. It takes me a while to realize, oh yeah, you can come on in 14 weeks and show your. Oh, in other words, like second Tuesday of next week. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, and then also on the Saturday show, they started to bring, I don't know if you remember the Iranian hostages when they would bring them on television, back in the late 70s. And it's like, we disavow the Americans. it's like, it's like one after the other. Eric Brain came on the Saturday show. Graphic Man came on the Saturday show as if to do an apology tour but, so I
Hmm.
could say, well, gosh, everybody seems to be forgiven, but it seems like no one's really calling me. But anyway, so I, I, I said, well, man, I don't know, man. I was kind of upset, and then, um, and it was real clear I was upset. So The next morning, I think I'm in bed, and it's early in the morning, and Cleo's next to me, and I get a text from Graphic Man. He says, "Are you um, no, I didn't get it. No, that isn't what happened." He called me, and I was keeping the phone quiet, and then I sent a text back. I said, "Cleo's asleep next to me. Could we text?" And then he sent me a text, and he said, "No, it's too much to talk about. No, talk later." And so I Okay, so he was probably calling to invite me. Yes, you're invited on the show. But I assume that I'd been forgotten. They forgot to invite me. And then, so um, I'm trying to remember the order that things happen. Um, there was going to be a show that Night Tiger was having about Charlton comics. I have a pretty big, well, somewhat big collection of Charlton comics. And Night Tiger said, "Come on my show." And I said, "Well, you got a lot of these people on there that I don't think are real happy with me now. All the people from the Saturday show and various people. I've seen how mean and I forgot about this. They had another appearance where they made nice. Uh, the Saturday people came on a live stream and said, "We forgive you guys, but we're going to delete our show from last week. We're going to delete the angry thing where Shannon came on and talked about how bad you guys were. We're going and graphic, everything, all the whole thing has been scrubbed from the internet." I
Hmm.
recorded it all, so I might have the only recording of it. So, but I mean, I just recorded it just because for my historical, it's just for me to remember what was said. I'll never watch it again because it's kind of traumatizing, but I record everything. So they, everything was scrubbed. There's no evidence of any of this. So, um, I go on that. Nighttime. I'm watching the show, but I'm not going to go on there with all those people because it's just too awkward. So, um, Night Tiger keeps sending me texts. "Come on, man, come on." And so when I see that Dr. Silverage and Shannon leave because it's past their bedtime, I thought, okay, maybe I can go on now. No, actually, Graphic Man left too. I thought, well, now it's a little less awkward. I can go on and show some Charlton comics at the end of the show, and it'll be cool. And um, and so I came on, and then as soon as I popped on, Dr. Silverage and Graphic Man came back, and uh, and that's fine. They I guess they just wanted to come back because I was on, and I start showing some Charlton comics, and immediately I hear big rustling and chips loudly being crunched, real loud into the microphone, and I think, man. I'm thinking, and I was already a little on edge, on not edge isn't the word, wary of the situation. I said, "Gee, it's funny how no one was loudly chewing potato chips when anyone else was showing comics. It's funny how it just started right when I popped on the screen."
Just when you came on.
Yeah, and then it kind of stopped after that, and then I was having real trouble with my Wi-Fi back then. And then all of a sudden, I just disappeared. It happened a lot on my show right about that time period. So I'm trying to get back on, and because I don't want it to look like I just left the show in anger. Well, I'm trying to get back on. So and then while I'm trying to get back on, they said, "Well, we're going to end the show now. Goodbye, everybody." And I think Night Tiger wanted to go on longer, but everyone else wanted to quit. I guess me coming on was like a turd in a punch bowl. And so I get back in, but right as the show ends, and I'm down there as a little ghost, and the show is over, and Graphic Man and Dr. Silverage are there talking after the show, and I'm there, and it's like, and Night Tiger probably walked away from his computer and left it going, and into the other room to eat dinner, and they're talking about me, and it's like, oh my God, they're talking about me. This is like, Tom Sawyer going to his own funeral and hearing people talk about him. And they're
Yeah.
saying, well, I wasn't going to let Gratu get away with it coming on the show. I was going to come back on and make sure he knew that he was being watched. And they're talking about me, and it isn't the friendly way they normally talk on YouTube. It's like they're mad. There's no laughter that you normally hear and all that friendliness. And it's like I just can't even remember what all they said. It was. I was listening to it, and I said, I was Cleo, listen, they're talking about me on my phone, and they said, um, well, Dr. Silverage said to Graphic Man, he said, well, he did know he was invited to the show, didn't he? Yeah, and he says, yes, he should have known. Of course, he's always invited to the show. And I'm thinking, well, why did everyone else get a call and I didn't get a call? And why
Yeah.
did they take someone that had first appeared on my show, Dr. Fibes, that had appeared on my show, and they decided we're going to make him an honorary fossil, but we're not going to include Gratu because they thought, well, Dr. Fibes is going to be the new Gratu because he's got a better collection than he does. He's not as controversial, and he's a cool guy. He's a first responder. He's not, doesn't have all this, doesn't talk about Trump all the time. He's, well, we'll bring him in. I don't know what they're thinking, but they're talking about me, and uh, and they said, well, he's gonna do a live stream tomorrow morning. He's just gonna blow up again. You know how he is. He just blew up. And I saw a live stream this morning, and Meyer Greenblatt was on there, and he was talking about he took a dump this morning, and there were peanuts in his shit. And I remember Meyer saying that, but I at the time I didn't understand what he was talking about. I just thought, okay, yeah, right, Meyer. I didn't realize he was referring to the peanut gallery of that other show, because Meyer had seen what was going on, and he was like an older brother to me. He was like realizing I was being picked on all along, and he
Sure.
was kind of standing up for me. And he had been invited to be a guest on Graphic Man's show, and Graphic Man, wanted him to be on a Tarzan episode because Meyer is a big authority on Edgar Rice Burroughs and Tarzan, and Graphic Man had recently kind of gotten into that and making reproductions of covers for Tarzan, and he wanted him on the show, and he said, no, I don't want to perform for the peanut gallery because these are people that you know don't I don't like them. I don't like these people because Meyer's very blunt. uh, Wait, did you mention how Shannon said he was going to save receipts, then deleted everything? Oh yeah, I think he was. I think he did say that. Yeah, I no, I didn't mention that. Meyer, if you if you may not want to come on right now, but if you want to come on, you're welcome to. Uh, I think the link is still there. I don't. He says I don't like the peanut gallery. Well,
I'd
well,
love to see Meyer.
unfortunately, we've got some of the members of the peanut gallery here, but in the chat. But anyway, that's not. Those aren't the ones he's talking about. But the ones that are real hostile towards. But anyway, so anyway, there. And then Graphic Man says, "Well, tell me." We said someone said this comment about peanuts and shit and all this stuff, and then someone said. Fuck the four color fossils. And Graphic Man says, who was it that said this? And Dr. Silver says, well, I'd rather not tell you who it was. And he said, was it Meyer Greenblatt? And he says, well, I'm just not going to tell. And he says, oh, it was Meyer. And then and then he's like saying something like, so tell me where this was in this 9 hour broadcast. So I don't have to watch a 9 hour broadcast when they said fuck the four color fossils. And he's
Wow.
just strong arming Dr. Silverage, just like like he's his dad, getting him to confess
Oh,
to something. Tell me who this was that dared to
tell me
say
who it
fuck
was
the
who
four
did this.
color faucet. What? I just woke up. This is an inside joke for what's about to happen. Hold on. He says, I just F the four color fossils and F. No, I don't want to say that out loud. Uh, I don't want to really make it personal, but it's just that I'm just telling you what happened. So I'm on there listening to this, and he said, Gratu is just going to blow up again. You know how he blows up? He's just going to blow up again. What is he? And then, uh, um, Graphic Man says, "Well, Meyer Greenblatt is a combat veteran, and he has PTSD, and he's just off his meds." Well, Meyer's not on any meds. And yes, he is a combat veteran, but it's just like, oh, he's just crazy.
And that's why he said. That's why he just now said he's got to
So,
take his meds first.
oh no, that's not what it was. It wasn't that. He said, I invited Meyer to come on my show, but he just wasn't man enough to come on a show one on one with me. He just couldn't handle his PTSD, wouldn't let him be on a show just for 2 hours with me. And that's not what Meyer had told him. Meyer told him, I don't want to be on your show because I don't want to perform for those monkeys and show them comics and tell them personal stories about how I bought this comic back when I was a kid to a bunch of people that don't like me and don't
Yeah,
like Ratu. And so he was sticking up. He was actually sticking up for me when he refused to go on that show,
yeah. It
and
sounds
for
like it.
himself, because he didn't like those people, and it was related back to Dr. Silverage. Oh, he's just off his meds. He just can't handle being on the show with me, and that's the way it was related, and that's what Meyer really said, and um, what a saga. I just, it really is a bunch of bullshit, really. Meyer was actually upset because he wanted to play all of this drama for his son and his girlfriend, and and it had all been scrubbed off the internet. And he said, "Hey, why is all this stuff gone?" It's like, because it was really kind of entertaining, all these old men having this YouTube squabble. It at least kind of funny on the surface of it. So, and then he says, "Well, I don't remember what all was said. There was a lot of negative stuff said about me." And it's like, well, I like 75% of the show, but 25% of the stuff that Gratu does, I just don't know, man. I just don't like." And it's like, um, oh, and he said, "Well, I tried calling Gratu, which was true. He tried calling me. And he said that he couldn't talk right then because Cleo was asleep. Like he couldn't go in one of the other 7,000 rooms in his house to talk to me. Well, I didn't want to get out of bed at that time. I was happy laying in bed. I didn't want to go walk downstairs or to another room to not awaken my wife. I was happily laying there at that point. And
Yeah,
that's the
you were
only reason
asleep.
I wanted to text. Well, I wasn't asleep. She was asleep.
Yeah,
I just didn't want to
I
wake
meant
her up. And it was talk. In other
you
words,
were
it's like
already.
Ratu was being a pussy. He didn't want to talk to me in person. He just and the other time, and then right about that time, before that time, is when one of the peanut gallery you were on, and was like insulting your teeth, and then he was insulting your girlfriend, which who he had never seen, how pretty she is. He just assumed, well, you must have. He said some horrible things in the comment. This guy, LP, I'll just call him LP. And I was on the show with you were on the show, Graphic Man was on the show, and this guy was on the show, and this guy started insulting you, and I went off on a tirade, and Graphic Man says, "Well, I guess I'm being called to dinner." And I'm going to let that. I mean, I was really pissed, and I started to get pissed at these people. And
Yeah.
that guy just goes on the Saturday show. Oh, I can't believe one of the greatest guys in the community is here. How are you? Oh, look, it's this wonderful guy. LP's here,
Hmm.
and it's like he's loved, and so.
you know, I don't know. He's been a real asshole, not just to you, but to Dr. Fibes, and maybe he likes Dr. Fibes now since he was accepted into that world.
Huh. That's really
Um,
odd. What
and
an
so
odd
it's
thing.
all
What
this
an odd
stuff.
thing for
And then
someone to
Graphic
do.
Man says, I'm doing the reunion on Wednesday, and I'm going to invite Gratu. And Gratu can appear and say whatever he's going to say, and then I'm just going to quit the show, and I'm never going to appear on YouTube again, and I will just have fun with my dog and making my fake covers for my books, and I'll have a happy life, and I'll never deal with this again. So I heard that, so I know if I get in call and get invited to this show, it's not a real invitation. It's just like I'm gonna let it happen because just Eric Brain told me I should go ahead and invite Gratu. But what I had done is I had called up and invited 8 people, and then I invited Dr. Fibes, and I figured that was a good enough amount. And then Dr. Silverage says, "Well, Gratu knew he was invited." Oh, yes, he knew he was. He just should have known he was invited, but he just said that the 8 people was good enough. But I wasn't part of the 8 people, so it's all right. It's just it hurt,
Oh
and to
yeah,
hear
of
people
course.
talking and all this behind the scenes, and they're not their usual happy, laughing, jovial selves that you see on YouTube. They're like angry, and they're angry
Yeah.
at you. It's like
And
it's
you're going, why? Why? What have I done?
and he's gonna quit it. It's like I don't want to be responsible for him quitting the show. So even if someone had called me, I wouldn't have gone on. But so then they just they kept going with the show for weeks and weeks, and then they had another four color fossils. Well, they had a whole bunch of people on, and I oh wait, there was something else that happened. uh, there was a time when one of the peanut gallery that does a lot of she does a lot of she's on a lot of shows. Maranya, well, the comic book frog puppet guy appeared on one of my live streams and said Maranya's in trouble. She's about to be evicted from her house in 2 3 days if she doesn't raise, I think it was $4,000,
Wow.
something like that. And I just started to GoFundMe for her. Would you help promote it on your show? And I said, well, sure, yeah, yeah. And so I started promoting it. And then Maranya came on, and I said, wow, man, I'm sorry to hear that. And it's like, and so I, and all of a sudden, I think my wife kicked in $125, and the Gotham City Comics helped, and then before I ended the live stream, we'd raised. I could be wrong. I think we raised a good 1,500 or two. We raised a lot of it, and then it was on a Wednesday, and Graphic Man was about to go on after that. So I said, okay, and I forgot about all this stuff, and I said, man, this is a cause we got to get behind and forget all this silly petty shit, because honestly, Graphic Man and Dr. Soul Rage are great people. They really are. They just don't like me. But if they were
Huh.
my next door neighbor, I'd be super happy. They're really great people. They just don't like me, so I'm butthurt about it. But it doesn't mean they're not great people. They're not saintly people. They're gods among men, really, compared to the
Huh.
average person on the street. They're wonderful people. They just don't like me, so that's the only reason I'm butthurt about it. And some so anyway, so I thought we'll all work together, maybe we're gonna all forget this. And then so I went right up till 7, and I can handed it off to Graphic Man, and so he had a can show, but then afterwards he brought Maranya on, and they raised a little bit. And then this was during the summer. I don't know, when was this? It was during a weekend or so. It was during a weekend, so I was then the next day was Saturday, and I counted up. I did about 24 hours of live streaming for Maranya, where I sang songs. I did all kinds of stuff. And then on Saturday night, right before I went to get my dinner with Cleo, it went over 4,000. Now there were other people that worked that raised probably a good 1,000 or more of. But it went over 4,000 during my stream. Cheap comic collector.
He's the guy that organizes comics by year. He did a claim sale, I think, on Saturday afternoon that raised, I don't know how much, but yeah, there were a lot of people. Oh, and there was a bunch of other. The Saturday show. They Captain Strangeliffe came on, and with all these vintage, you know, 1960s Spider-Man comics and stuff, and uh, he didn't sell them. He basically, if you buy this for this amount of money, this money will go to Maranya. So in other words, he's basically donating vintage Silver Age comics, like very sought after ones, um, and the money didn't go to him; it went 100% to Maranya. So there was money raised elsewhere. But anyway, altogether, she raised over 5,000. She raised well over $1,000 over her goal.
Wow.
And I Love Comics they did some stuff too on Sunday, and then I think Monday was the day she was going to be kicked out. So over that weekend, we raised the money, we brought it all together, and bailed her out. And so that was a great thing. I thought everything's going to be healed now. The Four Color Fossils, you know, the band is back together. We're all working together, and then it just didn't really seem like it did. But then there was one night there were a bunch of the people were on, and I just went on in the chat and said, "Well, have fun, guys." And then a bunch of them like Jambo and I don't know, maybe it was Charlton were like saying, "Hey, come on the show, come on." And I thought, well, man, maybe I ought to just try to let this. And I went on, and it was okay. It wasn't didn't feel that awkward. But oh, that's the other thing, you know. During that part that I overheard, um, they you know, it's like, well, he was starting to get mad tonight, you know, during that Charlton comic stream that Night Tiger was doing. He says, "What was he mad about?" And Graphic Man says, "Oh, he was upset that Captain Strangeliffe was eating some peanuts in a bag just like this," and he holds it up and crumples a bag of chips chips. It was chips. He crumples the bag of chips. It sounds exactly like the bag of chips that was making the noise during the show, but it's being blamed on. And I've never seen Captain Strangeliffe eat chips on his show. I've seen him drink tea and all kinds of stuff, but I've never seen him obnoxiously eating chips during his show. So, but anyway, that was blamed on him. There's no really way to know who was making the noise to to try to annoy me, to try to set me off. But anyway, regardless, it's all um so that was all that. So I went back on the show, yeah, but you know, and I think he's come back on my show once or twice, but uh I mean, I'd be totally willing to forgive her. I'd be very easy to forgive people, but I just, you know, don't think these people like me very much. I just don't know. Let's see what's saying. Both of these shows suck because the chat is obnoxious. Most of those shows suck because the chat is obnoxious. Well, it can be cringy. The chat basically runs both shows. The creators are focused on pleasing and catering to the chat. I find it boring and repetitive. Well, I think there's another thing I used to say is that why don't all these people do their own shows? I mean, there's a
Yeah.
there's a there's a guy that every Saturday morning there's a guy that writes a short story about his childhood, and it's usually very fascinating. And I'm thinking that guy should do his own show. And it's like it's over four or five different. It's so much that it can't be fit in one comment. And then it goes on to the next and the next. And it's a really interesting story about growing up in the 1960s. If that guy did his own channel and told the stories about himself, that would be fascinating. And then someone else does a song parody and makes them sing the song parody. And that's usually takes up about 10, 5 minutes of the show. And I'm thinking, why does that guy? Well, that guy does have a channel. He could do his songs on, but it's all part of. They all love it. I guess they all love it. It's all fun, but I wouldn't make some other people read a personal story from my childhood. Just but that's all what they want to do. That's great. It's sad, but you move on. Well, I'm just going over it, because Gary didn't know about it. Myers says it's like the dorks and geeks in sixth grade banished you from their lunch table. Yeah, that's basically it. Uh, yeah, I mean, it's, it was all a horrible experience. And then I realized, well, I don't have as many friends as I thought I had. But I've been through
Yeah.
this in my life before when I
Yeah.
realized I only have a small little core of friends. I thought I had a whole big network of friends, but
That's hard when
and
you
and
realize
then
that.
and then I was doing this show on a lot live because I got unlimited live stream because Meyer kicked in some money to help pay for unlimited live stream where I could basically broadcast 24 hours a day every day and not get charged by
Wow.
StreamYard. And and so I was doing this, and a lot of them were coming on my show, and then gradually they tapered off, which probably is because phone networking happened. It's like, no, you don't want to go on that show. You know, no, 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 you don't want to go on that show. And I'm just telling you what I know, and so I don't know. I don't know. It's I'm enjoying this. I like Gary, and I'm liking the recap. I don't know how much I left out. I think I've left stuff out. I probably have, but I don't know. I just had my feelings hurt, and then I just feel like um, I you know people will watch this show and then they'll get information from watching the show about, oh, there's a new facsimile coming out from Archie, and then they go over to the other show and they'll say, well, I just discovered that Archie has a facsimile coming out. It's like, oh, where did you get that information? And then, oh, and then I have this, I started doing this Thursday night show, and then there, I think I don't know. There's another show that comes on that started coming on. It was moved on to the exact same time on Thursday night as my show. And a lot of those people come on that show. And I think the person that does that show has no idea about my show or has ever seen it. But I think the others like to come on against me. I don't know. Maybe they don't even know about it either. But I know that that show's on Thursday night, and my show's on Thursday night. And the guy that insulted your teeth one night came on the show and said in the chat, "Did you hear that? That's not what he
Yeah.
said. That was my Darth. I have a James Earl Jones Bible clock, and every hour in the hour,
I know.
Darth
I
Vader.
saw that when you first
You
got
need
it.
to
I was
get
like,
that.
oh man, that's
You got to get
awesome.
this clock and put it behind your Darth Vader thing, shrine. And then
That would
Darth
be
Vader's.
perfect.
No, you got to get it. It's from Dollar General. I'm sure you could find it on eBay or Amazon, or it's
Oh yeah.
probably something in one of the boxes at work. You just pull one out and buy it there. I don't know if you can. You just buy stuff at work.
I wish I
Anyway,
could. They don't let us do that.
I don't think it's going to be hard to get this Dollar General Darth Vader clock. You got to. Well, James Earl Jones. I should be respectful of the dead. But anyway, so what the heck am I talking? What was I talking about? Oh, he comes on the show, right? This LP guy, and says the first Micronauts came out in 1976. And it's like we were talking. I was just showing the new siding on my house to Kevin, Gotham City Comics, and all of a sudden, this random comment out of nowhere from someone that hadn't been on my show in forever because he has boycotted my show along with the other people because that's the politically
Yeah.
correct thing to do is to not go on Gratu's show because he's the
Yeah.
bad guy. He's worse than Sticky Goose. I'm the geriatric version of Sticky Goose, I guess, to these people. So all of a sudden, it's like, what are you? Were we talking about Micronauts? What? Why is this? And I thought, oh, I bet this guy is watching the other show on the other channel, and
making
and
comments
and
on
he
your
must be
show.
talking about Micronauts over there. He's watching two devices and actually accidentally put it in the chat of the wrong device.
Yeah,
And so the other show is called Psychotronic Squirt Guns. So the next day I go, okay, that was about an hour into the show. Let me fast forward to an hour into the show of the Psychotronic Sticky Goose or Psychotronic Squirt Gun show, and and right at that point, they're showing a Micronauts comic, and they're saying, did the Micronauts toys come out before or after Star Wars?" And or something, or I don't well, I don't remember what it was, something like that. I think the Micronauts toys in America came out after Star Wars, but in Japan they came out before Star Wars. You probably know that better than me. I don't know, but
I don't
Baron
remember.
Karza. I mean, Baron Karza is definitely Darth Vader inspired, but then Darth Vader isn't very much inspired by Japanese designs.
Yeah,
So I don't know. Anyway, it was he had done some research on Wikipedia and was reporting back to them, but he reported back to the wrong place. And so anyway, I watched that show, and then other people are reporting back other things we said on our show about Archie comics facsimiles and stuff, and reporting back like they had just learned this knowledge. So anyway, that's all I know. Um, so
well,
Meyer says the Whisper Network, all that you have to do is talk about this, and your live viewers increased by 5 people. Keep going. Yeah, I know. They did go up five. So you know who those 5 people are. That's something that nobody cares about. But anyway, it's
can you
all
see
wonderful.
that
It's all water under the bridge, except when I have to, shucks.
you have to
A
rehash
couple of
it?
weeks
Yeah,
ago, Maranya was in trouble again because her husband's car was in had fallen into bad repair and was dangerous to drive. So she started another GoFundMe. She came on my show because I had helped her out so graciously. I don't know, a couple months ago, whenever that was. I've lost track of time. And so she came on, and I was talking with her, and Meyer comes in the chat and it's like, I'm sick of this topic. You need to manage your checkbook better. It's just and she got just like, she was like, Meyer, this is not funny, and I'm trying. I'm like, oh my god. And so I click on Meyer's comments, but I just click on them hardly at all, so that you can barely see it. But she's of course reading it on her phone, where she can see it perfectly clearly. And then Meyer just comes on and it runs her off. It was so it was yeah, he was pretty mad that she's coming on to.
get more money.
Yeah, but anyway, I held my hands up. No, look, it's not me typing. I'm the. But anyway, Meyer, I think,
Well,
has kind of looks out for me like an older brother, but he's a violent older brother. He's like, you're not gonna fuck with Gratu, man.
yeah, not for him.
So I imagine that has caused that whole community to be a little. I don't know, man. I there's some great people in that among that group, and I hope they're still my friend. I don't know. Some of them have
Well,
been very distant lately, but anyway, that's the whole. I think that's the whole story about all that. Oh no, there was another part. A couple weeks ago. I wasn't watching. I was watching a Trump rally, and my wife, I guess, had on her phone. She went over there to the Wednesday night show to see what was going on, and it was a small little reunion of Four Color Fossils. It was Graphic Man Eric Breen and Jambo, and that may have been it, or some. Oh, and I think there was a young guy that is one of the puppets. I think he's the frog puppet guy. I Frogatine or whatever his name is. He's a nice guy. But there were the four of them were on, and Jambo, and then the young guy was asking Jambo. It's like, well,
What is your man cave like? How do you fit all these comics in that room? And how big is your room? And he says, well, it's not very big. Sometimes I try to move stuff out of the room, and to and then my wife catches me, and it's brought back into the room pretty quick. And Eric Breen um, said, well, you need to sometime when your wife is out of town, you need to just take over the whole house. It's like with Ken, meaning me. That's my real name. He says well, Cleo's just thrown in the towel, and my wife's watching that, and she gets pretty steamed because in other words, she's just so weak. She's given up with Gratu, and he didn't mean it in any bad way. He was trying. It wasn't meant with any more harm than our initial uh, my initial nursing home, equating the peanut gallery with a nursing home comment was meant.
Yeah.
But my wife got really upset and she put some mean stuff, not mean, but then it's like, well, I love my husband and I love living in this house, and I'm not thrown in the towel, and she was kind of hot about it. And then
I don't blame them.
and then and then it got it went south. Um and because then she started thinking, well, these other guys, they have their comics in basements, even in humid states where they're all their comics are in the basement or in the garage. My comics were in the garage. They would not last long here where I'm living. And it's like, well, they must really love their wives. And it's like, oh no, man, this shit's like starting to affect my marriage here, man. And it got pretty heated, to the point where I don't know if that may be what's caused this damage to my eyes. I was so upset. I was in tears. I mean, it created a
Yeah.
huge marital rift. This just fucking four color fossil shit. And then
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like staring at this goddamn iPhone too long. I was like, all of a sudden, it seems like my eyes are 25% worse. All
Hmm.
because of shit. I don't know if that happened to, oh, because, apparently what happened with that nursing home stuff is, I guess Rod saw it, Dr. Silverage, and he wasn't sure if he should be upset about it or not. So he called Shannon and he says, should I be upset about what these comments? And I think he says, yes, you sure should be upset, son. I'll take care of it for you. And so he came on like Foghorn Leghorn to his rescue with that late Saturday show where he chastised all those horrible people on that four color, which he didn't mention the show because he didn't want to give it credit.
Hmm.
So, it's just all a bunch of, shit. I've been hurt too by
Yeah.
comments that weren't meant to hurt. But, you start bringing people's wives into things. And then I was doing a live stream a few days later, and Eric Breen it was on a Saturday or something. I don't know when it was, Saturday or I don't know when. And my wife comes down the stairs and she starts cursing. I don't know how much
Oh,
could be heard.
oh.
You've been missing a lot on this.
Yeah,
And
I have.
she's like really pissed, given I don't know how much could be heard, but Eric Breen says, well, I didn't mean it that way. And it's almost like
Hmm.
this time that my brother Mike's first marriage, this girl was an alcoholic and stuff, and had some problems, and she was they were visiting. My brother's much older than me, and they were visiting the house with my mom, um and my mom got mad at her, and she said, out, out, kicked her out of the house. It
Oh
was like
my.
mortifying to see that. That marriage didn't last long, but that was mortifying to see my mom kick this woman out of the
Yeah.
house. And
Oh my
so
God.
um, she was like drinking a lot. My brother didn't realize it because apparently, is it vodka that you can drink and you don't smell it?
Yeah.
I'm not an expert,
Yeah.
but
Vodka.
that's I think it was a lot of that, and then
That
she
used to be
apparently had
my.
other. there were other characteristics I guess my mom didn't like. And anyway, it was just mortifying. And it's kind of like the way when she came down the stairs and was yelling at my friend. Anyway, so I don't know, some people, maybe that's why some people haven't been back on my show. It's just, I don't know, man, what's going on?
Oh,
Meyer
I'm
says, I
sorry
like
that.
to say what everyone is thinking, but is afraid to say it. I'm not a big fan of this sticky goose, but he was on last night. He was saying a lot of that basically it's stuff that people are just all happy on YouTube and they don't really say what they honestly think. I love Disney and comics. I've been busy and listening in the background. When Meyer came on, he called her a, he called her something like a beggar. It was hilarious. Um, I have to admit, watching it later, it was high comedy, but I don't want to. I'm not someone that likes to be mean to people. I'm
Yeah.
really a nice guy. I've never. The only time I've ever gotten mad. I think I've gotten mad is with good reason. I got really mad back during the pandemic. There was a guy that used to come on the show all the time that was seemed like a good friend from Canada, and he was he's starting to push. Am I still recording here? Oh yeah, I guess I am. He was starting to do things like hold up covers of National Lampoon specials, and it's like, yeah, there's full nudity on the cover of that. Would you do that on your channel? Oh no, I wouldn't do that on my channel because this girl I like might watch my channel and think. But on your channel, it's okay to be bad. No, I don't think so. Let's how about not. And then one time I think Meyer was on there at that time when I first met Meyer. He starts showing some comic book and making fun of it, and he says, "Yes, this." And I went to the supermarket. I had to go to the supermarket, and I said, "You guys take over the show while I go to the supermarket. I got to get some for my wife." And I came back, and he's showing this really badly drawn independent comic, and he says, "Yeah, this is apparently drawn by some woman." And when she says, "Whenever," and he said, whenever someone shows this on YouTube, this comic book, and makes fun of it, she's like some lawyer that likes to sue. It's like, oh, you're trying to something like that, and it's like, oh, you're showing it on my show, things like that. Eventually, I did explode on that guy, but
Well, I remember you got. I mean, I remember you getting upset over the dude who was saying something about my teeth, and I mean, you
yeah,
didn't
that's
explode, but you got noticeably mad, and I was just like, wow.
well, that was because what you didn't know is all that stuff had happened just a few weeks before. And so I started, I moved from that and I said, these people that do this, and then I started referring to the guy that had yelled at us through YouTube about one of the people that does the Saturday show for daring to, and then they had to grovel and apologize to him to make nice.
Yeah.
And Graphic Man had to be questioned why he cut away from himself to blow his nose. Were you secretly laughing at this? Why did you cut away? Because they'd studied it over and over again, like the Zapruder film, and that's what it
People are
became, the
way too
Zapruder film, and it
sensitive.
was deleted. That portion, huh?
I said people are way too sensitive. They're too ready to be offended, and
Yeah, it's just
I just
exactly
it's
right.
amazing
And
to
then
me
I just
how.
wonder how long have I been offending them? Have I been offending them for years on the show,
Yeah.
talking about, oh, look, the witch on Grimm's Ghost Stories looks just like Nancy Pelosi. Maybe that's been offending people all along. And they say, well, we just want to, he said, we just want to make shows that our grandchildren can watch that are appropriate for our grandchildren. I think they don't like that. Back then I used to curse more on the show, and it's like they don't
Yeah.
like that.
Well,
So
I've noticed a big uh I don't know, a big change. Like there's been a turning of the page. Um I had to take over someone's station at work. At work sometimes we work two stations at a time. We go from one side to the next, to the one side to the next. And I was assigned to the station that this gal was working two stations, and I came up to her and I said, "Look," I said, "I just got assigned this station, so you don't have to work both stations. You can work this one." and I'll work this other one. And she was visibly upset. She was angry. She started throwing a fit. And I'm just like, what? What's the big deal? If anything, I'm helping you out, and because you don't have to work as hard. And she was just upset as could be. She never talked to me about it. She talked to management and
Well,
got them involved, but nobody ever came to me and said you did something wrong. And it's just like
well,
she was brand new.
I sat through that show for years on Wednesday night, and I thought I was having fun, but now in retrospect, I wish I'd spent that time with my wife. But a lot of the time, I was pissed. It's like, why is everyone making jokes that Eric Breen's a couple of years older? I guess it's supposed to be funny, but after a while, jokes aren't funny anymore, man. And
Yeah,
it just starts to get cringy. It's like,
yeah,
shut the fuck up, man. That's not
yeah,
funny anymore. And why
yeah.
is,
They get,
and it's a lot of these jokes, all these inside jokes, I just like, oh man, this is too cringy. And I thought that the whole show was based on jokes about age. And then the nursing home comment causes all this ridiculous controversy where people have to go and grovel and apologize. I apologized with tears in my eyes. It
mhm.
wasn't fake. I like to put fake tears in my eyes when I talk about climate change and stuff, but that was sincere. And I'm telling you, all these people are really nice people.
Yeah,
And that's kind of what hurts, that they don't like me. I mean, I
I
think that Dr. Silverage is a saint. I think he can do no wrong. He just doesn't like me and is a little scared by me and doesn't understand my sense of humor. And Graphic Man's a good, godly man. He just finds me kind of obnoxious. I think that, some of those people are still my friend, Jambo. He likes my stuff on Instagram. I'm making a package. It's taken me about 4 years to make it, but I'm making a package for Jambo to send him. Charlton 66. I think he's a great friend. Um, Spinnerack. I've never talked with him outside of. Um, 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 yeah, I haven't talked with him outside of, just maybe a little bit through, maybe it wasn't even texting. No, it was probably in the comments under a video. He's a great guy. They're all great guys. It's just you can't make everybody like you, and
yeah,
sometimes
exactly.
people that are uh, that are great don't. I'm not knocking anybody. Um, Oh, Greta says, what guy isn't around anymore? Oh, I was talking about that. I forget his name. Tom from Canada. I brought that situation up about as far as the time. When I get angry, there's a reason. If someone comes on the show and insults Gary, insults his teeth, and then he made a comment, oh, gee, I wonder what your girlfriend looks like. Well, F you. And I exploded. And okay, so I exploded about that. I didn't like the way Tom was treating me back 7, 8, 15 years ago, whenever the pandemic happened. Uh, I didn't like not being
Being in
God damn.
goddamn.
Ah, fuck. What is going on, man?
Sorry,
That
sorry.
was
I
great. Whatever it
I got a
was.
phone. I got a phone call, and I just sent it away. I'm sorry about that.
No, there's nothing to apologize. It
Yeah,
was hilarious. It's almost as good as when. Oh shit! I'm alone. Alone again. Naturally. No, it was when Meyer Greenblatt gets a text message. That's classic. It sounds like a semi truck is rammed right through into his apartment. Um. Bu- 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 Um. Anyway, so So, by the way, good morning, Breen. Tom, I think his name was. Eric Breen says, "Good morning, Greta. How are you feeling?" Oh, yeah, I liked him, but he just started getting weird. I think I'm three quarters dead. LOL. That was funny. Laugh out loud. What was that? That was his weird phone, man. That's insane. Hope you're kidding. Well, not literally dead. Oh, it looks like I have two people trying to get in. Um, Yeah, as far my wife, I think's been asleep. For Eric and my wife, I've just been recapping the whole situation for Gary, who apparently has not been aware of it, of the four color fossils thing. I think I told everything that I just said these are all wonderful people, but some of them really dislike me. I think I wish they could come on. Maybe these two people are people coming on. I don't know. Say, man, I feel worse after my nap. That sometimes happens. You wake up feeling worse. I would always feel really bad if I slept late on a weekend. I would wake up feeling worse with a headache. I don't know. Oh, I'm pissed that I was criticized for not coming down enough during the visit. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Meyer said that. Uh, that was the other thing. Meyer was talking. That's the only other thing I didn't get into, although I guess I did earlier. Meyer was talking about coming to visit me and doing like a cross country tour, and he was warned by the head of the four color fossils. I don't know if you want to do that because Cleo never came down, and she was always down here talking with him. She just was up there sleeping, and it's just nothing but watching a Donald Trump rally all day is just a real slog, and or something like that is what Meyer was told. And it's like, oh my gosh, I thought they were having a good time. But anyway, I was sick and tried my best. Yeah. I miss being on your streams. I would come on today, but I have to babysit Phil's store. You could do it Gotham City style. That's true. We could see inside the record store. The pandemic started 15 years ago. Uh, I do you think possibly that could have been my it's something that you learned about in high school, and it's one of the only big words that uh, Joe Biden knows, hyperbole. So if I said it's like 200 degrees outside, last Avenger, would you say, is it really 200 degrees? See, the thing is, I don't laugh after everything I say. Feels like 200 degrees out here. Yeah, the pandemic was 15 years ago. If I did that, which you'll get that on other streams, uh, then you'll know when I'm being. That's my sense of humor. Yeah, the pandemic started 15 years ago. Actually, when the pandemic started in 1976, remember when they tried to do the same goddamn thing to us with swine flu? And they said, swine flu's coming, you better get your shot. And then it turned out it was all bullshit. Same people that wanted to do that to us back then, but they backed off a little bit because they had to wait till the World War II generation was dead and gone before they started pushing in their full tyranny. They weren't going to do that with the greatest generation still around. So they waited till they were gone, and then they just tried it on the baby boomers once they got old. We'll get rid of the baby boomers because they're the weak children of the greatest generation. Anyway, uh, yeah, the pandemic started. I don't even see. I hate the thing about the computer is maybe he is trying to be funny, but I'm taking that as a personal affront. It's like I should have stayed in bed. LOL. You don't want to see Phil's customer base. Is that the Florence comic store, Eric? I was thinking about driving down there today. Oh, I thought you were talking about the record store. OMG, I'm trying to get up the mental fortitude. Oh, I'm supposed to wake up at 10:30. Okay, wake up. It's 10:25. I don't remember abandoning those people by not coming down, by the way. I don't either. I remember you sitting right here in this brown chair talking to them about the Bible and about all kinds of stuff. It just, you might have been talking about stuff that's a little not off the, like Nephilim and stuff. Airbrain, I don't work at the comic store anymore, Steve. Phil's is my brother's record store. Oh, okay. I tried to tell them about interesting things that are happening, like the Q phenomenon and such, but that wasn't received well. That's probably what they're talking about. They thought we were nuts. This is what it sounds like. All right, we got Meyer. Ooh, cool. Ooh, right. We got. what am I doing? Meyer, add to stage. And then we've got another human, a Gary Von Davis, add to stage. All right, fantastic. All
Hi
right,
guys.
now we got, hello there.
Hey,
So
Gary.
I don't know what happened. I just got a phone call and then disappeared. So
it was an amazing, hilarious thing. It made wonderful noises. That's great. Like I was saying, it was even better than Meyer's text message sound. That sounds like a train run into his building.
how funny.
You just reminded me
No, it's
from
great.
that.
It's whatever.
I'll be
What
right back.
transcends?
Okay.
What
I'll be right back, guys.
that was the Meyer
Okay.
noise.
Yeah, yeah. So when you said that, you reminded me because I've been turning it off, right? So, but when I turn it off, when it's live like that, it makes the noise again one time while I turn it off. So
Oh,
that's what I just.
oh, thank you. Well, I thought it was coming from his phone. It's like it always wakes you up if you're getting sleepy on a live stream.
Yeah, I'm just getting up. I'm just waking up. I just turned you
Greta
guys.
says, thought I could talk to them about Nephilim due to the books he's written. Laugh out loud. It's a bunch of hate disguised as smack talking and all behind our backs. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You people. I'm trying to lay low. I put forward all the facts. I would love for all those people to just come on this live stream and just put it all to bed. And it's like, hey, we're all friends now. But yeah, Cleo tends to talk about what about those other books that weren't put in the Bible? And you don't do that to a fundamentalist person. It's like, no, and you talk about do you think it's the end times? No, this is going to happen first, the rapture, then this, and it's like there's a set thinking. Um, she says, "Okay, I'm done. I have to work." Shit. Oh, I gotta. Uh, I'll probably have to close this live stream in about half an hour because once she's working, I made a promise to once she starts her working, I have to kind of make sure the dog is passed out here. If the dog goes up there and starts barking, then it can be very catastrophic to her employment. Um, so anyway, maybe the book of the Revelation already happened. Yeah, that's something that I'll hear in the middle of the night. She's watching where they say that because Jesus said I will come back during your lifetime. And so some people think that all this stuff happened and then it's been a 2,000 year, uh, I don't know, something, I don't know. I don't know. It gets too loud and the dog starts up too. Yeah. Unless I could, well, I'm not going to make any bargains. I guess I could sit on the porch with the dog on a leash. But holy shit, it could be in the little season. I think you might have the sound. You might have a, you might have the YouTube tab turned on your computer where it's creating. It's like those talk shows back in the '70s. Caller, turn off your radio. We're getting a slight echo.
Yeah, what's going on? There's a lot of feedback. I hear a lot of
Yeah, I think
feedback.
it's Gary. Are you on a computer? You weren't on before, possibly.
No,
So
I'm on a phone. I'm on a
there's
phone.
some other device that's echoing back. I love this kind of chaos. Oh, Captain Strangelove. 15 years ago, this past August, I started on YouTube. Hello, damn, 15 years ago. Hello to everyone in the chat, by the way. It really is. You may actually be the first human to talk about comics on YouTube. Happy anniversary, Captain Strange. Where the fuck have you been, Captain Strangelife? I've been watching shit like Sticky Goose because there's no good comic book content. You need to come back to YouTube. There's nobody to watch except a bunch of fucking pussies. Come back to YouTube, Captain Strangelife. God damn. Um, maybe this is him. No, it's Gary. Maybe I should put the link here. Let's put
Was that
this to bed. Okay, Captain Strangelife. I was just telling a story where I overheard two people. Remember that the Charlton comic stream back that Night Tiger did? Um, I overheard people afterwards that were blaming you for being the person chomping on chips while I was showing the comics. And I said, it's funny how no one was chomping on chips until I came on. I don't think it was you. I think it was someone else. And I just, because this person was blaming it on you, saying it was a bag just like this one. Just so I just like to clear that situation up. Justin says, I don't know if there's a lack of content or I'm not getting alerts. Well, everyone's gone, man. It's like it's like that song, Everyone's Gone to the Moon. Uh, uh, Silver Age Dave just disappears over a year ago. I remember him saying he was having trouble with his vision. He might just have to sell all his comics because, once your eyes go, what good are comics? Might as well just listen to old time radio all the time. But he disappeared. After comics, very rarely. Strange Life always had at least one show a month or every couple weeks. But unless you're in the process of moving, which God damn, man, um, that's going to be an undertaking. Um, who else is gone? Yeah, I may not be getting alerts. I don't know.
I
Um,
don't get alerts all the time.
And
Like
I'm being unsubscribed to people. Yeah, I
I
used to
noticed
get mad at
noticed
Captain
it too.
Strangeliffe thinking, why do you keep unsubscribing to me? Because I keep saying, Captain Strangeliffe is subscribed to your channel. And I get it like once every 2 weeks. It's like, why are you unsubscribing to me? It's just the YouTube does that. They're trying to keep everybody down. They right now I'm unsubscribed to Meyer, although I get alerts for him, but it shows I'm not subscribed to him, and I can't. No matter, I could hit that button 1,000 times, it'll show subscribed. I come back unsubscribed. I'm unsubscribed to uh, John Goris. I've unsubscribed to all these, and they're all the closest people to me on YouTube. And YouTube makes it where I can't resubscribe. I think, am I subscribed to too many people? Is there a limit? I try unsubscribing to a bunch of channels, and then trying again, it still doesn't. Or I even have talked to this lady on YouTube about it, and she says, "Oh, I don't know why." Let's see. Strange Life says, I
It's a
like to
very
hear
odd
Myers
thing.
singing, and I'm wondering if he would consider singing on live stream. Well, that might be a way, that might be something we could do. Maybe we could all like have like a group like the Four Lads and all sing together. And we tried that once a few years
Yeah, I
ago.
think we tried it before with that guy that you were talking about earlier, Tom. I think
Yeah.
we did
Oh,
like
yeah. He did a
karaoke.
pretty good Elvis impersonation, didn't there?
Yeah,
Something. Steve says
yeah,
many people stop making content. Sticky
I
Goose and
like
crap
singing.
popping up. Dave stopped for health reasons. Okay, that's what I thought. And I think he sold his collection. I believe King of Comicdom also did he sell his collection? I loved King of Comicdom. Yeah, but I could see selling your collection, but I could never sell the childhood comics. I mean, I'm never going to sell anything. In fact, um, if anything happens to me, I'm telling my wife to contact. Well, really, you guys like contact Meyer, contact Kevin at Gotham City Comics. Because find the value of this. Maybe Kevin will buy part of it or something because. But yeah, King of Comicdom was the other guy that divided his Silver Age and back from his Bronze Age and up. And I was started doing that. And then I found that guy and saw he was doing the same thing. He was great. And then there needs to be a program that will let you know when you get unsubscribed. Oh, I just uploaded a video. Oh, cool. I don't mind resubscribing, but I'm not going to check all the time. Yeah, but when you can't resubscribe, when it won't let you, when you press the button and it looks like you have, I don't know what the deal is with that. I think YouTube is intentionally trying to keep people down so they don't have to pay people as much. Like I cannot budge past 674 is what I might have now. Although I might have lost some subscribers just this morning, or but I don't know. I've never had that many. I think is that what I had? No, I have seven. What do I
Yeah,
have?
closer to that. You're close to that. I just hit 800 yesterday and posted my 500th video. It happened the same day too. It's kind of cool. I was posting my
Oh, I'm
500th video,
700.
and then boom, I hit 800.
I'm 764, and we
Yeah,
were exactly the same. We were staying, and then you went up to 800. But that's
yeah.
because you don't talk about Donald Trump much. Or at least I haven't heard
Well,
you.
yeah, we make different videos. I make videos
Yeah,
mostly about toys and then
right.
vlogs, and
And
so
you have a very
it's a
calm
different
voice.
algorithm.
I think
My videos
it's
are placed
almost
in a
like
different algorithm given to different
I,
people.
I they may even pick up on the voice because my voice is getting gravelly like Alex Jones, and your voice is very calming, and it sounds like ASMR. It's like, hey gang, I got this new Batman figure, and it's like you goddamn idiots voting for Kamala Harris. What's wrong with you? I think
That
that
could
could be a
definitely be
problem.
it. This isn't a bad spot.
Steve
It's quite
says I
Hey
keep my.
wow.
Meyer,
Yeah,
I-
Meyer, where are you?
I'm
He's
at
on the
Ocean.
planet
I'm at Ocean.
Mars.
Yeah,
He's
on the
at,
planet
he's
Mars. I'm
no,
at
he's on the
Ocean Beach,
beach.
San Francisco.
Ocean
Okay.
Beach.
Ocean Beach.
Oh, okay. I was just kind of curious. I was looking at all of the things that you were taking pictures of, and I was just kind of wondering where that was.
He's walking through the forbidden zone. He's about to get to the skeleton, the little cross scarecrows that the gorillas
It's a
put
really
there.
nice.
Scarecrows, and
No,
pretty soon the
those
mutants,
were put there by
pretty
the mutants.
It's a really
pretty
nice
soon the
I
surfing
think
mutants
lake.
are
they were
going to
there
come
to
after
scare the
Modern
you.
surfing.
humans from getting to the cornfield. But I think in beneath the planet of the apes, the mutants had tied gorillas to crosses to keep them from, or maybe that
Yeah.
was all a hallucination to keep them from wanting to come into their ruined city where they hung out with their bomb.
Somebody
I'm
drank
trying to
this
remember.
Smirnoff
I
Ice
told my
Smoke.
wife, Steve says, and kids, sell to some local store and don't piece out parts. Sell it all as one collection. Huh? Yeah, that's good advice. Except I had given advice to contact people that I really trusted that now I've been talking about that I found out I can't trust. I mean, so I don't know. I might have
I
been
told my
munching on
kid,
chips, but certainly meant no harm. Most likely it was peanuts because they're quieter. Oh, maybe it was, but I'm still. It's okay. Man, my phone keeps dying. Anyway, well. Oh yeah, man, that's not gonna happen. Oh, what's not gonna happen that you're not gonna sell it in pieces? Well, hopefully you'll start reading them and enjoy them. I just don't. I don't want it to go. Her, I don't want it to go past Cleo to her family because they'll all go in a dumpster or something up, and I don't know what. Oh my God. Um.
Hey, you guys
I
see
told
this?
my
Anyway,
Can you,
kid,
how
can you
beautiful.
see
I told
this
my kids
clock
that
right
I was
here? See
going
this?
to have an estate company come and go through my things and
Uh,
buy whatever they could buy, and then auction the rest of it.
can you imagine that fucking estate sale? Stuff that you got in the basement. That would be. That's a good shot, Meyer. I need to get life insurance on myself because of the way I've been feeling. Oh, stop, man. We all feel bad because we know something horrible is about to happen in the world. I mean, we all
Yeah.
sense it. Something beyond 9/11 is about to happen, and it's going to happen in the next 2 months. And I could be wrong, and God, I hope I'm wrong. But this just doesn't. Nothing feels right now. If it does to you, then there's something wrong with you. What is your video about, Doctor Captain Strangelove? I want to say Doctor Strangelove. I've gotten out of the habit of saying Doctor Strangelove for my entire life because Captain Strangelove, and now it's like when that Cramps record "Creature from the Black Leather Lagoon" came out, and then I accidentally slipped saying Black Leather when I'm talking about the Universal movie. And it's like people look at you like, "Are you crazy? Black
Creature of the
Leather
Black
Lagoon?"
Leather.
'Cause you just, oh my gosh.
That's funny.
Hey, see this spot right here, you guys, underneath this cement
Oh,
stairwell? See
was
it?
I? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this spot, so the sand goes down. The sand's really high right now. Like there's about probably at least a foot, maybe even close to 2 feet of cement that continues that's buried underneath here, right? See how the stairway
Wow.
goes down? See that? So a number of years ago, now this was before the pandemic. I heard you guys talking about the pandemic, but this was even before the pandemic. There was an old woman that lived here. So here's what she had done. Somehow she had moved furniture from up in the neighborhood down onto the beach. There was like a full on couch right here. There was like an easy chair. She had it built up. She had shit hanging off of here. She had like tarps coming down. She had like built an apartment right here on the beach outside for herself. Now it only lasted a short time because the tides changed and pretty soon all the waves are crashing right up where she had made her living room. But she was here for a good 2 months. I remember that. I would log it in every day thinking, when the hell are the lifeguards going to come? And then I realized, they don't care because at this point, she's not too big of a health hazard and it would be a hassle for them to come down here and have to bring. And that's what they did eventually. So after the tide came in, then I saw that they had to bring like a little excavator down here to remove all of her shit, the furniture and everything. They had to drag it all off the beach, but they didn't want to have to interact with her. So they just kind of left her here, let her live on the beach for a couple of months. But it was kind of
Oh,
weird, man. I would come down here every
Wow.
morning to this 70-year-old woman living on my beach.
yeah.
There.
Well, thank you, Joseph Biden.
Great story, you know.
Um,
But
Captain
yeah, thank
Strangelove
you.
says, I tried leaving comments. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Because my
Yeah.
Wi-Fi had defaulted to the one upstairs, and that's why everything was spinning. And I fixed it. He says I tried leaving comments and a link on your video yesterday, and YouTube wouldn't let me. When I tried again, I was blocked from your channel with a triangle warning, an exclamation thing sign. This morning, all is fine. That's must be YouTube not wanting you to put links to some other site other than, or unless you were putting a link to your own YouTube video. I don't know why that would be a problem. Yeah, that wasn't my doing. That's weird. That sounds like YouTube skullduggery. Last Frontier Comics. Okay, well, Last Frontier Comics and Kevin at Gotham City Comics would probably be where what I would recommend even though they're not anywhere near where we're living. Advice for my wife because I know Last Frontier Comics is a nice guy because he watches this show and he sent me a free Laura Lombardi, a whole bunch of free comics. So yeah, he'd probably be, he'd be probably he would be honest. Steve says, I feel like we're on the brink of a world conflict. Things in the Middle East, Russian conflict, China ramming ships in the South China Sea. Yeah. Paula says YouTube has been messing with regular user tools for the last 4 months and turning user experience into crap. Interesting. Maybe that's the explanation. That's about when I started getting unsubscribed to some of my friends. I wonder if I've been unsubscribed to Paulo. I don't know. I might be.
It's
I
happened
look.
to me too, being
Yeah.
unsubscribed to people, and then also the app makes it really difficult for me to leave a comment sometimes. You guys know what I'm talking about? You go to leave a comment and it doesn't load and it takes a long time and you type and you type and then sometimes you'll type half of a word and it will kick you out. It's kind of weird. And that maybe that's just my experience, but
Could be.
it, it's not as user friendly as it used to be. Come back, bud. Where are you going?
Steve says too many countries trying to flex their muscles in neighboring countries and seeing how the world reacts. Paulo says, and that's just regular users, not content creators. And my wife says they don't let me post links and comments either. Yeah, that may be just to keep people from posting links to horrific videos that 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 could actually make sense. They're not posting links to blank hub or something.
Oh, look at
Uh,
that.
let's give you full screen here. Yeah.
It's a really good surfing morning. There's everybody out at every spot all the way down, but
Wow.
you just gotta pick and choose where the best spots are. Like I would be further south if I was out right here or right where this is breaking right here, but everybody's kind of in the middle. There's a cove right here, and that's where everybody is around. See this spot right here?
But there's some. My wife says no. They're just jamming communication. They don't care about us.
Yeah,
Was
probably.
trying to
Maybe.
follow the it's like Captain Strange. I said, Paulo, how in the name of Scooby Doo are you? And then my wife says they don't care about us, but that's apparently a reference to what she said. No, they're YouTube's jamming communication. Yeah, it's I was kind of having trouble following the train of yeah, man, I had an argument with Captain Strange Life and all was made good, and it was like maybe imagined, I don't know. And it was all everything's cool now uh and maybe everything will be made cool with these four color fossil type people too. Hopefully I'm perfectly amenable to I'm very forgiving. I just don't give a shit. I just would like to have friends and but I don't like to be hated. It doesn't feel good. I've spent a lifetime being hated. All of us have because we're comic book people. Everyone hates comic book people. It's the most one of the most embarrassing things to collect in the world. Uh, I really can't think of anything more embarrassing to collect. Well, maybe Star Wars toys. What's the most embarrassing? No, there's something worse than that.
Action
What's the
figures are
worst
pretty
thing to
bad.
collect?
I'm pretty close to the top of the list as far as like the most. I
Well,
think
there's
I told
always yeah.
I saw a video recently. So remember we were talking. Well, we're always talking about the sticky goose phenomenon
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah.
So I mentioned to you, I think a long time, maybe a week or two ago, that I noticed in my little YouTube toy community that there's similar videos coming out. A couple different creators. One guy who does diecast, who's one of my favorite diecast creators, who mostly makes videos about Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars and stuff. He's really good. So he made a video calling out 5 other people within the community that he is not happy with, that do things like scalping, that do things like they're ruining the hobby for everybody because they're calling ahead of time and making phone calls to large retailers and finding out the shipping dates and doing things like that, having them search product numbers. Anyway, there that happened. And then another guy that I watch a lot, one of my favorite action figure guys that reviews action figures, um, he made a video where he brought his wife on sitting next to him. Just the framing looked just like Sticky Goose and his wife, except it's this guy and his wife. They're really charming, really nice people. They're really funny. They did a video about the 5 top most unattractive hobbies for men to have. Maybe it was 10. And
Oh,
in there was comic book collecting, action figure collecting. But the number one thing and it was taken from some women's magazine or somewhere.
oh,
The
that's
number
great.
one most unattractive thing the number one most unattractive hobby for men to have, according to women, is video games.
Yeah, well, there's some women into that, but they're always into what is the game with the mushrooms, Mario, whatever. They're into those
Right.
cutesy games.
They just don't
Uh,
like guys that just sit on the couch and play video games as soon as they get home from work, and that's all they
what are
do.
the most masculine, cool hobbies to have? Maybe
They
is
were there
model
pre
railroading a masculine? It seems
that
like it
wasn't
would.
a cool hobby. The
It
cool
wasn't.
hobbies were things like being an athlete. The most attractive things that men have, I think the number one was being athletic, is
Okay, well, scratch that one
playing on
off.
a team or something like that, playing on some sort of a team, being an athlete in their off time from work because it was hobbies.
Because that's their because it's really human nature because sports are is just the simulation of combat, of warfare,
Yeah,
and they're
you're right.
supporting their
Biology.
husbands as they go off to war and polishing their spears, and now they're the cheerleaders and they're cheering up, and it's just
And
it's all
we're
combat,
collecting
it's
old
all
pieces of
simulated
paper.
combat. Let me
We're
get
collecting
caught.
old pieces of paper and plastic effigies of superheroes, and these guys are preparing for combat. So you can see how the the biological differences, what women would find attractive, right?
Yeah,
The
I would
guys.
think that I would think that
look
being a
at this great
musician would be attractive.
Look at this
What's
great
that?
comment from Last Frontier Comics, which it's just funny when he sent me the AOK, and I was thank you so much, Last Resort Comics. And I think Kevin said that whole video you were calling him Last Resort Comics, which is an insult. He's the last person you want to go to. And I went, oh shit, did I do it through the whole thing? It's like Higgy Pop was in my chat one time, and I was talking about Sticky Goose and how he's just started collecting, and how and I kept calling him, I kept saying Higgy Pop is this new collector that just, instead of saying Sticky Goose, I can't get all these monikers straight. It's Last Frontier saying the globalists have been outed. Now they're making their push before everyone wakes up. See, he's on board. You can tell this is someone that. Now, Sticky Goose is politically on board with us too. He's just 30 years younger. I don't, he's not interesting to me that much because he collects a different way. But I think his wife is charming, and if she loves him, he's got to be okay. I mean, I don't know. I think some of the it's I don't know. I tried to watch some of the stream last night. I wasn't able to finish it for other reasons. I haven't been mad at Strange Life anymore for a while. Oh yeah, all that's blown over. There's a bit of anti-link war going on. Started with Facebook burying YouTube link posts. Twitter responded by burying every outside link. Then it was YouTube. Um, and then blah. I keep losing my place here. Um, this is the link to come on. Captain Strangelove, come on. Paulo, come on. I'm supposed to stop at 11, but I think if I put the leash on the dog and I go on I made a deal with my wife. She may get mad at me, but if I go and I'm quiet on the porch, I could keep going with the stream. And as long as I have the dog on a leash, so the dog doesn't wander upstairs and start barking, I think she'd be cool with it. I'm not sure, but she says if Hans has beef, he will just speak up instead of being a backstabber. Yeah, it's like I did a show. I'm mad at Captain Straight Life. He did a show. I'm mad at him, and then they all blew over. But yeah, it's like just bring it out in the open and just like like the Sticky Goose idiot does. It's like instead of doing a phone network of that guy, man, he's just boring. he he just all he does is talk about Donald Trump. Yeah, because Donald Trump, this guy, this idiot that I hated my entire life on the cover of National Enquirer and People, has is now like our only hope, along with, of course, Jesus Christ. But we're about to sink into tyranny, and this guy is the one that's just like you never can tell. Jesus surrounded himself with people that had been thieves, that had been like horrible people, and had become his apostles. Most of them, they were I'm not a Bible expert, but they weren't all nice people in their previous, before
It
they,
was thugs.
and so Donald Trump comes along, and man, this guy, I don't know. Let's see. Steve says, I saw that on somebody's show, I think. Wait, what did he see? I got to go back to his last comment. I'm all confused. My wife says, I would think the attractive hobbies would be going to the gym. No, that's not my
Mhm.
wife. That's Steve. Shit. I was calling him my wife. Going to the gym, collecting muscle cars, or motorcycle riding. Haha. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think if I
that's
was a girl, I would like the guy to have a cool vintage car for sure. Paulo says golf is a cool hobby if it's attached to you being from rich and playing the stock market. Well, I
so
don't, not anymore.
golf was an unfavorable one because
Oh,
a lot of
really?
people, a lot of women have experiences with men playing golf that it totally encompasses their weekends. Every
Oh,
Sunday, I do nothing but play golf. Is a very common.
Oh, okay. Captain Strangelife's says I was able to leave the same links on other channels. YouTube restricted me from leaving comments and links on your channel, but this morning, no problem at all. Okay. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. How long will the poor dog be held hostage? I will take her for a walk if you let me stay on, because I'm just okay. I'm just
I
like my
gotta go,
mom.
guys.
Let me, mom, stay on. Captain Strange says I saw the same survey in comics collecting was listed at 4 or 5 as least attractive.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
That is what it was. And then the action figures were a little bit above that, like 3.
What about collecting vintage Playboys? How did that?
It wasn't mentioned.
What about beer can collecting?
Hey
I
guys, I
wish there
gotta
were.
go.
Oh,
I got
all right. Take
I
care.
gotta go. All
All right.
right,
So,
we'll see you,
so
fellas. Take
See you
care.
later, Chris.
all right. Well, I saw the same survey in comics collecting was. I just read that. Shit. That sounds fascinating. That sounds like actually, if you find that video again, Meyer, if you could send me a link to it, that actually sounds like something I'd like to do on the show. Is
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
will.
if we could get some women on to talk about that.
The
Um,
creator, the YouTuber's name is Kyle Peterson, and he's actually one of my. He's a popular action figure YouTuber. He's one of my favorite ones. He's really good. Kyle Peterson. So you'll
Now,
be able to find it.
there
What's that?
are women that like this stuff.
Yes,
Um, they aren't many.
it's just finding them.
Some are dangerous, and some are very nice. I mean, Cleo's not into collecting comics, but she's into records and she's into good music. She's taught me about some great music, like old reggae from the '60s. Um, yeah, women into comic collecting. That's I'm trying to remember if I've ever encountered that. I don't. Um, at the comic store I used to work in, there was a lady that came in almost every week looking for Teen Titans comics. But I determined that she was in love with the guy that played Hawk, uh, that from the TV show. The Hawk and Dove were on the TV show,
Oh,
and because
I've
he was, and and of course the TV show is R-rated. It's pretty close to the comic, but
never
they'll
seen it.
have nudity and stuff. And Robin, before he becomes Nightwing, it shows him like raking a bad guy's face through the broken glass of the side window of the passenger door of the car. And it's like, holy shit, I never saw Dick Grayson do that in the comic books. And then he says, fuck Batman. But the actor playing him looked, he had that all American Robin look. And then they had some crazy younger actor playing a different Robin. Darth Vader sang the Lord's Prayer. Can you hear that?
Yeah. When you said that she was in love with Hawk, the first thing that came to my mind was that Battlestar Galactica character, the alien, like his name was Colonel Hawk. He was like a dude with bird feathers, like
Wasn't he Buck
glued to his,
Rogers, wasn't he?
yeah, Buck Rogers, not Battlestar Galactica. It was Buck Rogers with the bird feathers glued to his face. So I thought that seemed plausible that some, present
I was
day
Did you
woman
see my
would be in love
video
with him.
from yesterday where I was talking about that character? Or is this just a weird
No,
coincidence?
no, I didn't see the video. No, I didn't.
God damn,
Uh-uh.
I was talking about
You
that
were
actor
talking about
yesterday.
him? Were you really?
Yes,
No, I
because
didn't see it. That's funny. Why does that always happen? That happens a lot on this show.
I was talking about, well, I was showing Gold Key comics and I got to the Buck Rogers. There's one from the 1960s. It's based on the comic strip. And then you've got your Buck Rogers comics. They're based on the 1970s TV show.
Right.
And I said that I remember was it the second or third season they brought Hawk on?
I don't know. Maybe the second. Yeah, I don't know.
They brought
Second or
him
third.
on to try to get viewers. As I recall, I liked that season. Everyone else says that was the terrible season when they brought on Hawk. I thought they brought him on.
as a desperate attempt to have a interesting Spock type character.
Yeah,
They
and
did
even
that.
more action-oriented Spock. He's like Spock, but he's a guy that could also fight too, right?
Yeah, and there was Space 1999. It was looked cool, but everyone said, "Well, it's very wooden." In the second season, let's make it more like Star Trek. I think they brought in someone that had worked on the '60s Star Trek. A story Apollo will be able to correct me if he's still watching and he tell me exactly who. Someone like Fred Freiberger or something. And then they got a woman shape changer that was attractive for the second season. I forget what her name was with the widow's peak, and that was the attempt to save that show, and Hawk was the attempt to save Buck Rogers. I was talking about sitting at the Forum 303 Mall, the mall that is now been bulldozed, that the Centaur and I have bonded over because we grew up going to that mall. The Centaur, someone just tuning into the show for the first time. The Centaur and I have bonded. It sounds like I'm some insane Dungeons and Dragons idiot. That's but you've got to know, as Jim Mint says, you've got to know the lore of the Gratu Orloff show to understand who the Centaur is and who what the Forum 303 Mall is and how that's significant to my origin story. But anyway, they had a couple of comic book conventions in the early '80s at the Forum 303 Mall that spread throughout the whole mall in the walking area. It was really spectacular. That's where I got my Revenge of the Jedi T-shirt that was came out way before when they still were going to call it Revenge of the Jedi. And then Lucas said, "Well, I decided to change it to Return of the Jedi because revenge is not something that Jedi would do." And but in reality, it was because they were coming. The other studios coming out with the Wrath of Khan and Revenge of the Jedi sound pretty damn close to a normie. And that's the real reason they always come up with, yes, I was influenced by Joseph Campbell's mythology and the eternal story of man and mythology. Now you were influenced by Flash Gordon and Edgar Rice Burroughs paperbacks that you're reading while you're building your hot rods. But I don't even have any idea. Oh, yeah. Anyway, they had conventions there, and I was in the G. Sanders bookstore. I came on, and there was that guy that played Hawk, the Slayer, or whatever his name was, sitting there alone, no one around, on a next to a water fountain, just thinking, what has become of my life? I'm sitting here in a mall in Grand Prairie, Texas, because I played an alien in a TV show that's already been canceled. And of course, who knows what happened to that actor? Uh, um, but yeah, what are people talking about in this chat here? I saw that. Oh, we already read that one. I just love the cat, the depths. Oh, he means videos. He's been on this rant for a while. You need to have more cat videos because I had a video of Alan the cat laying in wait. I think for a mouse the other day. I haven't seen the mouse since. It's probably in. Uh, I don't feed Alan that well, so the fact that Alan is so big, it's probably eating dozens of mice that we never see. But we actually saw one the other day, and he says videos too. Cleo, are you going to? Oh no, Cleo can't. No, I hope she didn't see that message. You're gonna because she has to work. Cleo, are you going to watch Wilcock in 2 hours? I am. I'll stop the stream before that. Gold Key Geezers says good. Oh, look at Gold Key Geezers here. Good afternoon. I wish these people would come on, man. We could have a big. What were we gonna call it? The Congress. It was on the Spook Show poster. There was the Congress of Horrors. Good afternoon. Paula says the Space 99 character was Maya, right? I think most fans liked her, but normies didn't care either way. Um, I like that Maya character, says Steve. She could turn to animals if I remember. Oh, that's what I was talking about. We went back to Hawk and Dove, the Hawk from DC Comics. When Paula would be able to answer this, maybe you'd be able to answer this, Meyer. When did Hawk and Dove change from two guys to a guy and a girl? When did that happen?
And what was the? Because I remember. Oh, he's not even there. Paula will answer. Because I remember it was a Steve Ditko thing, and it was in the early '70s during the. I got to go blow my nose, ladies and gentlemen. I'm
Hey, I'll
getting
be
sick.
back I'm still here, but I have to turn the mic off. I'll be back in a couple of
That's
minutes.
fine. That's fine. Ugh. 1 second, please. Okay. Now the thing is to keep the dog. And there's the cat. To keep, I was thinking, how do I keep the dog from going upstairs and barking? I completely forgot because I never closed these. Look at this. Because this used to be a funeral home. I guess that's why they installed these curtains. See, and I can close off the upstairs. You see this, ladies and gentlemen? And it also soundproofs it a bit. See, it's there, and so there. I close this, and I'm going to keep the dog. And that means I can do the live stream a little longer. And but then this is where the dog can get through to go up the stairs. So maybe I'll move this chair over. I'm going to block the way. What else can I use to block the way? Oh, I see. This plastic tub here. Okay. Okay. So this stuff will keep the dog from going upstairs, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's nice to see Gary Davis again. I thought he'd been scared away from the show by coming on and being insulted by somebody, but we managed to clear all that up. Let's see what these humans are saying here. Oh, I just told my wife, hey, I can protect you with these curtains. And went up there and hugged her. And, oh, throw the link out again. Okay, invite guest, copy. Okay, hold on. Let me finish reading, then I'll put the link. Saying you're into epics and mythology because of Joseph Campbell is like saying you're into cars because you put 18-inch rims on your Toyota Corolla. That was Paula, of course. Greta says, I'll have to watch Wilcock tonight when I'm free of my pod person bondage. Paula says, about 1989. That's why I didn't know what happened. Hawk and Dove by Carl Kessel and Rob Liefeld. Yeah, Liefeld. He's all right. I hear he's a nice guy. Paranoid Android says, Apple, okay. Drew is chillin', says Chuck White. I thought Gretchen was supposed to take her out. I took her out this morning. It's just, yeah. All quiet on the Midwest front, says Captain Strange-Life. Have you ever experienced any paranormal activity at your home, Gratu, being a funeral home? Um, can I, Captain Strange-Life, are you watching? I don't know if he would like to share the story. The only person that said they've had a paranormal experience here is Hans, Captain Strange-Life. Um, I think my wife thought she saw something one night, in the attic, like something kind of, but no, I haven't seen anything. I would think that a ghost. Why would a ghost be in a funeral home? Funeral ghosts are where they lived and passed away, right? And they stay where they lived. Uh, why would a ghost be in a funeral home? It could be a ghost of it. I mean, this hasn't always been a funeral. It was a house, so it could be a previous resident of the house. It was turned into a funeral home in 1950. The house was built before World War One, so it was a lot of years. It was used as a residence. From 50 to I think 71, it was a funeral home. Then it became a furniture store. Hopefully, people don't die in furniture stores, although I guess it could happen. And then it was a house, and the different parts of the house were rented to different people. So, yeah. There's the link to come on. But anyway, um, I could tell the story of what Captain Strangeliffe saw, but I don't know if he wants me telling that story. He can come on. Captain Strangeliffe, come on. Come on, boys. Paranoid Android, you come on. Captain Strangeliffe, Paulo. Paulo maybe where he can't talk. I keep thinking Paranoid Android is the centaur. I get confused because he goes by many names. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Well, I was planning on showing magazines this morning. That was almost 5 hours ago. Let's do it now until people come back or people pop on wanting to talk. Oh, it says I have new comments. No, nothing. Okay. I speak in tongues when I have to lift these heavy boxes. I showed this the other day. This is Edgar Rice Burroughs fanzine from 1964, The Barsoomian. Number 8, October 1964, when everything was mimeographed. Yeah, how about that? Um, there's a movie club. Mira Corday is someone I've always liked. Um, he says, "Yes, I'm here. Still think about that time. Do you want to come on and tell the story? I'd love to have you on the show. Not just for that reason. Hey, gang, just driving by to say hello. Been really busy lately. Some sickness in the family. Oh no, and haven't got to get on much. I've enjoyed the videos that when you've had a chance to put them on. I'm sorry about to hear that. Um, yeah, um, Paulo, I'm helping my sister and brother-in-law move. Watching on my phone for a few minutes." Steve says, "I like haunted stories, but have a hard time believing any of it is real. Although I have experienced some strange things before." Um, Library 8. Hey, all. Great new video out from Captain Strangeliffe. It really has me regretting not getting that copy of Chilling Tales 19 back in 1990 from my local comic shop. Sob, sniff. Is Chilling Tales 19, is that the one with the girl with the wine glass where you see through the wine glass and you see her skull? Is that the one? I don't know. I have a Mandela effect, says Paulo. I have a Mandela effect story, says Paulo. Lost a CD on a trip once. Remember where and how. One day the CD was just there with the others. Hmm. Captain Strangeliffe. That was a nightmare experience and really kept me wondering about it to this day. Yeah, well, come on and tell the story. Um, this is one of those magazines. They have at Barnes and Noble that you might ignore, but um, oh man, how do you ignore it? That should have been the front cover. Miracorday. I found a still. The very first price guide ever bought, the 1976 Overstreet Price Guide, had an ad for Tanner Miles books, comic books, and movie posters. It was in Fort Worth, and and I always saw that ad, and thought, well, Fort Worth is only 20 miles from Arlington, but when you're in sixth grade, seventh grade, that might as well be a million miles. And my parents going to drive me over there to a store? Well, I guess they could have, because my dad went over to Carswell Air Force Base all the time to shop, because he was retired military. He wasn't Air Force, but if you're retired Army, you could go to an Air Force base. And so, and I guess we could have gone to that store. But anyway, I never did until about 10 years later in 85. My friend Tom, that I met in 84, was a movie poster collector. So we went over there and I met Tanner Miles, and he had all these great movie posters. It was more movie posters than it was comics. And I got this one still, it's framed in my comic room upstairs, where I can't go right now, of Mira Corday. And I thought, it's really beautiful. I thought, this is more beautiful than Marilyn Monroe or all the, normies. I'm not knocking Marilyn Monroe, but that's what, normies are going to have pictures of Marilyn Monroe and James Dean. But if you're, you know, into things a little more deeply, you might have pictures of Mamie Van Doren, or in this case, Mira Corday. And Mira Corday was in B movies, and uh, she was in some really great ones like The Giant Claw. And let's take a look here. Yeah, this is an interview with her. Now, this magazine is from winter of 1995, so she was still around then. And my friend Tom, that same Tom I just met, not the Tom from Canada, this is a friend, Tom Renoni. He he moved out to California and was there all through the late 80s, 90s, and came back in the 2000s. And he, oh, there she is with her husband. There's a nice pinup picture of her. Um, she was in The Giant Claw, and oh, she was also in Tarantula, another fine film. There she is with Leo G. Carroll. Um, so, Miracorday. Anyway, my friend was friends with this guy that he knew from working on movies. I don't know the guy. I forget what job the guy had. It may have been one of those things where no one really knows what it is, like a key grip or something. But his mom was Miracorday, so when he visited his friend, he met Miracorday a few times. You know, there. Um, oh, the Black Scorpion. Oh, the Black Scorpion. She was the Black Scorpion. Has is Willis O'Brien, the animator from King Kong, did the Black Scorpion. There's, you know, Miracorday. But, you know, average person doesn't know who Miracorday is. But, okay, we were just talking about Battlestar Galactica. And this box is labeled Star Wars Era Mag. So far, I haven't shown you anything Star Wars era, but this is what we saw when we knew that Battlestar Galactica was coming. And this was one of the most prominent magazines on the newsstand when Battlestar Galactica premiered. And you can see what they did. And you can see how this would piss off Lucas. They hired Ralph McQuarrie, who was that painted the everything, you know, the initial designs for all this stuff in Star Wars. They hired him, and then they had John Dykstra, who did the special effects in Star Wars, to come in for Battlestar Galactica. So they basically hired his people. It's kind of like when Lorne Michaels hired basically the whole cast of the National Lampoon Radio Hour for Saturday Night Live. I mean, John Belushi, Gilda Radner, Dan Aykroyd wasn't on that. Bill Murray, Brian Doyle Murray was well. He wasn't initially on Saturday Night Live. They got Bill Murray, Chevy Chase. Um, they didn't get Christopher Guest. Well, they got him later on in the 80s. Christopher Guest was one of the best of the National Lampoon Radio Hour. And then they hired some of the writers for the National Lampoon Radio Hour, like Michael O'Donoghue, Mr. Mike. You know, it's just like, oh, did you create something new, or did you just hire everybody in mass from somewhere else and then throw in a few other people like Garrett Morris? And I had to move this ladder. It's not really cool looking. This is what I've been drinking lately, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, hold on. Oh my God. How about that? Okay, what is Library 88 says? Yes, indeed, that's the one. I could have gotten it for $40. Now it's a down payment on a house to get. Yeah. Um, I have a few things to do, says Captain Strange Life, but if you're still on when you're done, I'll pop on. Have to go now. See you later, said Paulo. Gotham City Comics. Hello, good morning. Oh, there's Gotham City Comics. Um, I'm sorry, you're sitting on a wobbly bar stool. That's the tripod, so that's why it's what. That Chamber of Chills issue, Chamber of Chills, what was it, number whatever? It has it appeals to not just comic book collectors. It appeals to people into monsters. Well, they're different comic. There's different. Oh man, I'm not going to use the word community. There's different collecting. There's different fields of collecting, and that Chamber of Chills is a nexus point for the people into punk rock and heavy metal. They're into Danzig because that image of the woman's face was used on a Misfits 45 back in the, I don't know, late 70s, early 80s. So it has, they want that issue. And then, obviously pre-code horror comic collectors want it. And then people into monster stuff want it. So it's not, there's a lot of different people that want that. Um, yeah, I was talking to Eric Brain off of, he got, they were downsizing at the comic store he was working at, so he didn't have that job anymore. And I said, oh man. And he said, well, I'm not that worried because I've got Chamber of Chills number 11 or whatever that number was. And I thought, oh, okay. So it's like you've got a cushion that's much better than relying on the government unemployment checks. You've got a comic that's worth about a huge amount of money. And you just sell one comic, you still have your collection, and now you can um, look for a job for a year or whatever. So that's the way it goes, man. I don't know. Battlestar Galactica. So this is what we saw. This is there's even a ad on the back for maybe I should move this to get better light. Let's see. Ooh, this is much better light. Oop. Ah. Oh, and you can see Drew in the shot too. So if Drew gets up and moves, you guys can warn me. No, she can't get upstairs though. So now I got to move this reorient this chair. Drew is doing the famous. Now that's not exactly reverse sneezing. My other beagle that passed away, Daisy, did reverse sneezing, and when a beagle does this weird sneeze, and what you got to do is you go up to the dog and you just grab the nose and close the nostrils. You just pinch the dog's nose and it stops doing the reverse sneezing. It's a weird sound. It's scary at first. And then you find out, no, that's just something that beagles do. I don't know if any other dog breeds do it or not. I've only had two dogs. They're both beagles, so I'm not an expert. Never had a dog growing up. My parents didn't allow it. I think that would have really helped me as a child to have had a pet. I'm trying to plug that damn phone in. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So again, is the link still here? Post comment. Do you remember the link? There we go. Well, I've enjoyed talking to Meyer and all of you guys in the chat today. It's God damn. Yeah. You can never can tell when the unexpected will happen here. Um, okay, well, October of 1978. So that's the big. Okay, so Star Wars came out in the summer of '77. So then it took them a while to put Battlestar Galactica together. So this is towards the beginning of the next school year. That would have been my 8th grade year. Oh, look at this, man. There's even the blueprints for the blueprints of Mothership. That's pretty crude looking. I don't know about this. Um, oh, there's authentic Star Trek blueprints. How about that? Uh, Star Wars fans, wear your colors, just like you're in a gang, huh? I forgot they had these big giant size action figures for Battlestar Galactica. They don't, I actually, are those prototypes? I don't think I ever saw that. Looks sort of like some other figure that I don't think that went to market like that. And that certainly does not look anything like Lauren Green. I'm wondering, are these prototypes? Meyer would know. Star Wars watches. Yeah, this is the ultimate Star Wars poster. That's my favorite image, that Hildebrandt Brothers painting. Interview with Dennis Murin. Now, of course, this is the original paintings that Ralph McQuarrie did of what Battlestar Galactica would. Oh, and this article is written by D.C. Fontana, who was a big she was a big Star Trek writer, as I recall, the original Star Trek. I don't know. I don't know if this magazine's worth anything, but this is were the tantalizing images we saw of what Battlestar Galactica was going to look like. Okay, move this over. Hold on. I can't see a dang thing, man. I don't know why this happened to me. Okay, fantastic. Um, okay. I'm pretty sure I bought this at Lone Star Comics when it first opened. Um, now it's known as mycomicshop.com. And let's see when this came out. Fall of '77. Yeah, this was one of the first magazines that came out that covered Star Wars intensively. Um, It's volume one, number one of science fiction, horror, and fantasy. Back when you could get a magazine for $2, I have an article on the Rescuers, which nobody cares about. Star Wars. This is a British mag. Is it British? Hmm, I don't know. Here, is this? That's not the cover of the Star Wars paperback that I recall. And these are who drew this? Oh, Kelly Frias did these Star Trek portraits of different cast members. An article on Christopher Lee. Seeing if there's anything. Oh, you got the. Oh, yeah. Then the next issue, because it wasn't long after Star Wars that Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out. June of '78. As I recall, Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out at Christmas time. Am I wrong? Well, this is June of '78. Probably came out on the stands in April of '78. So that'd just be a few months after this came out, which would allow them to have the mothership on the cover. I think they tried to keep that a little bit under wraps before the movie came out. They wanted people to. Yikes. I've got to fix this tripod, is the problem. The tripod worked really well for a while, but it's time for it's time to be decommissioned. Damn, man. All right. This is pretty good angle. Anyway, this is a year after Star Wars came out. Um, here's this movie, The Manitou. I never saw that movie. I don't know if any of you did. Return from Witch Mountain. I guess that was coming out around that time. Oh, it had Christopher Lee. I saw the original one, Escape from Witch Mountain, when I was living in San Antonio a few years before this. Quark was a series with Richard Benjamin that I remember being interesting. It was a comedy, but it had, as I recall, it had a Star Trek connection with David Gerber, the Trouble with Tribbles guy, right? No, that's David Gerald. I'm all confused. Anyway, it wasn't terrible. The Quark. There were two kind of comedy science fiction shows came on about the same time. The other one was Salvage One with I think Andy Griffith, and it was about a garbage truck in space, basically. Neither one lasted long, but they came on in the wake of Star Wars. There, I think you can see all the episodes of Quark on YouTube. Yeah, it has all the different shots of the mothership turning around. So this is well after the movie came out. Yeah, how about that? There's another one that came out not long after Star Wars. I don't remember this one being that good either. Oh, here's a good black and white. It's uh, it's got the dots, so you can easily reproduce this and blow it up, or if it's an ad mat, basically for the newspaper. With that, oh, there's a Wonder Woman article. Bride of Frankenstein. When did when did this shit start where Wonder Woman could fly? I'm not. I mean, just fly like Superman without her invisible plane. I'm not sure when that exactly started and whose idea that was. There's every painting of this King Kong ape. His head is in the exact same orientation with his jaw open just the same way. Of course, that's what he really looked like in the movie. He was a guy in a suit. I mean, it was a good suit. It was Rick Baker, but there's the initial painting, rough painting. Oh boy, was that a yeah? That's the initial painting, and then it became this. They had the ridge. Then there was a painting in between that had just these jets flying around them, and then in the movie they didn't have jets; they had helicopters. So they were this painting. They actually put a few helicopters there, and then he's holding on to some crumpled thing, and you don't. Oh man, everything's backwards. The crumpled thing he's holding on to right here, you don't know what that is. It's probably one of the elevated train cars from earlier in the movie. I don't know what it is. And there he's got 1 foot on one of the twin towers and one on the other, which I don't think they're that close. But anyway, it's still a great image, much better than the movie. It's weird how the comments just kind of stop. Some of these got damaged. God damn. We had this plumber back in Texas that was like, I don't know, some meth head probably. And he flooded the entire master bedroom. He put some temporary thing on the bathtub faucet, and it blew off, and it started spraying water everywhere. And my wife and this lady that was staying in our house for a little while called the plumber, and he cursed at them. Why didn't you shut it off at the street? Well, because they're women and didn't know how to do it. But he's cursing at them. You don't curse at your customer because they didn't fix a problem that you had temporarily rigged badly. So anyway, my whole point in this, there were the lower magazine boxes in the closet in the master bedroom took on some water, and I had no idea that that had happened. That had gotten under the wall, and so this has slight moisture damage at the bottom. Bad. To me, it's bad. Um, it affected some late period Mad magazines, which, yeah, I mean, but I don't want that happening. It it affected some magazines, not vintage, but more recent, uh, from the 80s or something of magazine that Hugh Hefner was behind. I won't mention its name. It affected some 1960s movie magazines. That was kind of a loss. I mean, it for the most part, most of the stuff is salvageable. Maybe it could be pressed, but there were some that were too. They just had to be tossed out. Anyway, this is a Star Wars poster magazine that was everywhere back after Star Wars came out, and it unfolds into a giant poster. So I imagine a lot of people unfolded this magazine and put it up on their wall. There was a Hammer version of this too. I think that unfolded into giant images of Christopher Lee as Frankenstein and stuff. This unfolds into a gigantic Chewbacca head, but unfortunately, it's been water damaged. What is this? Oh, this was damaged too. Oh, shit. It has a great cover. That was an image from a Star Wars re-release, I think, from right before. I hate seeing these, man. It sucks. Yeah, and they did a Close Encounters poster, magazine too. Doesn't that look like um, Kamala Harris a little bit if you put a wig on it? Yeah, this one. Yeah, you can see the water came up real high. Ugh, I hate that. It seems like there's a lot of magazines and comics. If you go to mycomicshop.com, there's a lot of them that say moisture damage or they say water spotting. And I don't know exactly what causes water spotting, but as soon as I see moisture damage, I say, oh, go to the next one. I don't want comics that have moisture damage. But I guess a lot of the old comics have gotten it over the years from being just wherever they were stored. This one is not damaged, but it really should be in another box with my teen magazines. This is Screenland, and it's covering the Beach Party movies. What are people saying here? Oh, Justin, there is a Simpsons McBain comic that does that. Folds out into a giant poster, one side comic, one side poster. Really neat. Huh, yeah, I haven't seen that. Hey, lady, lend me $1, help me walk, and I'll make you feel good all day. P.S. I'll pay you back when I'm rich. It's almost like a joke from National Lampoon or something. Oh, an article on Susan Hart. Look at this. Susan Hart is another one of those uh, great, like Miracorday. Susan Hart was in a lot of beach party movies. Yeah. Okay, there's somebody trying to come in here. Oh, wait, who was that? That looked like Donna Lauren. Is that Donna Lauren? Yes. Yeah, I can immediately spot like all these like immediately right. I immediately rivet right to that's Donna Lauren, who's the Dr. Pepper girl. And of course, Dr. Pepper is one of our sponsors here, but I stopped drinking this filth because it was making me extremely fat, and for all I know, it's what's making me half blind. So I switched to this stuff that goes down smooth, and it's making me less fat. I think my cheeks used to protrude out about another inch on each side. But let's see who this human is in the chat. Oh, it's Meyer. Hello,
Hello.
Meyer. Hey there. I'm surveying water damage on these books here.
Yeah, I heard what you said about water damage and comic books and purchasing old comic books, say from Lone Star or mycomicshop.com. I would
Yeah.
always steer away from that as well. For a long time in the beginning of me realizing that there were no local comic book shops in the city that I wanted to go to, I discovered my comic shop, which has probably been about 8 years now or 10 years ago. And I discovered those Dell comics. So I discovered that they had a tremendous amount of all these different Dell Four Colors and other Dell titles from the 1950s that were low grade, like 2.5 or 3.0, that were relatively the same cost as a new comic book, $3.99, $2.99, $4.99. So I discovered that a 2.0 from mycomicshop.com can be a hit and can be a miss, right? Now you can get a great copy because they undergrade. But I discovered that it was a little risky. And so I went, because a lot of times they don't even have pictures of these comic books. So I would go with a 2.5 or a 3.0, and that's kind of how I amassed that hundreds of 1950s Dell comics, is because I was
Oh,
buying them for $3 or $4 in a fairly low grade that oftentimes would be a full point above. Like if you get a 3.0 in hand, and I was like, geez, this is more like a 4.0. That happens a lot.
Yeah. And I have talked to, when I worked in the comic shop, um, it was just really a few miles away from where the warehouse is, the Lone Star Comics, mycomicshop.com warehouse. And this kid came in and he said, I used to work for mycomicshop.com. I used to grade the comics. They trained me how to grade them. They said to grade them um, lower than they really are because they don't want to have to mess with returning comics and unhappy customers. So that is true. A lot of people have said that on here on YouTube, that mycomicshop.com undergrades the comics, and that's intentionally done. It's not because they're stupid. They train their people to do that. So that is a good thing about the weird thing is, like, those kind of comics you're talking about, they don't I guess they don't, they figure people don't really care about them, collectors don't want them, so they don't even bother taking pictures of them. So you're buying them blind. They don't give you a little see image of the comic. Most comics on there, it seems like they'll let you see the front and the back of the comic. um, but some,
They
I
don't.
noticed that they don't.
They don't. It'll sometimes there'll be an image and it will say not actual comic, generic image of comic. Right.
Well, one thing I remember in the late 70s and early 80s at Lone Star Comics, in their physical store, the physical, did I just say physical twice? I'm gone mad. In their physical store that you could walk into, the building, I remember back then they didn't have boards in comics. They were just bagged. And you'd go through, and I remember looking at the Silver Age comics, and quite a few of them at that time had moisture damage on the back. I could see they'd been through something, and I'd always reject those. But you really couldn't tell it if you saw a photograph of the front of that comic. You wouldn't be able to tell that. So I thought, I never want to deal with comic books through mail order. I want to always uh, touch and look at the comic book and flip it over, because a lot of times you could tell the damage on it. Usually the ad on the back of a comic book has got a white background, and you could kind of tell what's going on with the comic. Whereas, oops. So that's, but that just may have been a one buy they made in the 70s. There, there are comic books out there that are have been through horrendous things. One time I was in Lone Star Comics in the late 70s, and I heard the employees talking about a horrible auto accident, which I think I read about more recently. There was a, what is the comic collector dealer that just passed away that was out in California where you're at, that always wrote the real controversial and stuff on Facebook? What's his name? Do you remember that
I don't know.
guy's name?
No, I don't know who you're
He
talking
ran
about.
comics and comics with the X. He was a big name. Paulo would know immediately if he's watching. Probably not. Meyer, I just ordered a Four Horsemen figure, Frankenstein's creature.
Oh, cool.
I don't
I haven't seen those yet. I like those Mythic Legions by, and the other ones. What are they? Cosmic Legions by the Four Horsemen. I haven't seen that though.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds good. Um, what the hell am I talking about? Um,
Oh, you're
Oh,
talking
anyway,
about
whoever that
comic
guy
components.
is, he just
Yeah,
passed away. He was,
maybe
people didn't
Kevin
like him.
mentioned.
He was talking about he was sick. And then people were saying, "You're not sick, you're just faking. You're an asshole." And then he died. And then people say, "You're not dead, you're faking." That's how much people didn't like him, because he was always posting about Stan Lee and what a jerk Stan Lee was and how he didn't do anything. I just can't remember the guy's name, but I enjoyed reading his stuff. And but he used to own one of the first comic stores in San Francisco. It was
Right.
called Comics and Comics, and he wrote about how he watched them filming the movie The Doors across the street from his shop, because they, I guess, had done up the street to look like, 1967, whatever. But anyway, whatever his name was. Uh, he wrote about being in an accident coming from Houston, and a real bad accident when they were, and I think when he was really young, and from a comic convention, and it might have been the same accident they were talking. Is the time frame kind of agrees, and I think someone was killed in the wreck. Regardless, priceless golden age comics were in this van, um, and it was a bad, horrible wreck. And these comics, some of them had blood on them, and who knows what else. And this person in the comic store, I was a little kid listening to these adults talk, and they were talking about how they had to clean the blood off these comics because you can't. They were like price, really important comics. So I'm thinking, if you ever have a brownish stain on a comic you buy, you might. I don't know if you can get a DNA test after maybe after all these years to see what that fluid is. I wouldn't be buying comics with horrible stains like that personally. Um, Wait, what are people talking about here? Oh, Gotham City Comics says Brian Hibbs. Oh no,
Yeah,
not Brian Hibbs. He's alive. What's he talking about?
I mean, I know who Brian. So Brian Hibbs is the guy that owns all of the main shops in San Francisco right now, and I think it's called
Oh
Comics and Comics.
no.
He's the
Oh,
guy
he's
that
guessing
bought.
who that person
He's
was.
the guy that bought Gary from Nerdrotic. Gary, he's the guy that bought Gary's shop, which is right up the street from where I live. And once that guy bought Gary's shop, I stopped going because of the guy's Twitter, because of what he was
No,
saying. Yeah.
it's not that guy. This guy did die,
How long
and
ago did the guy that you're talking about? How long ago did he die?
within the last year.
Oh, okay. I
Um,
don't know who that is. I'm not sure who
oh,
that is.
that's it. His name was Gary Arlington. I think,
Ah,
is that the
thank you.
guy that died in the wreck, or is that the guy I'm talking about that was on Facebook? He died.
I don't know who that is.
Uh, I seems like I've talked to you about this guy before, and you knew who he was, or that could have been Paulo. Paulo knew who this guy was. Died in 2014. No, this is someone that died in the last year. He knew he was dying, and he made a lot of posts about it. I don't. It doesn't really matter. That guy may not. The guy I'm talking about may not have been in that wreck, but it was a wreck that probably happened around Texas because that's where Lone Star Comics was. And my only real point is, if you have old comics and they've got mysterious stains on them, it could be someone's lifeblood. It's just a nice thought to cheer you up on a Sunday morning. Oh, look, you can get Star Jewels. This issue, Fantastic Films was a good magazine,
Yes.
and it was because oh shit, it's a little bit different when you're 59 years old and you see. I remember it was a very wordy magazine. It wasn't like Famous Monsters. It gave you a lot to read. I remember visiting my uncle and aunt in San Antonio, and I had one of these Fantastic Films. Oh wait, Darth Vader's talking. If ye have faith and doubt not, ye shall not only do this which is done to the big tree, but also, if ye should say unto this mountain, be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea, it shall be done. I don't know this movie Quintet. I've never heard of Quintet. Um, but this is just, oh, it's, covering the upcoming Superman movie. Did you ever see when Superman was on network television for the first time?
No, I don't remember. I might have, but I don't remember.
Well, they expanded the movie so they could make it over maybe two. I think it was on for 2 nights. So, with the commercials in it, they wanted to make it 4 hours long. So they put in all this footage that had been removed initially. And I had had it recorded on VHS. I no longer do, but I'm sure that other people recorded it on VHS, and then and it's probably on YouTube. I'm sure people have the extra stuff they added in. There was some weird stuff where Lex Luthor had a giant plant or something, and Miss Teschmacher, they were feeding it something like a little shop of horrors or something they had in a pit. Stuff that wasn't in the movie that was cut out. But the one thing I remember is the destruction of Krypton went on for like 10 minutes. They had so much of this footage of people falling into chasms and flames shooting up. It was like, oh, this one had some water damage too from that goddamn. Uh, yeah. Um, Maybe not. Maybe that was because this one's not damaged. And if that one had water damage, this one should have it too. Maybe this was in a different box. Anyway, this is they don't really the cover. It's like it makes it look like that's Dawn of the Dead, but in reality, it's Alien is feeding into that. It's not really laid out very well. Stella Star Crash was well. It was called Star Crash, but I think in other countries it was called Stella Star. This is not accurate here. Um, this is the home movie, which I still have. There, this is one of the greatest scenes ever. Uh, I mean, it's just unbelievably great. There's nothing in any other Star Wars movie like that had such a reaction with the crowd watching the movie as to seeing them get their medals. And I mean, it was right out of a Leni Riefenstahl movie, but it still works. And here's why superheroes don't work on TV, and they're showing the way they look on TV as opposed to their. Um,
Who's Leni Riefenstahl? I was just going to ask, where do you think that is that a reference to another film, to that scene?
oh,
What is
oh,
that?
oh, yeah. No, Leni Riefenstahl is a female filmmaker, a German filmmaker that was incredibly innovative and was fantastic. And back when George Lucas was in film school, they taught you Leni Riefenstahl is one of the greatest. There was just one problem. She was making her movies in Hitler's Germany, and she was making them about Hitler. She made Olympia about the Olympics that were in Berlin, and she did. If you watch that movie, the Olympic athletes look like you see these statues of Greek gods, and then it cuts to the actual real athletes, and it's incredible. Her photography is great. And then when the people are running, the track runners are running, she had a trench dug so the camera could be down on wheels, and the camera would be at ground level looking up, so that you're looking up at these runners like they're gods, and the camera's tracking along with them. It's fantastic. I mean, when I talk about film, sometimes I have tears come to my eyes because it's an emotional gut thing. But she made what was it called? There was well, Hitler had his book Triumph of the Will, but there was a movie made called the same name, right?
I
I
don't
think
know.
yeah, I think I'm trying to remember. No, 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 no. His book was called Mein Kampf. The
Yeah,
movie was called Triumph of the Will, and she directed that. And it's you see so much of her filmmaking and in other a lot of the great the filmmakers. I mean, she makes this it's they're propaganda films. She makes Hitler look just amazing. The German people must have watched these films in the theater and like, oh my, you see Hitler's plane flying along, he's looking out the windows at these clouds, and then you see the beautiful castles of Germany, and oh my god, it looks like he's this hero that's come to save everyone. And you wonder, why were the German people so fooled? Well, it's because Leni Riefenstahl was such a great filmmaker. But man, it's got the damn they're at where is it?
called where they had the big Nuremberg. They had the big rally, right? And where they later brought the criminals to be hung and everything. And they brought them there because that's where they had this big rally. And shot for shot, that when Han Solo, Chewbacca, and Luke Skywalker come out with that stirring music, that's exactly what it looks like with Hitler coming out and all the troops on both sides. It's an if you've seen the movie Triumph of the Will, you can't unsee it. They used to have on YouTube. It was hilarious, man. Someone had cut together the Star Wars footage that they'd made in black and white with the footage, the Leni Riefenstahl footage from Triumph of the Will, and they had Luke Skywalker and Han Solo and Chewbacca coming down, and they would cut it with Hitler looking down approvingly, and they'd cut it between the two movies, and it just looked like they were coming in to meet Hitler. It's great. But she's so great. I have tears in my eyes thinking about how great those movies look, even though Hitler was a horrible person. The movies are so stirring. That's Leni Riefenstahl is great. But she later, I mean, she wasn't prosecuted for her, what she did. She later, I think she remained a photographer and lived in the Hawaiian Islands or something later, but she never continued as a filmmaker, but I don't think. I think she was more of a, I don't know. She lived a long life, but, and there were people that spread rumors that she was Hitler's, girlfriend, well, he already had a mistress, but they were spreading rumors about Laura Loomer secretly dating Trump. Like, why am I? I don't want to feed into the liberal thing comparing Trump to Hitler, but that's what they want everyone to believe. Outland was an interesting movie. You remember that?
Yes, I saw it in the theater when it came out in about 1982. Is that right?
Yeah, that was another. Yeah, you know what the whole structure of that movie was. I don't know if you remember or knew at the time.
No, tell me.
It was. It was. Um. What was the movie? Man,
I mean, I
High
remember
Noon.
it was
I'm
like a
snot is
detective
falling out of my
story.
nose. I bet that looked good on camera.
Sean Connery, and it was like
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
a
Hold on a
detective
second. I
story,
gotta blow my nose.
police story in space. You guys ever listen to Piccola Poopa? I went down a Piccola Poopa rabbit hole last night. Started with Rita Pavone because Rita Pavone came up in a conversation, and then I started talking about Little Rita of the West, the movie Little Rita, and then that made me think of Piccola Poopa, and they were both great Italian recording artists. And then you should also check out that film. It's available on YouTube, I think, called Little Rita of the West. It's an Italian spaghetti western musical starring this girl Rita Pavone, who was like an Italian pop star in the mid 1960s, and so was
Yeah.
Piccola Pupa. Piccola Pupa was also an Italian pop star in the early to mid 1960s, and she's definitely worth listening to. If you like, look up like Piccola Pupa, some of her albums, like she had a U.S. release album that came out in 1967 that has her singing some songs in Italian and some songs in English. It's great. And then if you see her perform, like how she performed on the Ed Sullivan Show, she was fantastic. She's like this 16-year-old girl that was very talented.
And that's her music. I missed some of what you said. The music's on YouTube.
Yeah, I was talking about Piccola Pupa and Rita Pavone. Have you seen that movie, Little Rita of the West? It's an Italian spaghetti western musical with Rita Pavone.
I don't think so. No.
Oh man, you'd love it. It's great. It's very funny. It's kind of like a western comedy, total spaghetti western though. But you can find English dubbed versions on YouTube. And there's
Okay.
like musical numbers. This girl Rita Pavone, she was a also an Italian pop singer. She was kind of like I don't know, the Italian Haley Mills, sort of. She was kind of
Okay.
like, I don't know how to put it, but but also very talented little dancer and singer.
Okay, yeah, that's sounds good. But anyway, Outland was a remake of High Noon. It was a western in space.
Oh, okay,
If you think about it,
that
this
makes
movie had the caveman had amazing stop motion. I wish it was more the dinosaurs. I
yeah.
mean, when the dinosaurs weren't on scene, it was like, eh. But if it could have been like almost all dinosaur, it was just like 1 million years BC with these insane uh, dinosaurs that looked like they were out of Big Daddy Roth or something. It was a Ringo Starr movie.
It
I
was great. I remember loving it. That was a movie that was in heavy rotation on Showtime in about
yeah.
1981 or 82. So I probably saw it 10 times over
There's
the summer.
yes another movie about the same time no one remembers. um, Burt Reynolds, I think, for a while as a bachelor, was living with uh, what was his name? Hal Needham, who was a stunt coordinator, and I think he Hal Needham directed Smoking and the Bandit, and that movie worked because of Burt Reynolds' charisma and Sally Field and Jackie Gleason and everything, and all this. He was good at doing stunts and car crashes and stuff, but he's not. Hal Needham's not really a movie director, but Hollywood said, "Well, this movie made." I think it came out the same year as Star Wars, and I think it probably came in second next to Star Wars. So it was a huge hit. So they said, "Well, let's give him some more movies to make." And then everything else he made was so terrible, like Mega Force. And I might be wrong. I think I'm right about all that. It's the same guy, but he made a movie called The Villain with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Kirk Douglas and Anne Margaret. Have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's a Western comedy. It's actually pretty good, but I haven't seen it since I saw it in the theater. I wonder if they burned all the prints. I mean, this is in late 70s, maybe early 80s. Someone maybe, the people in the chat don't ever talk here, which sometimes that's a good thing. But when I want to know an
Nobody
answer
said
to
anything
something,
about,
they need to provide
nobody
it.
said anything about Piccola Poopa. I mean, that just the name alone, this girl's name was crazy. It's great. Piccola
It's
Poopa.
crazy. Yeah, I would have changed my name if that was my name.
It's not a
Justin
real
says,
name.
got it set aside to watch. Thanks, Myron.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. Yeah. She
Um,
actually she has a normal name. She changed her name to Piccola Poopa. I know, it's crazy.
okay, so I'm going to come back to five
It
hours
means
and
something in
40
Italian.
minutes to try to find later. I will, unless you can remember to send me a link, because I'll never remember how to spell
I'll
pickle or
send you a
poop
link.
or
I'll
anything.
send you a link to both of all of this
Okay,
stuff.
yeah.
I think piccola pupa means something. Like I think pupa means little doll in Italian, and piccola means musical somehow. So it's a play on words. It's like not a
So when
real
I
name.
see pupa, somehow I think of larva or something, but no singer would call themselves
So
larva.
so this girl became a star in the United States because she was featured in multiple episodes of the Danny Thomas show Make Room for Daddy. So at one
Yeah.
point she came over, remember, so Danny Thomas, the premise of the show is he's a producer of like a musical television show or something, and she comes over from Italy to New York, and she's this little recording star, and so he takes her and moves her into the house, and she's in multiple episodes where she's living with them, and she's like this little teenage girl that only speaks Italian. Her name's Piccola Pupa, and the name was funny, right? So it
Hmm.
stuck. And so she had singing appearances on Make Room for Daddy, and that's how she kind of got a US recording deal through
Yeah.
Danny Thomas.
Growing up, I had never seen the show I'm about to mention ever. I mean, I'd heard of it, but when it was shown a couple of years ago, I don't know if it was Me TV showing it or Hot TV. There was another one like Me TV called History of Television TV, Hot TV. I think it may have gone away. Me TV may have absorbed them, but they were showing a show called Bachelor Father,
And there's this young girl in there named Corrine Corcoran that was beautiful, a lot of personality. And I don't know if anything ever happened to her later on. I don't think she was as beautiful as an older lady. But Corrine Corcoran, that's another weird name. But um, the villain is also on YouTube. Looked it up with 1979. Anyway, the point of I've been making these references lately that watching Trump rallies, it's almost like a Roadrunner cartoon because like Wile E. Coyote some tries to do something every one and it fails. Although it's really not like a Roadrunner cartoon. It's really more like Al Cap's Fearless Fosdick. Do you remember that? You know what I'm talking about?
No, I mean I've heard of it before,
Okay.
but I don't
Well,
know.
Little Abner, I wonder if I could find a Little Abner book up. No, they're upstairs. I can't go up there. Little Abner, his favorite comic strip, this hillbilly's favorite comic strip was like a parody of Dick Tracy. And sometimes they would show what Little Abner was reading, and the whole Sunday page, instead of being Little Abner, was what Little Abner was reading. And it was called Fearless Fosdick. And he looked just like it was obviously Dick Tracy. He had the squared chin and the hat, but he had a little mustache. That was about the only thing that distinguished him from Dick Tracy. And he was a little skinnier. And he was just, he would shoot at the bad guys and miss them. And there'd be all these people in the crowd would have holes in their head and they'd be riddled with bullet holes. And it was just like ultra violent. Like the Dick Tracy comic strip was very, very violent. You would see people get shot in the head and stuff in that real comic strip. So he was doing a parody of that. But this guy was like a it was like Get Smart. It was a version of Dick Tracy. Every horrible stuff would happen whenever he was trying to get, and then the bad guys were like weird. So they looked like hammers or something. They were all weird villains. And I was thinking it's more like Fearless Fosdick because, people, the only person that gets hurt in the Roadrunner cartoons is Wile E. Coyote. But when these Democrats, when Biden and Kamala send people out after Trump, unfortunately, people that are standing behind Trump get killed or blinded. So it's not as funny as a Roadrunner cartoon. It's more like Fearless Fosdick, where he's aiming and hitting everyone else and the bad guys. But it's weird because Fearless Fosdick became a spokesperson for Wild Root Cream Oil. So this ultra violent klutz of an idiot comic strip parody character was in all the barber shops with his slick. In fact, the barber shop a couple blocks from here, he has a Wild Root Cream Oil sign with Fearless Fosdick because that guy has been in business in that same spot since 1962 every single day except here all the barber shops are always closed Mondays since 62 and Dick's barber shop. So he's getting up there. I've had my hair cut there a few times, but anyway, it looks exactly, it's a complete time capsule in there. It looks exactly like a barber shop would have looked in the 60s. It's really cool. It's weird how I just go from one topic to another. But back to the villain. Arnold Schwarzenegger's the good guy dressed in white, and Kirk Douglas is the bad guy. And it's not just me saying this because the director said I'm trying to make a Roadrunner cartoon, and it was exactly a Roadrunner cartoon because Kirk Douglas was basically Wile E. Coyote and Schwarzenegger was the hero, and then Anne Margaret, still looked really good at that point, in the 70s, and it was an enjoyable movie. I saw it in the theater. I mean, was it a classic? No, but it was like a live action, Warner Brothers cartoon. It was the villain. Apparently, it's on uh, on YouTube for free. Going to have a very unique Western watching afternoon. Oh, Justin, you're going to watch that? Well, watch David Wilcock first. Fearless Fosdick pulled up a puppet show. It Is that right? Weird pencil stash looking mobster. As soon as I finish recording this radio broadcast, I'll pull up YouTube. I'm sure it is. That they probably made a Fearless Fosdick puppet show. Uh, oh, goddamn! Hold on a second.
So you know who else you should listen to? So the basis of that rabbit hole that I went down with those Italian singers last night. I was talking to my friend, and we're talking. I don't know where the conversation. He mentioned something about modern music, and I said, and I mentioned Francoise Hardy, right? This French pop singer from the early '60s, and I said, you know, look at Francoise Hardy. And so I sent him a couple of videos, and then we started talking about pop and bubblegum pop. And he talked about the 1910 Fruit Gum Company, which is a band I wasn't familiar with. But you should also look up Francoise Hardy, HRDY. And she was this French singer that, so it's, you have to be in the, the idea is that it's almost like this is a cocktail party music, because unless you can speak French or Italian, you don't know what these young women are singing about. But it doesn't matter because they're so beautiful and their voices are so beautiful, especially Francoise Hardy, is that it doesn't really matter. She looks like a high fashion model that sings like a lark, and but it doesn't. You don't need to know what she's singing about. You can get the idea, the feeling from her emotions in the videos, because there's a bunch of videos, a bunch of footage of her singing, and it's really good. Francoise Hardy. It's like if you had a sunken living room with a wraparound couch and a wet bar. This is the music you'd be listening to, is Francoise Hardy, Rita Pavone, and Piccola Pupa. It's kind of like from the pivotal scene in Mad Men
Yeah.
when Don Draper's second wife has a birthday party for him, and then she sings this really sexy French song that embarrasses him. It's that genre of music, the exact same genre of music.
Why do I have a pop up from Elon Musk
Oh, I don't
on the
know. That's
top of my
cool.
screen? It just came down and it said X Elon Musk, and it was two flames. Elon Musk is spamming my phone. Uh, yeah, is it pronounced Francois Hardy? I never knew. I've never heard one
That's
pronounced.
how I've heard it pronounced, and
And
that's
I
what I
believe
think.
you.
I don't know.
I
Paulo
always
could
just
probably
thought
tell
it
us
was
better
Hardy,
than
but I've never heard it pronounced. So I've got something playing now that just popped up. This might have been a recommendation from you. Did you recommend the Han River Angels, or did I find
me.
this on
No,
my own?
no, but I used to live right next to the Han River. That's in Seoul. No, I didn't recommend that, but that's
It's
a
"To
great
Sir
name.
with Love," sung with, like, is it Vietnam? Where is the Han River?
No, that's
Korea?
it's Korea, South Korea. The Han River is
Oh, okay.
Seoul.
Well, I know
It's
you
a
weren't
big
in
river that
Vietnam.
runs
What am I
right through
thinking?
Seoul.
You wouldn't have American soldiers in Vietnam. What am I thinking, man? Shit. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Anyway, I find weird shit. Yeah, they probably did a TV show of Fearless Fosdick, but it's not what it's mainly known as.
Yeah, I just know
Justin,
the name. I didn't know any of that.
oh yeah, Justin says you do create some fun rabbit hole searches for me, fellas. Much appreciated. Oh yeah, Justin. She only died about 3 months ago. Apparently, I think she kept doing music. Which one is
Oh,
that?
maybe that's Francoise Hardy.
Yeah, I did hear about her passing away. There's some great scopatones of her.
Yeah. Yes,
Uh,
great tones.
there's one where it seems like she's on some kind of amusement thing where it goes back
Yeah,
and
yeah,
forth, and
that's the
she's
famous
totally
one.
still singing, but
Yeah.
the thing is rocking back. It's really haunting and hypnotic. Yeah. Well, when you look through these old magazines, things pop up and you've forgotten about, some uh, things that just like, man. she really hit the wall. I guess that's what hanging out with Richard Pryor doing drugs will do to you. Uh, but she was beautiful at the when the Superman movies were made. Uh,
I watched Superman 2 not that long ago. There's
uh-huh.
so much product placement in that movie that I wasn't aware of and didn't notice as a kid. So that movie is basically a Marlboro Red commercial.
I
She's
remember.
she's smoking a lot, and then there's multiple shots where you can see that she has a hard pack of Marlboro Red, like cowboy killer cigarettes, like on her desk. And there's also a lot of Coca-Cola
Yeah,
trucks
Superman
sitting.
doesn't he crash into a giant Coca-Cola sign
Yes,
in Times
yes,
Square?
yes, he does.
Yeah, it's very much
Great
so.
movie nonetheless. I loved it. It was a breath of fresh air after trying to watch so many present day superhero movies and not making it like 10 or 15 minutes without getting bored. I
There's
mean, I was
also
completely, yeah, I loved it. That
there.
guy Terrence Stamp, the guy
Yeah,
that plays Zod, is amazing in that movie.
yeah, he's great. Much better than the guy that played him in that Man of Steel. There is a there's a Richard Donner version of Superman 2 where he went and recut the way he had planned as best he could, the way he planned that movie to be if he wasn't fired from it. And then they brought in Richard Lester and then he filmed new footage and then they combined them together. They combined it into what we saw, which was great, but it was a different vision slightly that Richard Donner had. And that's why there's some scenes with Lex Luthor where he's got his back to you and it's clearly not Gene Hackman because they filmed that later. Uh, she's not, I see her like on Facebook and she's like not, she's like she's bedridden with, I think, like tubes going into her throat or something. It's like, but that character is in the new Superman movie. I don't know if she's going to be portrayed in this way. This Teschmacher character, which is not as far as I know, not a character that was ever in the comics. Um, but Crypto's in this new movie. That's it's like I people all these people on Facebook that are younger that are like the age of Sticky Goose are like, this is an outrage. They put red trunks on Superman. That looks so ridiculous. No, that's the way it's supposed to be. So I'm encouraged that they're making a Superman movie with Metamorpho and all these characters that you never thought you'd ever see. So
Wow, I just found this video. It says French lesson, learn French with music, and it's Francois Hardy, and she's singing, and they have a total translation of the lyrics. I'm gonna have to check that out later.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to see what she's saying in that song, famous song. Comment te du, the
I
famous
remember
one.
reading this article in the late 70s. This is from February of 79 at my uncle's house in San Antonio, because it was when, I'd seen Wizards and this Lord of the Rings cartoon was going to be released in theaters. And um, it's some of these designs that Ralph Bakshi had drawn. Um, he wound up relying too much, I think, on rotoscoping.
Yeah, it
You know,
was
if,
disappointing to me as a kid. I
yeah,
was
if you're going to
disappointed.
film the entire movie with actors and then have animators go in and retrace all the actors, why not just release the live action film that you shot instead of the traced version? Um, Fire and Ice that was all filmed with real actors. Well, if you can find actors that look like a guy that looks like he was drawn by Frank Frazetta and a girl that has the physique that looks like she was drawn by Frank Frazetta, just release that. That would be amazing. Uh, why turn it into a cartoon? I remember this character barely appeared in Battlestar Galactica. That was their attempt to recreate the cantina scene in Star Wars. This
Hmm, I
woman
don't
with the
remember that.
afro and four eyes.
I don't remember that.
It may not have even really been in the movie more than a second. Some of the stuff I think was cut. Like all these guys. I mean, you don't really remember that from Battlestar Galactica, but they're supposed to be the real creators, I think, of the Cylons. And then the way that Battlestar Galactica, the TV series, played out, it was just pretty much the Cylons. And but you don't really know, okay, who built them. And I think it was supposed to be this race of reptilian creatures. I only found out in the last 10 years, someone was telling me that Glenn Larson, that made Battlestar Galactica, was a Mormon, and that the whole TV series is heavily based on Mormon theology. I didn't know that, but I guess it makes sense. The Mormon theology has a lot of outer space stuff in it, but the whole thing about other tribes. Um, if I'm not mistaken, members of the LDS Church, when they die, they think they get a planet to populate and some heavenly, at least one or more heavenly wives to populate the planet. So basically, they become God on a planet after they die. So, so
Ancestors of the Aztecs or Toltecs, or what? How does that introduction go? The introduction
uh,
to Battlestar
there are
Galactica.
those who believe that life here began out there, far across the universe. The tribes of humans who may have been the forefathers of the Aztecs or the Toltecs or I don't remember the order they
Yeah.
mentioned.
Or the
It's
Mayans.
Aztecs, Toltecs, and or the Mayans. There are
Yes.
those who believe that there may still be tribes of humans out there struggling for. I don't remember the rest of it. Uh, yeah, they could have gone farther with all that. You know, they could have been. Yeah, I don't know.
I enjoyed
This
that show, but
one,
I lost interest at that right around that time. So like 82, 83, 84, I was completely losing interest in television. So I wasn't
yeah,
home at night to watch television anymore. You know what I mean? So like I stopped being a part of the sitting down and watching TV with my mom from 8 to 11. As that's the prime time hours in California that I grew up with, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. And so I just
yeah.
stopped because I was busy doing kid stuff. I was out every night. So I just stopped watching television. So I didn't see the end of Battlestar Galactica, I don't think, or
Uh huh.
some of the shows.
This is from a 1919 book, and they're showing, like a Death Star kind of thing. This
Huh.
apparently people had thought of that idea before. This magazine I remember being kind of interesting. Well, this this magazine I remember, you saw this is kind of a unique looking magazine, Star Odysseys, and it's just insane
Never
looking
seen
magazine. I wonder if this is no, it's called Space Odysseys. It's got a Starlog ad on the back. I'm wondering if this is who this is made by. It's not from the Starlog company. I'm wondering if this is from what was the guy that behind Erie Publications, um, that also made that real. I remember when you showed that Real West magazine on Four Color
it.
Fossils.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
went and immediately bought that on eBay.
Yeah, I can't think of his name right now. Darn it, I don't
Uh,
know. But yeah, that guy,
that guy, yeah. Let's see. There it is. It is
Melvin
him,
Foss. Is that his name,
Myron
Melvin Foss?
Foss. See, it's
Yeah,
him.
Myron
It has
Foss.
that.
Myron
It's
Foss.
just something about it has that sleazy feel. It's wonderful
I
looking,
was
but
just
it
gonna
just
say, I always had the feeling that he's sketchy. He's in a sketchy office. It's kind of dingy. You know, that's just what I always
the
pictured
paper
with that guy.
quality. It's just the side of cheap, but you can tell the guy's into this stuff. You can tell the guy knows it. As I recall, this has. Let me flip through it and see if I. Um, yes, this is what Famous Monsters never did. They never showed that or that. And in the 60s, when it was on the air, why didn't they? And I've always thought that Ackerman must have had a problem with Gene Roddenberry. Maybe back years before because something was up why Star Trek was just ignored. But see, this is the thing that tells me Myron Foss was a fan, was clued in because he's selling this magazine to kids into Star Wars, but he's showing you, hey, this is where this stuff comes from.
Yeah.
This is what my father said in the car on the way home from the movie in 1977. I saw that when I was a kid in Flash Gordon, and it's heavy coverage, page after page of Flash Gordon, and more pages. It's like and more, and then this is the kind of thing, 2-page spread of him fighting these guys with the fangs. It's like half this magazine is about Flash Gordon. So I respect that, but he's all, and there's more at the back. It's mostly just photograph, look, coverage of Logan's Run, Space 1999. Oh, there's something like this that you can see on YouTube where they say they have this coffin with some giant guy that looks just like that, and they say it's Gilgamesh or something, like he's some Nephilim or something. Uh, yeah, and a big coverage of Star Trek. In fact, well, it's actually not deceptive. Might be before this is before Star Wars, because look, it's Star Trek, it's Space 1999, it's 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's called
What's the
Space
year?
Odysseys. There's and there's not this is right before Star Wars came out. What is April 77. So this came out in February of 77. This is a good 4, 5, 6 months, not six, several months before Star Wars came out. Um, this is great. Buy one, get one free. Look at that. I
Oh,
never
this.
seen these shirts. Creepy, eerie. I've never seen these. Must be iron-ons.
And he's selling those in his book. He's selling Warren images in a Myron Foss publication. Is that an Erie
No.
publication?
Oh no, this is just an ad from a company, and it's called. Oh, it's over where you're at. It's in This is an ad of some company in San Francisco, California. He's not selling it. It's just an ad on the inside front
Oh,
cover
they're selling
selling.
it. I get it.
Yeah, it's not his. Starlog put an ad on the back because Starlog started in 1976. So I think those are the only ads in the whole thing. Oh,
There
and
was.
then the Star
So
Trek magazine.
do you remember? So what this reminds me of is that it was either shortly before Star Wars or right after Star Wars. Local syndicated markets were rerunning like Buster Crab, Flash Gordon, and Buck Rogers serials like after school. Like for us, it was a show that was called Captain Cosmic, that was actually Bob Wilkins, the same guy that did Creature Features, except now he was doing it like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a half-hour show, and he had a helmet and he called himself Captain Cosmic, and he showed space giants. He showed the old serials like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers, and it was all right around 1977, maybe even 76, 78. But that was when I saw all that stuff.
Yeah, right about the time of that.
Yeah,
Bob
right around the time of
Wilkins
that.
always reminds me of the brother in at the beginning of Night of the Living Dead that says they're coming to get you, Barbara. He
Yeah,
somehow, whenever I see
looks just like him.
Bob Wilkins, I think of the guy that gets hit in the back of the head by the zombie, the
Yeah, and
rocket.
that's where I first saw Night of the Living Dead, was on his show.
That makes me think, the zombie picked up a rock and hit him in the back of the head. Have you ever, in all the other zombie movies, do they ever pick up things and clobber people with them, or is it usually in the other movies they grab you and start biting into you or ripping you apart? But I've never seen one use a weapon before, except in that scene, and I'm probably wrong. If they ever used weapons, I don't know.
I don't know.
This is a British magazine that's sort of a imitation of Starlog. the art. So it's a cool painting. It's a little bit off. It's a little bit off model. It's like Darth Vader there kind of looks more like Drew.
Yeah, I like his nose.
But it's I think it's a wraparound, is it? Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
wraparound.
it is.
And it's good art. You can tell it's British. There's something about British art. I can immediately tell, the like the way that an artist for 2000 AD draws. It's all like I look at it has some art comics in it. I can immediately tell that's British. And it's I'm not knocking it. It just has that. It doesn't look like American comic art. It's some little different about it. It's like I can tell also, in a Warren magazine or something, or one of those other competitors, oh, that's a Spanish artist, or I can tell, oh, that's a Filipino artist. I don't know. Oh, this is set in the future year of 1989. Um, Opponent of Stupidity. Oh, that's a great name. Greetings, everyone. I wonder if whenever a new person appears, I wonder if it's the Centaur. That's a great name. Opponent of Gold Key Geezer. That's Russ Steiner. Oh, the artist that I just showed. This artist is Russ. I don't know who you're talking about. What you're talking about? What you talking about, Willis? That's Russ Steiner. I know Max Steiner, opponent of stupidity. Am I the only one who thinks Bob Wilkins looked like Andy Warhol? Yeah, yeah. Well, no, I don't mean you're the only one. I can see it. Um, this has that. This has that heavy metal look to it. This artist is named Brian Lewis. Um, no, Johnny and Night of the Living Dead. Oh, Russ Steiner is the name of the actor that played him. Yeah, I I think he's still alive, possibly. I don't know. No, I'm not the Centaur. You would know me by my former name, Movie World Comics. Holy smoke! He was one of the producers. Movie World Comics. Are you voting age yet? I because years have passed. Movie World Comics was one of the old viewers of the show, and that's like 5 years ago. So you might be. Are you out of high school? I'm
I
not
might
that
be in
that's any of my
college.
business. Oh, college. Well, yeah, I'm glad you're an opponent of stupidity. That's a great thing. Yeah, this everything with Star Wars. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I thought that's what Trump's ear was going to wind up looking like, but it's
Not
like
exactly.
it's like nothing. It shouldn't. It's like there's nothing. It's like he healed so well. It's really like, and this is the first
That
time I
was a
ever saw
tricky.
this image. I remember thinking that's weird to have a World War II battleship in outer space, but this is see it's covering Japanese animation. I'm sorry I interrupted you. What were you saying?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying that was that guy from that hippie episode that was
Yeah,
with that
I
song.
remember. Yeah. Um,
And I'm guessing that Starburst Candy had no problem with this magazine being titled Starburst. Isn't there a
did
famous candy
Starburst
company?
candy exist then? I don't know when that candy
I don't
started.
know either.
You know,
I
I
think it
just
did. I
remember
think it did.
suddenly there was a commercial Starburst fruit chew. I
Yeah,
never. I don't
Starburst
think I
fruit.
ever tried it. It's a lot of candy I
Oh, they're
never
very
tried. I
good.
never tried Pop Rock, Starburst. I don't know what any of that stuff
Yours
tastes
is
like.
good. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, the question is, the Starburst candy is it in England? This is a British
Yeah,
magazine.
probably not. Yeah,
I
it
would
wouldn't
buy
matter
this at
because it's
yeah.
only
I
in
would buy
America.
this at Lone Star Comics, and they imported it from England, which is why
Hmm.
it says Spider-Man the feature film on the back, because over there
That's
they
a great
released
image.
that in theaters. That almost makes
That's
you
a,
think it's gonna be good. It
yeah,
fools
it
you.
looks good.
Uh, yeah, sometimes they can really fool you. And I remember seeing Wizards in the theater.
I did
It was
too.
a interesting experience to, um, because I mean, it's like I was talking about Bashi the other day. It's like he's never really done anything original. I was saying except for the Mighty Heroes, and but this was original, but it really isn't, and because it's an amalgamation of different underground comics influences. I mean, that's completely from the work of Von Baudet, and I guess that's how you pronounce it. And I used to say Bode. I had no, but there's an accent mark over the E. And who did Cheech Wizard? And it's really kind of Cheech Wizard combined with Lord of the Rings, combined. Uh, uh, so this magazine would have little comic stories and movies that this movie End of the World. I think that might have been released in the United States as Starship Invasions or something. I remember this movie was had a full page ad in the newspaper. They were really selling it, but it
I loved that
it
movie.
yeah, I did too, but it looked so it had such they must have had trouble with the budget on that. Um,
Yeah, the special
and
effects were not the greatest, but it I enjoyed the movie. Just the whole premise was great. And I like George Papard and Jan Michael Vincent. They were great. It was a good movie.
they're reporting that Flash Gordon is coming back, but I bet it's not the same. Uh, Script is being handled by Sam Peoples, the man behind the TV pilot script Where No Man Has Gone Before. That one launched, so this is not the Flash Gordon that we got, because that script for Flash Gordon, the movie that ultimately came out in 1980, was by the guy that wrote a lot of the Batman TV scripts. Uh, my mind's I got to blow my nose. I can't think of his name right now, but and I think he wrote the script to that '76 King Kong as well. I just can't think of his name right now. I'll be right. I'm back. This I don't know. He was one of the producers. Lorenzo is it's the guy I'm thinking of. Lorenzo Simple Jr. Wasn't he the Batman guy? I know I turned 17 in November. Okay.
I
Well,
don't know.
you know, you
when I get my YouTube statistics, it shows that no one watches my show under the age of 45. You must have lied about your age. Or, it's like, how does YouTube know our age? I don't remember filling out a form when I got on YouTube that told my age or my birthday. How do they know the age of the average viewer? Um, I've never. Yeah, this thing. They're they're making this look just amazing. I never really was it called Star Blazers in the United States when it was released on TV? What did they call it?
Yes, yes, it was.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Captain Harlock, I think,
yeah.
started.
I've never really watched it. I mean, I think it's probably great, but I bet it didn't look like this. This makes it look like they made it look like Jerry Anderson's Thunderbirds here. This paint. Imagine if the cartoon looked like that. They
I watched
probably
it a little
could
bit.
do animation that looks like this now,
It
but
was
they
like a
don't.
soap opera. It was that show Star Blazers was a very episodic, you know,
Yeah,
like kind of like a soap opera. I didn't
yeah,
watch every episode, but I had a
yeah.
coworker who was like addicted to it, who watched every single
Oh
episode.
yeah, I remember in there was a kid whose last name was Yamamoto in seventh or eighth grade, and I don't know, maybe it wasn't this. It might have been Battle of the Planets, but he watched that
Yeah.
every afternoon, and he was a crazy guy. He had this afro out to here, and he was nuts. Um, and when they somebody broke into one of the portable, they called them portable, well, no, they called them temporary buildings at the junior high. Now
Yeah.
most schools call them portable buildings,
Mhm.
but at my school they called them temporary. In other words, these are just temporary until we expand the school, but most schools just call them portable buildings. Anyway, one weekend one of the portables was broken into, and every single health textbook from was destroyed. And it turned out he was one of the guys behind that, and he got in some serious trouble. And then another time he
Yeah.
jumped in a pool and broke his neck. I remember him being in a
Wow.
brace for a long time. He was a crazy guy, man. He's
So these Star Blazer fans, they're trouble. These are the people that love that show. You should watch out for 'em.
yeah, look at this. Just tell that's British art, but it's cool. I just like when the Doctor Who comic book came out from Marvel and Marvel Premiere or whatever, you could just tell this art doesn't look like American art. They colored it, but it was probably black and white Doctor Who art from England, and they just colored it in. But those artists that came over from England all had a different look, like Brian Boland. That's what fooled me into thinking I liked. What was that sadistic thing? But the Joker with the camera on the cover. Uh,
Oh,
shit.
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You
I
know
can't
that
remember.
graphic novel, that
Yeah,
great
I have it.
artwork.
I bought it when it came out.
Yeah, I mean it's
The Killing Joke. The
the
Killing
Killing
Joke.
Joke. I mean, I thought the beautiful art, but you look at it in retrospect, man, the sadistic stuff in that. They paralyzed Batgirl, and she's paralyzed for I don't know. Seems like several decades in the comic. I guess she walks now. I don't know how they fixed that problem. I'm sure with some blowing up a bunch of Earths somehow they figured that out. But and they
That
had
came out right
commissioner.
after like that movie, Batman '89 movie. Like maybe the year after Batman '89,
Was
didn't
it
it?
after
Like,
that? Yeah, I think it was
I
that,
think so.
or either that, right around that. But
I
they
bought it.
have
Yeah.
Commissioner Gordon, I think, naked in a roller coaster, and then they make her watch. There were all kinds of things implied about what they did to him and to Barbara
It
Gordon.
was also the other day you talked about that Arkham Asylum as well. Both of
Oh,
those
that.
came out right around the same time, and I bought both of those at the PX bookstore in about 1989, 1990.
Yeah, yeah, 89. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I guess I was an adult when those came out. Yeah, and you were in the army then, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's when I think PX, since I wasn't in the military, I was a kid going into the PX. So when I hear PX, I think childhood, and for most people they say PX. It's when I was in the military. Yeah, this Starburst was a fun magazine. It's all glossy and to me, it's like kind of a British. It was well written. This is the Logan's Run TV show, um, which it seems like they added a Spock kind of character to that. They added this robot guy to it wasn't just Logan and Jessica. I always loved that set from You Only Live Twice. That's so classic. And I was just looking at this in another magazine, Quark. I remember this series, and it seems like it had a transgender character in it back in the
Yeah.
70s. It had some character that was both sexes, right?
Yeah, I think he was like half and half, kind of like Frank Gorshin in that Star Trek episode, but it was like half
Okay.
female and half male. Is that right?
Yeah, it had these two twins, these two girl twins, and it had a robot. It was kind of, it was, I remember liking it. It only lasted a few
Yeah.
episodes. You can see it on, oh man, on YouTube. I don't remember this Young Sentinels. This looks like a precursor to He-Man. It's got a little floating robot guy. Okay, so I'm looking at this next magazine and I am immediately thinking Myron Foss. In fact, uh, I'm already going to move that Space Odysseys next to it. I might put this in with my Erie Publications books. Let's see if I'm right. It just has that look, the way they combine all the different elements on the covers of the Erie Publications. It just, there's a, what the hell is that from? Is that is that a painting from Battlestar Galactica that's behind Superman? It looks like he's trying to pop Superman in the butt with his laser gun. It's like, anyway, let's see if it has Myron Foss. Oh yes, Myron Foss publisher, and it has the paper quality.
Mm-hmm.
And I like this ad. UFOs may doom life on Earth. So you're already you're moving into some. I wonder what else he published. I bet he published some
So,
magazines that we shouldn't mention here.
in my life experience in the 70s and early 80s, these Myron Foss publications, you would find these at stores that had big signs on the outside that said ice or bait or ammo, right? It wasn't like you're going to get this inside of a supermarket or a stationery store or a five and dime like a Woolworths or something. This is
No,
like a
oh
bait
no.
shop, a liquor store. They had a different
Yeah,
distributing model. They had a different distributing model.
right. And in those stores, you'd wind up with stuff like this and with Charlton Comics, the
Mm-hmm.
more low rent stuff. This I remember where I bought this. It would have been in man, what was it called? It was either called Century Bookstore or G. Sanders Books. It was in a strip center behind the supermarket where my mom would shop, and we'd go into this bookstore every every week and get the new TV guides because we always got two copies of the TV guide, one for upstairs, one for downstairs, so they didn't get, did someone didn't take it somewhere and you couldn't read it. It was but there were two TV sets and I'd pick up my latest comics and they had Eerie, I'm the Eerie and Creepy Vampirella and Mad. I'd get all those and I'd get comics up the spinner rack, and then I'd also go to Lone Star Comics when I could and get back issues and new stuff. Uh, it's got all kinds of coverage, and even got Sigma and the Sea Monsters in here. There's a preview of Message from Space. Message from Space was a Japanese kind of Star Wars like movie that I think it had what Toshiro Mifune in it or something. it was. I say she's starting to bark, but there's nothing to do about. At least she's not upstairs. It was about the Superman cereal. See, it seems like he likes to cover the older stuff, you know, because it's so it has the coverage of the new Superman movie, but he has to remind the young readers about the old Kirk Allen. So that's Star Battles, and then this one is going to be him too, almost unquestionably. Space Wars, and this I'm starting to realize that Myron Foss played a role in making me what I am because one of these, and maybe, is it this one? Yeah, what's she barking at, man? Now, this one, it has a comics element to it because this one actually has a color section. So he must have known I'm going to make a lot of money with a magazine called Space Wars right after Star Wars came out. So I'm going to put a color section in there and I'm still going to make tons of money. So he has, Buster Crabfly and he shows Planet Comics. He's showing you, hey, this is where this stuff comes from, you young 10, 11, 12-year-old. And there's the Flash Gordon serial, some panel from a Flash Gordon comic strip, and then here's Star Wars. He's basically teaching you. Just flip through it and you say, "Oh, that's where this all comes from." If you don't already know, but and he has an article on things to come. And she's not eating her Burt Ward dog food, man. What's that? Oh, but then this next issue. This is the first time I was ever aware of Mars Attacks. So he does coverage of February 1978. He's showing us these gory bubblegum cards that blew my mind because I knew the Topps company only back to wacky packages, or maybe I'd seen old Big Daddy Roth kind of hot rod card, but so he has all these super gory. And if Tim Burton had just adapted the cards exactly as they were, made it, I would have just made it an R-rated movie and just adapted this exactly as it was with the freeze ray. I think he did have the giant robot. Um, I'm not knocking his movie, but I would have look at how he's taking the skin right off of these people, and the guy in the corner's got an exposed brain. Um, but and then he's teaching you. Here's the pulse, and he's showing you. You know, so this was a very cool magazine to be finding in 1978, and legend has it. This is an ad. Legend has it that the miraculous hand of God pendant has the power to give love, health, wealth, and happiness to the wearer. Oh, this cool. Yeah, it's gives you a lot of coverage of history of this kind of movie. Um, so that's and this cover must be from an old pulp, I guess. So Space Wars, it looks like I would buy this every time it came out. Um, lots of oh, look at this. Whatever happened to Tobor? Tobor is right there on the wall.
Tobor the Great. And was
Yeah.
it The Invisible Boy? Were those movies related somehow, those two movies? Tobor the Great and The Invisible Boy? Were they
Well, the
like a double
Invisible
feature?
Boy had Robbie the robot from Forbidden Planet. Tobor is different. It's not.
Okay. I haven't looked at that.
I'm sure they never gave the medal to Chewbacca.
Hmm.
And people say, well, Princess Leia was just too short to put it around his neck, so they must have given it to him later. But Chewbacca could have knelt down. You imagine how cool that would have been if Chewbacca knelt down before her like a princess, and she put that around his. Oh well, this is and this is the last issue I have of Star Space Wars. I don't know if I guess I should have these in bags and boards. I guess I'm horrified. Oh, and then so in this next issue, he goes back and shows you more Mars Attacks cards. Um, like this one where the soldier's knocking the brains out of a Martian. Um, and what the hell is that? What is that there? It's like it looks like they took a picture of a TV screen. Do you see the lines of resolution?
Yeah, I don't
I
know what
can't,
that is. I haven't
It
seen that.
says, be sure and pick up the next mind blowing issue of Space Wars when we examine the secrets of the special effects. Maybe this is a poster that unfolds. No, this is just nothing. It's literally a picture. Someone took a picture of a TV screen and blew it up. But what else do we expect from Myron Foss? Um, I'm totally confused here, but anyway. Um, but then not only did he have Space Wars, he had Star Battles, he had Space Odysseys. There was also Star Warp. Oh, someone's trying to come in. Who could this be? Oh, it looks like it's Captain Strangelove. Hello, Captain
Oh,
Strangelove. What's
hey,
up?
how's everybody doing?
Oh,
What's
pretty
up, Arnie?
good. Looking at these 1970s science fiction magazines from Myron Foss, the guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
that guy,
yeah. It's except
the pistol
this
whipper.
this guy was
He was crazy, man.
he was crazy, but did he hit people with a pistol? I forgot the story.
Sometime I think in the late '70s and the '80s, he was becoming, really erratic and paranoid, and he had, I think he had a gun shop, and he was carrying a gun to work all the time, and he had some arguments with his business partner, the guy Harris. I think he was the son of I forgot his name now. Stanley Harris, the son of that
Okay.
was that William Harris, the guy that did the Vampirella magazines. I think they're still in
Uh,
business today.
oh,
Harris,
Harris
Harris
Publications. Oh,
magazines.
okay.
Anyway, that the son of William Harris. I forget what, I think his name was Stanley Harris. He was pistol whipped by him in the office in front of everybody because he was just having arguments with him all the
Well, here
time.
it looks like he's working Myron Foss. It looks like he's working with Irving Foss. Maybe he decided to work with his own son or a blood relation rather than the Harrises.
I've
Um,
Yeah,
seen
the
I've
thing
seen
I'm discovering,
photographs of him with guns, like what Hans is talking about. There's
yeah.
like a number of photographs of Myron Foss like holding these different weapons, like kind of
Well,
posing
I'm
them for the
betting
camera.
that he, like Wally Wood, were World War II vets that were getting much older, that were a little bit nuts. And I've seen pictures of Wally Wood holding guns too. Of course, that's
yeah.
what. Of course, ultimately, yeah. But this, what this guy's doing with these magazines, he's selling them to kids, into Star Wars, but he's showing, this is where this all comes from, little boy. Flash Gordon, here are the pulps. Here's Mars Attacks cards. This is how I was first exposed to Mars Attacks cards. So he was teaching me he was warping me in a way. And look at this
Did you
one.
read Screw magazine? He published Screw magazine. He published
Did he
pornography
publish that? No,
magazines.
I
He
didn't know.
published
I
gun magazine. He was publishing something like 50 magazines a
I
month.
thought the S magazine was done by, wasn't that done by what's his face? Can't remember his name now. He had what was that guy's name? I didn't know he published that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I didn't either,
They,
but I used to see that magazine
Uh,
in the city and at record stores around here all the time in the
that
70s.
that guy, the guy that published that magazine, was I wouldn't be surprised that Myron Foss had a hand in it because that magazine had a lot of respect for comic book artists and like hired like I think Milton Knight, some of his earliest stuff, but I think people like I don't know if I can, I'm not sure if Dave Stevens had stuff published there, but a lot of young aspiring artists had stuff published in that particular magazine. His name was Al Goldstein. That's his name.
Yeah, Al Goldstein worked.
Yeah, I think he might have been the editor. Maybe Myron Foss was the publisher. That's very possible. But that was only sold in New York on the streets, I think. Yeah, but then Al Goldstein
He
had
was here.
a
He was in San Francisco as well.
was he? Well, he had a public
Well, the magazine, the
access
newspaper was.
television show called Midnight Blue on New York Public Access that was insane. Um, but yeah, there's Star Warp, and then he's got that's a really good shot of Jane Fonda. I know she's a commie and everything, but I mean you got to admit that these stills from Barbarella are very appealing. Um, anyway, yeah, I've been wondering what's up with you. You've been AWOL since that video where you showed how to store comics in
Oh, that
boxes.
yeah. Well, I've had a lot of things going on, and it's just getting depressed, not being able to move around down here, and I can't
Oh,
since sold the other house, I got all this stuff here, and I can't really move around, and I can't get in the right kind of situation where I can produce a video that makes me feel comfortable. I'm so
oh, I see. Yeah. Well,
tight quartered down here. It's unbelievable.
well, what is the status of the house hunting and where do
We're supposed to go to Dubuque next month, and then we're going up to Wisconsin to check things out. We'll have to see what happens. It's a long process. It's not gonna happen overnight.
Yeah, well,
It's one of them things. And then it's the thought of I get lazy because I get overwhelmed with all this stuff, and then I'm thinking about how the hell am I gonna move this when it comes time to move? If we do find a place, how am I gonna do this? I mean, I'm gonna have to put a half a dozen pods out in the street here and block half the block. I don't know.
well, it's gonna have to be done gradually. You're gonna need to. Oh, she just ate her Burt Ward food finally. I got this dog food that Burt Ward and his wife makes that's really good for dogs, but I think her
Yeah, he was
stomach's
telling
gonna.
me about that one time when I met him at Comic Con in Michigan.
Yeah, it really is. Dogs do. It is good for dogs. Um,
Great Danes is what I guess he rescues a lot of Great Dane dogs. And stuff like
um, it's the move is going to probably cost you 20-30 grand. I mean, you realize.
Yeah, I anticipate that. Yeah.
Okay, so if you've got the money, say I'd get a good company, and damn man, your most cherished stuff, I would move it in a U-Haul personally, but most of that stuff you're just going to have to get people just to haul it into. You just can't do it yourself.
No, I'll probably have to hire people and have security
And it
cameras to discourage anybody from trying to steal anything. And most
yeah,
of the
or
expensive stuff I'll probably have packed up myself, like you said, and then I might put it in a pod outside or in a secure storage locker, and until it
well,
comes
you could
time.
have security cameras, but you could also. Oh, I better. Drew, you want to go for a walk? I'm gonna take this dog for a walk. Drew, let's go for a
Oh,
walk.
you didn't do that yet?
I took her for a walk this morning, but see what I've got is I've got everything blocked off with these partitions because Cleo's working, and if the dog goes up and barks, it's gonna be a disaster because she's doing this political polling where you have it's like where it's not. I thought polling was where they asked you, okay, who are you voting for? But instead what they do is they read you a lecture this person is terrible because of this and this and this. Now that you've heard that, how do you feel about this person? It's like they're telling you what to think. It's horrible, and she, sometimes it's. I think she's gotten a few pro-Trump ones, but mostly it's the other side that pays for this stuff, and it's she doesn't like doing it, and it creates a lot of depression and sickness for her having to do that stuff. But we're not in a real great financial. No one's in a great financial position right now. But um, hold on, Drew. Let me get. So, if you could find a place to move to, you could probably expedite the move. But I mean, you basically have the money, right? Because of the sale of or do you have to sell your house to do it? I mean, if you found something now, could you buy it now? Or do you have to sell your current
Uh,
house first?
no, I could probably buy it now, but
The thing is, if you could buy it now and gradually move that stuff to the other place, as opposed to you buy it, you sell your house, and you've got a time crunch of a few weeks before the
right,
other people want to move in, which is a problem that we ran into. Um, you, if you could do it that way at a somewhat leisurely pace, and I don't know, security can. I mean, if you had people that you trusted, like time traveler comics and your wife and everything to watch the movers. I mean, I don't think the
well, the
stuff
thing
that
is,
you
I did think about that, what you're talking about, but then you're learning about and reading about every day across internet news about squatters taking over
oh
homes, unoccupied, and
yeah, well no, you'd need to have one person there or at the
yeah,
new house and one person. Yeah, you couldn't allow your house. No, man, you got to get out of Chicago.
yeah,
No, listen,
that's bad.
things are coming to a head where things could go bad later this afternoon, 2 months from now, but things are going to go bad. And Meyer's moving out of San Francisco to a
Oh,
nice
I thought he already
conservative town.
did.
He's
No, he didn't.
well, he's already packed everything up, and it's just. But you got to get out of these major cities.
Yeah, I
It's
can't
just
wait
Yeah,
to
not.
get
these
out.
major metropolitan areas are just riddled with high crime, and high
Yeah,
taxes, high fuel prices, high food prices, just ridiculous.
and I've never been to Chicago, but what I hear about it, it's one of the main bad places, man. That it's like living in Beirut or something. So,
Well, there's some
uh,
places that are better than others, but overall, it's not a good place to live, and it certainly isn't any place that
for the
somebody
most
would want to
part,
retire in.
what you collect is not going to be what people would want to steal. I mean, if you've got something that shows Deadpool and like a Deadpool, you got to understand you're going to be what a low IQ person would want to steal. I think the only things that were stolen from us in the move after everything realized the two wooden bats that were little league kind of bats.
Hmm. You're freezing up a little bit.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Hello?
In and out, but I think I can get
Shucks.
the gist of what you're saying.
How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Your picture's frozen. Meyer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. He's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen now. I think you might be right, Meyer. I think that
Some
Goldstein was the publisher of Screw Magazine, but then he partnered with
do a
Myron Foss, and I think that
satellite.
they continued to publish it on, or something to
Can,
that effect.
Right.
can I be heard now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I converted over to the satellite or whatever provides the. Oh shit.
I I first saw that magazine in places in in the Bay Area here in San Francisco and Monterey, like Record Factory or Tower Records, they would have a
Yeah,
separate spot at the back of the record store. Remember with the beads, so you'd have
yeah,
to walk through the beads. So back there would be paraphernalia, posters, blacklight posters, and
yeah,
that
yeah.
magazine would be there, and that's where I first saw it. And then I noticed it inside of boxes, like newspaper boxes on the street here in the Mission District in San Francisco, like in the late 70s, probably.
Yeah.
You're talking about the S magazine that ends at
Yeah,
W? Okay.
Oh, you mean you can't say that?
I don't know
but
what you can say on here. I'm trying to,
Oh,
be
okay. I'm
what you
sorry.
think. No,
the thing
no,
about the
it's not like
magazine,
YouTube doesn't like it. I'm just trying to be,
Yeah,
the
they're,
thing
they're
about
they're
the
crazy.
magazine,
I mean, they
it looked like a
literally
newspaper.
blocked me from your channel last night
I don't know what that was about. You know what?
because
I don't
I
know if
I
you know
did go
about
to other
this.
channels and I did post comments and I did sent them the same link, but when it came to your channel, I get this a white
Yeah.
screen with a triangle, the triangle warning sign with a exclamation mark right in the middle of it.
Probably thought Cartoon's mad at me again. No, you know what? One time I was on with Meyer, this is months ago, and I would pull out two plastic squirt guns.
Yeah, I heard about
Uh,
it.
and they were one was almost broken in half. It's plastic squirt gun. And I said,
Yeah,
"How do I fix this? Do I use glue? What?" Yeah, and all of a sudden the live stream was
I
pulled
think I
down. You
remember that.
cannot exhibit firearms on the live stream, and
Yeah, I was
and
thinking about showing my cap guns and stuff. From I wanted to do a
well,
video about all the stuff
listen,
that I had from
you
the '60s.
you can do that,
Put
but
a
it's
plug in
no,
it.
no, it's just don't do it on a live stream, which you
Oh,
never do except when you're on with Horror Mike or like
yes.
this.
Somebody
This, it wouldn't
suggested
be
that.
good to do it now, but on your cam shows
Yeah,
that you normally do, I think you'd have no problem. What they're trying to prevent is like a Bud Dwyer situation, uh,
mhm.
where on live television someone decides to end things, or that can happen. I mean, you're doing a live stream. What's to keep
Yeah,
someone from saying goodbye, cruel world? And it's like, oh my God, it's on. Or that guy. There was some guy that streamed. They went into a mosque and streamed. They had a camera. It was back in Australia years ago. Do you remember that?
yeah,
The
I
guy went
remember
and
that.
it was like live streaming on Facebook or something, just like he was playing a video game. And that's what
Maybe
they're.
you gotta probably put a red or orange plug in the end of the barrel, in the front of the
Oh yeah,
barrel, and then
yeah. But those old '60s ones don't have the red plug, and
well, you can get them and
but
just put them in there.
but it's obvious. Someone eventually reviewed it, and that show wound up being back on the air,
Oh,
and so and it came back like a month later. But
yeah, I think
in the
that ever since.
meantime, they had it where I couldn't do any live streams, like for until I took some class that taught me to be a proper person or something. And I thought I'll just switch over to Rumble. But over at Rumble, you get about just a handful of people that watch you.
Well, they
But
put you in a re-education camp like in communist China.
the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills is over on Rumble, and he
Yeah,
saved almost
I'm,
all of his. Do you know about this? He
yeah, I'm
saved almost
following
all of
him.
his shows, and he's putting them all up. It's great because I just missed those shows not being available.
Yeah, I've been watching some of his shows and commenting and stuff.
And I think he said he put up a new show. I need to find that.
Mm.
Um, so I was excited about that, but
I think
just
one of the reasons why YouTube is, really strict now is this has happened ever since their lawsuit where they had to pay up what $400 million or something, and they got sued
uh,
by the federal government. Was that about $400 million? Oh, no, it was more than that. Almost a $500 million they had to pay
yeah, I
because
don't.
of cookies that were followed. Kids were watching, and then there were advertisers were targeting these kids with their ads and stuff, so they were being followed and with cookies, and they got
Yeah.
sued. And
Well, they're letting up somewhat. All these different social media platforms are being a little more lax lately. It used to be you couldn't even mention
certain things regarding COVID. You can't even mention the name, or the people have to say the V instead of and
It's kind of
it's,
ridiculous. I mean,
well, yeah, but now they're realizing, oh, shoot, I think Trump's going to become president. So they're realizing, hey, we don't want the government under his authority coming down on all this. I think they're being a little more lenient, and now they're like people. They're getting nervous. Like Mark Zuckerberg's come forward and said, "Well, I was told by the Biden administration to censor this stuff, and I didn't
yeah,
really feel like I should do." Oh, oh, come on, Drew. Can you hear me?
the guy's a puppet. He was a puppet for the Biden administration too.
Yeah, but he came out lately and said
Yeah, I don't. I
he
wouldn't
was.
trust him at all.
Yeah, he was saying, that was that was the greatest thing I've ever seen. When Trump put his fist up in the air and said, fight, fight. That was really cool because he just scared shitless.
I don't
Uh,
know.
so, Dubuque, huh? Where's Dubuque at in Iowa? What part of Iowa is that? That's
Oh,
in
Dubuque.
Iowa.
That's just west of the Mississippi. It's up in the northeast section of Iowa.
Okay.
The tri-state Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa.
I wonder if there was a house for sale in Wisconsin that would be perfect for you. I don't know if your wife would like it, but it's I think it was a restaurant at one time, but I wonder if it's still for sale. It's the filmmaker, I'm trying to remember his name, that made what was that giant spider movie? Was it the not the one with William Shatner, but the one where they had spiders, like VW bugs dressed up like spiders? What was that movie?
Uh,
Uh,
from the 50s, well, it could have been from the
no,
50s.
it was
The
from the
Black Spider, a
70s.
giant tarantula, or something. I don't know.
It might have been the giant spider invasion. Is
Yeah, I
that a
was going to say, I
Wisconsin
think it's
movie?
Giant Spider Invasion, I think is
Yeah,
the movie
that
you're thinking.
guy, his
Yeah.
this his daughter wanted him to move into assisted living, and he was in this giant house that he had customized with insanely, and he was using it also as a film studio. And then he had this big one of these big metal barns next to it where he stored his films and everything, and it all has all these space alien themes throughout the
You
house.
know where I was located approximately?
I could find out somewhere on
Hmm.
YouTube. There's a might still be a video that shows the house.
That's
It was for sale.
probably out of my price range, though.
No, because it was in our price range,
Oh, it was.
and I was trying to talk Cleo into it. It's a very cold place where you're used to cold, but there, it's like people like to go around in snowmobiles. Um, it's there's a video on YouTube like out of this world house or something, but I remember we befriended the guy on Facebook, and he's like ultra for Trump, and he was just the coolest guy. I can't imagine he sold the house, or if I don't know.
Maybe I'll have to look up the movie and do some research and
Well,
find
his
out.
name. Someone in the chat could please probably tell me his. I've forgotten his name. I don't know. It's just I keep forgetting things. Let's see. Justin says some of these mags on Internet Archive. I think I'll check it out. It's not Land of the Spiders. I think it's Kingdom of the Spiders. Anyway, and that guy made some great movies over the years. I mean, B movie type things. Um, yeah, um,
That's the
yeah,
same. Well, that movie has a great scene. That's a great movie. It's kind of this exploitation movie with this. So there's a great scene of a girl getting attacked by the giant spiders in her bedroom, and
uh-huh.
I feel, is it the same guy that made that movie Alien Factor? I'm gonna try and look it up right
I
now.
think so. He's real into German culture, and he's. I remember seeing videos of him on YouTube where he's trying to get this German church out in the woods restored back the way it should be. He's just
It's
Um,
not Earth versus the spider, is it? That was from the 50s.
no, that's from the 50s. No,
Yeah.
this guy's some of his early stuff. He did a movie called Dance Craze and one called Twist Craze that were just shorts, and they're really neat because they're in color and they show the people dancing the twist. I think they're both on YouTube. Um, Once I get back in the house, I'll look up this guy's name. You know something?
See, I'm
If
trying to look at it.
if you wanted to go through like 1,000 videos on my
So the
playlist
movie
of
is
my
called.
show, I have that house clip is in my playlist.
So the
Of
movie is Giant Spider Invasion from
y-
1975.
yeah, that's
Is
it. The Giant Spider Invasion, 1975. Yeah, yeah. And what's his name? William
I'm
something.
trying, I'm looking right now. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, it was a really big
Oh yeah, okay.
place.
Bill Rebane,
Bill Rebane. Oh man, I can't believe I forgot his name. Yeah, Bill
and it's
Rebane.
they. I'm looking at Wikipedia. They say it takes place in the town of Merle, Wisconsin.
Yeah, all his movies take place in Wisconsin. Yeah,
So
that's
that
his
might
deal.
be approximately where he's living
Could
at. I don't know.
Yeah,
could
yeah, I
be.
think
I
it might.
will look. I'm about to walk in the house. I will find this video on the TV screen, and I can just show it to you through.
Oh, that would be Daddy cool, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
The
I just
movie
don't
has
know if it's still
Alan.
for sale. I'm going back 3-4 years to when it was for sale. He might have given up trying to sell it. I don't know. I don't. Does Wikipedia show he's still alive?
Oh, let me see.
I bet he is. Seems like I would have heard about that through something. Um,
Let's see. Release date.
okay. Let me jeez.
That movie, Giant Spider Invasion, has Alan Hale, the guy that played the
Right.
skipper from Gilligan's Island, is in it, and then
Right.
also Alan Hale's wife. Alan
Oh,
Hale's wife
of
is in like a
course,
lead. She's
of
in it as
course.
well.
Now I know. Now I was getting so freaking confused, with all these different movies. But
Oh
yeah,
She
good.
plays the sheriff, and she's like has a lead role. She's got a bunch of lines in that movie.
yeah, she
Forget
was
her name.
secretary on Perry Mason, right?
Yes,
Um,
exactly. Yeah, right.
so this
And he's still
this
alive. This guy Rebane. I think he's
okay.
87 now.
Okay, so this is my playlist of all my shows from when I started. So that's in my playlist section on my YouTube. So I'll click on that and then I'll just scroll through it until I see it. Um, that's one of the videos that has had the most views, almost 2,000 views when I talked about the Forum 303 Mall.
Yeah.
And then this one had almost 2,000 where I talk about this jukebox here. But let's see.
Hey, Mayor, I was watching your video the other day where you were singing again.
Oh yeah, yeah. I probably sing about every 5 or 10 videos. I don't know.
That's
That's weird. This one's been taken
I
down.
think
I
that's
don't
pretty.
know if that's one of my shows or I hope not. No,
It happens
38 to
sometimes.
39. So hopefully that wasn't the video I'm looking for. But when they take it down, it just says no views.
Hmm.
Um,
Was that a live stream?
no, I didn't do live streams at this point. Let's see.
Hmm.
Live streams came a little bit later. Let's see. Um, okay, we're still 4 years ago, which should be about the right time period. Um, okay. So I have, and there's something cut out here, but it's between 113 and 114. I don't know what was cut out, but anytime I was on a show, if it was Four Color Fossils or something, I would put it in here. So it should be everything I've done on YouTube in order. There's another thing cut, but it's between 120 and 121. I wonder what all that is, unless it's early Four Color Fossils that have been taken down. I don't think so. This is before that. This is when I did a tribute to Metarog, and I made it look just like Metarog's set, and with all his notes and everything.
He was just uploading a live stream this morning too.
And this is his contest, and then I did a. I think I recreated his set pretty well. He really thought that was funny. Let's see.
Yeah,
Okay.
were really nice to him, giving him a little bit more hair than he actually had.
Oh, that wasn't my drawing. That was someone that had drawn for him.
Oh,
Yeah, that was his stream.
he's on a
Okay.
lot of streams lately. It's
Oh, I did a whole bunch yesterday just out of boredom. But let's see. Okay, we're gonna find this. Okay, Drew's still little here. Okay, I'm on. It's something like out of this world house or something like that is what. Then it was put up by the real estate company as a way to promote the sale of the house because it's such a unique house that it's going to be real hard to. Oh man, something's cut out there. I wonder what these things are that are being cut out. Um,
well, I could take a look later on and
now I now that I'm started, I'm going to find this gosh darn thing. You can look later, but I'll find it, and because I'll never, now it's got me wondering if the house is still for sale. Of course, the other thing to do is just contact him on Facebook and ask him if his house is still for sale, because he'd be worth being a friend on Facebook,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is pretty good. This is local Dallas television when Star Wars came out. It's Bill O'Reilly reviewing Star Wars.
Where Star Wars is playing. Last week, Star Wars broke all first week attendance records in Dallas, which were set by Jaws in 1975.
That'll make you feel old to see how Bill O'Reilly looked like back in 1977. Let's see here, man. That's when we got frozen, when it went down to 0 degrees and they turned off all the power in Texas.
I get stressed out when I see these guys with all that wonderful hair,
Oh, he doesn't have it now.
But still.
Oh man, I don't know, all that hair, but that was too much in the 70s.
Oh, a little bit of it, yeah, but it's okay when you have the hair. If you don't have any hair, you get self-conscious.
Oh no, it's people don't. A lot of people just shave their head. It's the cool thing to do.
Yeah, I get self-conscious.
Oh boy, let's see. It's damn. Well, what else have you been up to? You got anything?
Well, I've been picking up books here and there, going to mini cons and going to the convention out here, the Fan Expo. And
does your new video have all that?
Pardon me?
Does your video you put up this morning show all your new stuff you got?
Some of it, not all of it. I got a lot of videos to do. If I can bring myself to do it,
Yeah. Well, can you just take one box out of the basement and film in another part of the house where you've got more elbow room?
I can film here, it's just got to be careful the way I walk around here, move around.
Yeah. Oh man, where is this freaking thing, man? I'm back 3 years ago. I guess that's.
Well, go check it out. In the meantime, I can show some comics if you want to look.
Yeah, that's yeah. Here, let me give you the screen, and you can do that while I'm looking
on the cover.
Yeah.
But
So here,
hold on.
Oh yeah, give me the big one. So here is this is a title that a lot of people probably either don't collect or that it's not well known. It's Don Winslow, the Navy, but it's a great title actually. It has some great covers, such as this one, and I don't know who does the cover. I looked on the Grand Comics database and I don't see any information that
Yeah, I have one of those.
with the
There's a cool
scorpion.
female, well, not with the scorpion, but there's a cool female villainess that I
Oh, yeah, she's a pirate, I think.
yeah, that I have one with her on the cover. I got it from
I
Gotham
think
City
this is
Comics.
so. I can't think of anything more frightening than somebody caught in some kind of a spider's web with a scorpion with its stinger in the strike position coming towards you. That's got to be very fearsome. So I thought this was a really cool cover, and I had to get it. Don Winslow of the Navy, number 44 from 1947.
Huh.
True Golden Ager.
Did you get that at a con or mail order? Or?
This one I picked up from eBay at $80.
Oh, okay.
This one I picked up from a comic shop. I didn't actually go to the comic shop. It's from another comic shop from another state called Vintage Comics and Toys.
Yeah.
And it's Don Winslow of the Navy. What issue number is this? 52.
Oh, you've been on a Don Winslow kick, huh?
A little bit. I look. You know, you can go to the Grand Comics database and you can look up the title and then go, to the cover menu and look at all the different covers that they have. And if you find a cover that you find attractive, you might look further, see what kind of prices they're going for. And that's usually what I do if I find a cover that I like. This is one.
Remember, you were on a kick of what was it, Blackstone the Magician for a while.
Yep. Yeah. He had a nice a couple of bondage covers that I was interested in that I actually picked up. But I can imagine myself as a kid, seeing this for the first time, on a newsstand.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is from 19. Oh, let's see here. 1947 also. December 1947. So it's 2 months prior to that. And, you see this skeleton hand outstretched over a fishing trawler, with the imminent feeling of doom and death. It's just something that would attract me as a kid, wow, look at that,
Doom and death would attract you.
Yeah, doom and death. That's what kids were into, the horror, the monsters. And
Something you hadn't seen before, right?
Yeah.
Something that you've never seen before, you never thought of before. Like you're like, what could this be?
Yeah, really, it's kind of a ghastly figure, that's about to looks like it's about to doom that entire fishing trawler with death. It's got a great ad in the back.
With the Second Amendment for 12-year-old boys on the back there.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. Was that promoted by the National Rifle Association, I think?
I think so. I have that same ad on a couple of the back covers, a couple of my books too. I've seen it. It's great. It's memorable. Yeah.
I think that's just great,
It's like the NRA and Daisy got together.
I just remembered Bill Remain made a movie with Tiny Tim called Blood Harvest.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
Killer. And then he tried to make a TV pilot for a Pee Wee Herman kind of show with Tiny Tim, I think. All this stuff's coming back to me as I flip through. There's a lot of Bill Rebane stuff on. Someone put out. There's a lot of stuff since the last time I looked at Bill Rebane. A lot of stuff, more stuff on. Oh, and he made the movie Monster. Oh, he made Monster a Go-Go. I forgot about that. I thought that was Herschel Gordon Lewis.
I don't think I've seen that movie. I heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Monster. Is that an animated?
No.
Live action?
No, that's a black and white movie that I think it was made with Herschel Gordon Lewis.
But it's a live action film.
Live action, yeah.
I might be thinking of Monster Party. Maybe that's what I'm
Mad
thinking.
Monster Party is what you're
Mad
thinking
Monster
of.
Party.
That was a Harvey Kurtzman movie.
Yeah, isn't that Rankin Bass?
Rankin Bass, but it was written by Harvey Kurtzman and has it's got that mad comic book feel.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Phyllis Diller.
Here's a Ghost Stories from Dell from number 34 from 1972.
Yeah, that's a good title. I was looking for some Dell books last night and realizing I really should have all the Melvin Monster comics, which isn't that hard to do, and all of the Millie the Lovable Monster comics. And
I got all of those.
yeah, I know you would have all of this. And what was the other monster? I should have all the Little Monsters comics, and then there's
Milton.
another one. And then I should
Milton.
have, I think Milton the Monster only had one. That was the Saturday morning cartoon. I think there was only
Yeah,
one,
it was such
and
a great
which
introduction
I
to that
thought I
cartoon.
had, but I don't see that I have. So I got to get Milton the Monster, Melvin Monster, Millie the Lovable Monster, and the Little Monsters, and that's not as difficult as buying Golden Age stuff. But
By Frank Springer. Springer? Yeah, Frank Springer. He did I think he did some. What did he do? A Dazzler for Marvel?
He did the
yeah, his
Invaders.
name's familiar.
He did the Invaders for Marvel for a while, and then also he drew for National Lampoon. We've
Oh, he
talked
did?
about
Yes, Frank
yeah, we've
Springer,
talked
right?
about some
That's
of those
yeah.
National Lampoon comic parodies that were so good. Some of them were Neil Adams, and some of them were Frank Springer.
Right. Who did the parody of Nick Fury? I can't even
That
mention the
was
name
Frank
of
Springer. That was the one that I immediately thought of. That was the Frank Springer one.
it. Yeah, that was
One
Didn't
of them.
he do didn't he also do Agent of Shield? Nick Fury, Agent of Shield? Frank
he
Springer?
might have. But the
Yeah, he
one
might
that
have.
I'm talking about is like a Tijuana Bible version of Sergeant Fury.
Oh,
It's
yeah, all right.
whereas his last name starts with P instead of F, and he's tied up by a German woman on the cover. But it looks just like a Marvel comic from circa 1973. It's hilarious.
Hey, who do you think? Who was the artist on the Bewitched parody? We
Oh, I
won't. We
think
won't
that
go
was
into
Bernie
the.
Wrightson, and that was
Was that
early
Bernie
'80s. I
Wrightson?
stumbled on pictures of that on the internet the other day,
Oh,
and
that's so good. That's
it
so
was
good. I
more
love it.
raunchy than I remember it was. um,
It's super raunchy, and the art is amazing.
Don't try to
Yeah.
drink root beer with the cap on. That's what I just did.
uh,
That makes sense. That was Bernie Wrightson.
I think it was Bernie Wrightson.
Yeah, you're
And
right. It was.
I thought it was earlier, but it was early '80s. So I guess National Lampoon stayed good until I don't know when it went bad. It started to go bad in the mid '80s, just like everything else, I think.
Yeah. It was still. It was actually. It was still readable in the mid 80s when I would pick it up from time to time when I was in the Army, like 85, 86, 87. But that's when it started going downhill right around then.
Yeah, but in the '70s, man, that was just an unbelievable magazine. It was just phenomenal.
Yeah, it really was. And the early
And
80s, they did some great stuff in the early 80s too. That I think.
and like we were talking about this before, it's like, how did that generation that read that magazine, why are they so touchy now and so easily offended? Um, Maybe it's just for political reasons, but that magazine went pretty far.
I got a little sarcastic note from my wife. I showed this in my video yesterday. These are it's well, she's actually giving me directions. I was going somewhere. I can't even remember. This was a few weeks ago. This note. And I could have been going to the mall over there or something. I can't remember exactly, but she's telling me to. No, I was going someplace else that I have never been to before, but she's been there, and then she's giving me directions. Just go straight down, the northbound at Harlem, near Forest Preserve Drive. Though she's giving me a warning. There's big holes in the right lane.
Oh,
Your favorite. Stay right,
Oh,
stay left. She's going big holes. Your favorite. She
well,
thinks
that's
I drive
thoughtful.
through potholes all the time. She's
Well,
so,
that's the type of stuff that doesn't come up on Google Maps. They're not telling you on Google Maps that there's big, large potholes on the right-hand
they'll
lane.
tell you everything else, but not that. I thought it was funny. She gives me the directions here and
Yeah,
little
I like that she
sarcastic.
writes in all caps too. That it's in caps and yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, it's something else. I tell you. But here's I don't know if I think I posted some of the. As a matter of fact, I posted all of these on Instagram. Got Captain Flash. This to some people is the first true Silver Age comic book, but it's a matter of opinion. This is Captain Flash. Just came out in 1955. Well, you know what? I should start with number one. Okay, here's number one. I gotta get it out of here. I think this was created by Mike Sapkowski.
and why would that be the beginning of the Silver Age? Because it's a
Well, some people,
superhero, a new superhero.
yeah, supposedly the first superhero. I'd have to do more research, but a lot of people are saying this is the first true Silver Age, comic because of the first appearance of a superhero during the Silver Age. And this is November of 1954.
Yeah, you have to make sure those people that say that don't have 20 copies stacked up. And uh, but
I was
yeah,
talking to
that's
Night
a
Tiger about this. I think he has one or two issues, and he was saying the same thing that he considers it the first true Silver Age comic. They say
oh,
the Silver Age started 1956 with the Flash, but it's a matter of opinion and there's some controversy. But
well. I mean, that was the return of the superheroes, basically from the Golden Age.
right, this was
But
created by Mike Sikowski and then some other guy I can't remember his name, but and then introduced in November of 1954.
yeah, well, if that's a new superhero comic, I guess I could see that argument being put forth.
But it is a matter of opinion, and I have always been of the opinion that you don't stop cold turkey one year, and then the next year a whole new age begins just because it's a different year. I think there has to be a transitory period.
Yeah, almost. For a while I was just talking about this is from the Kennedy era. This is from the four. I just thought,
Yeah,
well, I'll just identify comics by who was president at the time. It makes as much sense
yeah.
uh, as the comic books that came out when Roosevelt was president are different from the comics that came out when Eisenhower was president versus Truman. Um, I don't know. You could make that case. You could. There's all kinds of things. Uh,
What is this? This is from July 1955. It's number. This should be number two, I think. No, this is number four. Came out July of 1955. And then, of course, you could make the argument that the Silver Age started with, with the Comic Code Authority because it was forcing creators to think in a different way and to create
well,
in a different way because of the code. And
Well,
so,
I almost think of periods by decades. Like when I think Silver Age, I think 1960s.
Yeah,
It used to be because the Silver Age is barely in the 50s to me.
yeah. As a matter of fact, I don't think that the Silver Age really didn't even start getting its traction until like around 1959 when they introduced the Silver Age Green Lantern.
Yeah,
I think it was, and then it really started to kick off, and then Marvel joined like what '62. They were a little bit late.
yeah,
Of course, it's the house of everybody else's ideas, in my opinion.
yeah.
That was number one. I showed you number four. This is number two. This Look at this cover. Doesn't that remind you of Kirby in a way?
Yeah.
It's Mike Sikowski, kind of Kirby-esque. I'm looking at this guy and the way he's got his arm up, and the bricks here and the castle. It kind of reminds me of one of the Hulk covers. I forget what issue that is, but where they got the trolls, and one of them's a general troll is pointing in that direction, and they're all going up and down these stairs. I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's number two. Wait a minute now. I'm all confused. Which isn't hard to do. It's not hard to confuse me. My mind's made up, man. Don't confuse me with the facts.
Have you found any particular houses that have interested you?
No, not really, not yet. Haven't really even started looking that closely. It'll start, next month when we go to the Buke. Here's number three.
What is it that attracts you to Dubuque in particular?
Well, it's actually more my wife than it is me. She likes the
Okay.
area because of it's part of the Mississippi, the scenery, and
Oh, sure.
there's a lot of small towns near Dubuque. We're not actually moving. If we move there, not in Dubuque, but it'll be in a
Oh,
nearby small town that's close to it. But yeah, that's one of her things, and she wants to be close, I guess, to Wisconsin because then we got closer to the compound, up in the North Woods, and her sister lives in I think Madison, so she can be
yeah.
close to her. So that's those factors, and I don't mind it, as long as we get a house that's big enough for all my stuff.
What is the requirement for that? How many square footage? What kind of square footage you looking for?
Um, I don't know. I'm probably going to be selling quite a bit of stuff. Action figures. I'll probably sell a lot of those to get some room going. But I don't know. I'm thinking maybe minimum like I don't know, 4 or 5 thousand square feet.
Okay.
How many
Um,
square feet do you have total in your place? I forget.
I I I forget too, but I think it might be. It's she knows. Is it like 6,000 maybe? But some of the square
That's what I
footage,
thought.
I don't really count it because in some places I don't want to put like collectibles up against the floor heaters,
Right.
or I can't put. So I'm limited where I can put the records. I'm not going to put them up against floor heaters, um, and so that
Yeah,
yeah,
that space that's not used. So I mean,
uh,
usable. You you're
yeah.
talking you're talking about usable space, right? Square
Yeah, I
footage.
mean the garage is gigantic. I mean, if I could turn that into enclosed space, there's just um, it's big, but it that counts the attic and everything, which is been for, I don't
And the
know.
other thing is the other factor that we don't want to have a lot of stairs. You get older, you don't want to
Oh,
be going up and down the stairs and then have a
well,
freaking accident. And unless we have an
yeah.
elevator like you, the
Well,
bat elevator.
the maybe what then it sounds like you'd have to get a big spread out like ranch house.
Yeah, that's
Um,
what we're kind of looking at.
um,
Maybe
um,
maybe a basement, but
Are you wanting to? How are you wanting to display your stuff? Are you not wanting to be in a basement? You're wanting to have half the house for your stuff, or you
Yeah, at
know?
least half the house. She knows that already. Half the house is going to have to be for that. Yeah. But if
Um,
I have the basement, it's got to be a dry basement. Everything's got to be elevated at least a foot, maybe 2 feet off the floor. And I would only put certain things in that area that I wouldn't worry that much over if we did have any kind of a flooding problem. But most
yeah,
of it, most of the collection would be on the upper level, ground, or upper level.
yeah. Well, I would definitely move to a place that's not that never floods.
Yeah, up
Uh,
on a hill, slightly up on a incline.
yeah, I mean, you're talking about moving next to a river, but there's going to be
Well,
places that don't ever flood. Yeah, I'm sure.
yeah, well, it's not, going to be right next to the river. It's going to be,
Yeah.
east. But I don't think that the way that the weather's been going, it'll probably dry up before it overflows.
Well, what attracts me to Wisconsin is the house on the hill. Do you know what that is?
Been there a few times in Spring
Oh,
Green.
oh, you've been there. I don't know where it is. So I know it's in
Spring
Wisconsin.
Green, yeah.
Is it as cool as they say?
It was when I went there. It was the last time I went there was about 20 years ago, though, and I was in awe of the place. I mean, this guy was an architect and an artist, and we saw inside the house. He has this huge carousel with all these horses and different carnivals and carousels that he collected over the years and put them all together to make his own carousels. Absolutely amazing. And then
Drew, calm
part
down.
of the house stretches out over a deep, deep drop. I don't know how many feet down, maybe 300 feet down. And it's all a glass floor, and I was afraid to go on the glass
I
floor.
don't think I could handle that
Yeah,
part.
I don't think I could either. But
Yeah, that's a place I want to visit.
and
Uh,
he has like he had all sorts of things in there, drugstores from like the 1930s and bordellos, with the mannequins and figures that he made or had made himself, and it was like a wax museum. It's an amazing place. I want to go back and see it again. It's just, and then the second time I went there, there was he was doing an interview with some people, and I happened to just run into him, but he had a security person there that kept me away. He doesn't sign anything. As a matter of fact, I have, man, do I have it here?
who
I
is
have,
this again?
pardon me?
Who are you about?
The owner of the house, that,
Oh, I
the
don't
house.
think that guy's still around. From what I
No,
understand.
I'm talking about back then when I
Oh,
went
oh, he
there.
was around then. Okay.
I don't know where the heck it is. I had like a big magazine from the house on the rock here, but yeah, that or maybe that might have been the first time when I went there, and I had that magazine. If I could find it, I'd have the year in there. And then I wanted to get him when I happened to see him there. He was walking with these other two reporters, and I wanted to get an autograph and have him sign it. But the security guy came by and said he doesn't sign anything, and he's in an interview right now, so I had to stay away. But uh, I remember when I got home a few months later, I think he died. Um, but that place is amazing. You got to go there and take your camera with there, take pictures and videos, man. It's absolutely amazing if they let you. And I think they.
Well, it seems like they do because I've seen people show it on YouTube.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't
Um,
know. It's the way he was so strict about not, He was not, approachable at all.
well,
Um,
I get the impression he's probably was probably a very eccentric person.
Eccentric recluse, kind of like Steve Ditko.
Yeah.
Uh, God, man. Let me see if I can't find that. Um, I know it's up here someplace. I can't see shit. I'm gonna go in quiet mode for a moment.
Okay.
Then I'll be.
Wonder how I don't even think I know how to go into quiet mode. How do I become a circle? Oh, David Wilcox already started. I better start recording him.
Don't really understand there is a battle going on here, and that he is a figurehead.
How long's he been on here, man?
All right, I'm back already.
Oh,
I found it right away. Man, what a freaking miracle! That's got to be one for the books.
Hope you can hear me. I hope you can see me. We're trying to do this, and it looks like it was.
Oh, that's the back. Wait, that's the. Here's the front cover.
oh, it's the house on the rock. I was calling it the house on the hill.
So you're thinking of the House on Haunted Hill, the movie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
What the hell was that? What was that? Jumping Jasper on a Woody stick.
About to go in at 1.5 megabits per second.
Let's see. When did I?
Everybody.
Okay, let me take a quick look here.
Because I'm seeing myself in the live window now. Yes. Okay. Can I say yes? You can hear me.
1986.
I don't know how the hell I pulled this off.
That's the first time I think we went there. That's the guy.
It's been
Oh,
a
okay.
very wild experience, you guys. Talk about grains and gluten. That's the first time.
Let's see if I can show you some of this stuff.
Anyway, yay! Everybody's saying yes.
Wow.
We can see you. We can hear you. That's great.
That looks crazy.
Set it as the lowest.
How do you get up there?
I don't know.
It's like
He
a
did it.
winding road?
He did it.
On the hotel internet.
I mean, it's just unbelievable, man.
On connection.
Unreal.
So we got it.
This is how it looked
Well, I'm gonna launch right
prior to him building the house up there.
Oh man, I didn't really realize it was that elevated. Yeah,
I
and
mean, look
how?
at
I mean,
that.
seriously, how do you get up to there to see the house?
It's absolute. Well,
No, this is the last time I'll ever do a video that's this crap.
there's
Coming off of the net screen. You know,
try to think if I can remember how we got up there.
You know, webcam.
I think it was a lot of winding walkways
Oh,
that kept, and on each level, you know, there was different things that you can see, and then when you got all the way up to the top, you had a glass floor you can walk out and look down into that ravine.
but the main house with the carousel and everything isn't up on the tip of the rock, right?
No, it's not up there.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, the main house is what. Yeah, I was thinking it wasn't up there.
It's
Yeah,
like the
there's
worst,
something at
worst
every.
garbage man route of all time. Imagine being a garbage man for that house right there. It's like 45 minutes of your day is just going up that mountain to get the trash and then come back down.
Yeah, there's people that have several hour long videos, I think, on YouTube showing all the stuff from. It's incredible the stuff that's in there, and
I'm trying to see if I can find that
I
time.
think that the carpetbagger on YouTube says it's the best roadside attraction in the country. It's his favorite.
John Goris is right. It looks like Dr. No's like
Yeah.
hideout.
Yeah, he says that's some James Bond villain hideaway stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, looks like Dr. No.
He's
Hey,
got
John Goris.
It's got a room that is dedicated to his gun collection, antique gun collection.
But I think a lot of them are fantasy guns. They're not real. They're like.
This is this fantastic doll collection going back, I think, to the 1700s.
But I think what I remember about the carousel is that he has every animal but a horse on the carousel, and then up in the sky you see flying horses like going around. They used that house on the rock. There was what is that? American Gods, the book written by Neil Gaiman, and then they later made a comic book out of it. But there's a there's a TV series based on American gods, and it's about the old gods like Odin and all the gods from different cultures. And
Look at it. Look
yeah,
at,
oh
that's a giant cannon.
wow.
And you get an
But,
idea of how what this damn. Let me get this light out of
but
there.
the old gods are fighting this shadow war with the new gods that are like based human humanoid representations of the internet and everything that's around today that people worship. And old gods continue to exist as long as there's one person that still believes in them. And anyway, so they're having a confrontation. And as I recall, the house on the rock winds up being the site of where they're rendezvousing for their final battle on this TV show that we were watching. Uh,
Uh, what the hell? You believe that? It doesn't.
what is that
I'm
near a
trying to find
major
that
city?
carousel, and it's not even in here.
Is that near a major city? What's the nearest civilization to that house?
Uh, it's not that far from Chicago. I know that.
Oh, really?
Uh,
Well, that's scary. So-
Madison, I think. I guess that area right there is it's near Madison.
okay.
And the house on the rock is right there.
Oh, wow.
Not
Yeah.
far from Milwaukee, west of there.
Yeah, that's one of my main dream destinations, and I don't think it's that far away where it's a doable, possible thing.
I am perplexed as to why there's no photographs in here of that carousel.
Well,
I, I don't get it. They have all these rooms with miniature circuses. That's very strange. I don't know what to say. I never even realized that.
well,
So bizarre.
there are videos on YouTube that show all this.
They show the carousel.
Oh yeah, they show everything. They walk through every foot of the place. That's why I'm so excited about it.
Yeah.
Although a lot of the
Yeah.
surprise has been spoiled by all that, but
What I showed you?
no, oh no, by the YouTube videos that walk you
Oh,
through it. I don't think I could ever get out on a glass bridge over from up that high.
yeah.
That
I
would
had a
not
hard
work.
time doing it. But this is the organ room. Yeah, even if you see the stuff on YouTube, none of it can do it justice when
Oh,
you until
I
you
know
see
that.
it in person. Then it's like wow, absolutely incredible. Oh, what's this? Oh, it has something on the carousels here. Yeah, I don't know about the horses. Where's the horses?
The horses, I understand, are flying up in the sky above the carousel, but on the carousel there are no horses, from what I understand. They're every other animal but a horse. That's just part of his eccentricity, I guess.
Yeah, I think I might have remembered that. I think there were unicorns though, but that can't be really classified as a horse, I
But
suppose.
yeah, I guess not.
But anyway, That's that. I like to go back there again. Hey, if you go there, maybe we can set up a time and we can meet you there.
Oh yeah, if you're living up there, that would work.
Oh, I would go. I plan to go up there to visit the house on the rock anyway, regardless.
Where good or have you scouted cool places to buy collectibles in Wisconsin or Iowa? Other than that shop where you found all the Big Little books?
Yeah, Centerville. They had some antique store. A lot of antique stores there in the square that had a lot of
But you're not looking at that
interesting
place
things to
anymore.
buy. Not many comics though, but in Wisconsin, they do have a comic shop up there in the Minocqua Woodruff area, but I haven't been up there for a long, long time. So I don't know. I have to reacquaint myself with the area because it's been a while since I've actually been up there in the downtown area part of where the property is that her family owns. And I call it the compound. They just put up 2 new retaining walls.
Is that a place where you can escape if
Oh yeah,
Chicago goes up in flames?
yeah, I think so. Part of it's kind of underground.
Oh wow. Well,
It's got its own well. You get water, fresh water from a deep well, 25 feet, 30 feet deep.
that's good.
And yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll do a video of it when we go up there, and I think we're going up there this year too.
So when would you project that the move might happen? Within a year or within a few months?
No. We got to take care of the taxes next year.
Oh.
In April in April, and then after that, if we find a place by then, we might move that year or the following year. It depends if we find a place, but
Oh.
it won't be before April of next year.
What can you do temporarily to alleviate your crowding in the basement?
The only thing is to put it in another storage locker, but I took stuff out of the storage locker,
Oh.
a couple of years ago, and then sold this other house, and then everything that I still had there had to be moved out, and we moved it into the garage and into the house, into the upstairs and downstairs here in the basement. So I don't want to, move it again, and I don't want to pay for a storage locker because you're going to pay over $100 a month, $150 a month. I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're saving money as it is. I don't even go out to eat anymore. Maybe once a month we treat ourselves and go out to eat.
Okay.
Most of the time we're making our own food. A couple of times I was sick during the last 2 months
Yeah.
with what I think might have been mercury poisoning. Minor, not real bad, but
were you eating fish?
no, it wasn't fish. It was actually I was drinking tea.
Oh shit! I started drinking tea recently. That can
Well,
happen from tea.
this is tea that I bought at a place in Chicago off Broadway on Argyle Street called the Asian Village, Little Asia.
Oh.
And the stuff that I always bought my tea there, never had any problem. And then just this past 2 months, I had problems twice drinking that tea. It's imported from China.
Oh shit!
And then, so I'm looking at it, seeing how they make the teas over there, and they're using these rags. And then I'm looking up how they get those, rags. They rinse out the water or rinse out the tea in these rags or something. I don't know what the hell it was, but I was looking up the materials that are used. They use arsenic in the clothing materials that they produce, which is normal. I guess a lot of companies do that, and that's why there's a standard in the United States that limits the amount of arsenic that you can find in, clothes and stuff. And I was reading that a lot of times their arsenic and their materials is way above, what the United States wants. And then I found out that it's also used in the production of the tea bags, the paper in the tea bags. They use like
Oh boy.
a certain amount of it, and there could be a certain amount of mercury used. It's all supposed to be cleansed out by the time the tea goes in there, but I don't know. So I
Oh.
decided, well, I'm not buying that crap anymore. I'm sticking to stuff. I'd rather drink Lipton tea.
I've been getting, I don't know. I just had to start quitting this damn these soft drinks.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the same thing because even though I love root beer, but it's the sugar is, it's a killer, man.
Yeah, well, it's just I have the beginnings of cataracts. You mentioned you had that, and the sugar it makes it worse, and my
Yeah,
vision just degraded like almost overnight when I'm having to put on these glasses all the time, and I don't think it's all in my mind. I don't know. But Kevin at Gotham City says I was poisoned last night. That's so weird.
but who? Poison Ivy?
I,
Poison Ivy, eh?
Gotham City, yeah. Well, I mean, maybe he didn't feel like coming on. Usually he comes on. Maybe he's not feeling good. Shit, I'd like to hear that story though. If you want to come on, Kevin, if you're
Yeah, I
not
wanted to.
covered in vomit.
I wanted to talk to him anyway. I'm gonna probably give him a call or text him or something about those Ben Cooper figures. I think I'm gonna buy the new set that's out if he hasn't sold, if he still has one.
Well, if he comes on, you can talk to him about it. That's it's his day off. He's not working on Sunday or Monday.
Yeah.
And oh, he says I'm very sick. Oh my God.
Oh wow.
Well,
So then he
shit.
is. Then he wasn't. I thought he was joking or something, but that's
No, it was funny. It almost came across as funny because
yeah,
I was poisoned last night. It's just that's why people put emojis on the because you never can tell is it or LOL. Oh
yeah.
Kevin,
shit, very sick.
it wasn't the dynamic blue, was it? I hope it's not the dynamic blue.
What does that mean?
Oh, the
It's a
dynamic flu. You said
no blue.
blue.
It's a secret code. It's a
Oh.
something that I know that Kevin was busy doing yesterday, and so I'm wondering if he got sick because of that.
King
So
George had that. His urine turned blue or
I mean, I don't
purple,
know
and
if
that was the madness of King George.
it's a secret, but Kevin painted the exterior of the shop yesterday.
Oh yes, in
Dynamic
fact,
blue. Yeah,
yeah, he
and the
said that he
color
was
is
going to get
dynamic
people
blue.
to paint his
Almost,
store
yeah,
like pretty much the color that you're seeing here,
that's what I was going to say.
like
Yes,
Superman's suit blue. He was gonna
yes,
have to make his store stand out, and yeah, the smell of the paint could 100% have made him sick. Yeah,
Wow.
that intense smell is. I bet that's what's going on. That's why he's sick. At first I thought he ate like a Taco Bell or something, but that's my when I hear poisoned, I think food poisoning, but it could
well,
be
maybe
the
that's it.
smell of that paint. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I had some mercury poisoning, to be honest with you. The first time I had it like 3 weeks, no, 2 weeks ago, and it was intense, man. The stomach pain was so intense. It took me a full 24, 25 hours to get over that. And I didn't know what it was at the time. What the hell was that? And I went backtracking everything that I ate, that I drank. And then I'm eating the stuff and drinking everything again by itself just to eliminate it. And then there was only the tea left. And I said, the tea couldn't have caused this. So I didn't touch that again until a few days later. I did make that tea again, and sure enough, it happened again, but it was mild. This time I boiled the water really good and poured it over just one tea bag and had 1 cup, and I got the same feeling in my stomach with the pain in my stomach, but it didn't last long. It lasted for a couple hours.
But so it was definitely the tea. You
Yeah, it was
replicated.
definitely the tea. So I was talking to my wife, maybe we should take this and then get it tested or something, and then we figure, well, it might cost too much money. Just get rid of it and forget it, and don't ever go back there. Don't ever buy anything from food from China again, whether it's liquid or otherwise.
Yeah, I miss Chinese food, not from China, but it's just there's no Chinese restaurants around here.
I
I
got a
think
thing
it's
about
one of
Chinese food. I had to cut that out because of all they do so much frying with the Chinese food. Unless you go to a real good one that doesn't do a lot of that, but there's a
uh,
lot of frying going on.
yeah,
I like Thai food though. Thai
oh
food is
yeah,
good.
yeah. There's definitely no Thai food around here. Um,
Yeah. Shit. Well, I hope Kevin's gonna get better, man. I
oh
hope.
wait, there's another comment from him. I don't know what happened, but I had crazy nightmares and woke up sick. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Huh. What
he
did
didn't.
you? Where did you eat? Did you eat at home last night? I think he normally eats at home. I love the restaurants that will steam and not fry. So
Yes, indeed. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. I think a lot of the Thai restaurants that do that.
he says that kind of Chinese restaurant is hard to find. He said I had broccoli from Guatemala.
Oh
thought it
man,
was thought it was that, but never thought about the point.
the
Oh, the
paint.
paint. The paint. Sorry, my eyes.
Yeah, I'm having a problem like you. I'm because I got some cataracts. I got to look at it again, and I got to adjust my
Yeah.
glasses and stuff.
Um, broccoli from Guatemala. Um, okay. So the supermarket said it was imported from. What did you buy it at? I, Guatemala.
Man, we are in trouble here in this. We are in
Yeah,
such
exactly.
trouble. Man.
Don't we grow broccoli here? Why would we need broccoli from Guatemala, Hans?
Yeah,
I'm pretty
really,
sure.
really. That's why I'm laughing. I mean, for crying out loud, are you
I think
kidding
that
me?
the Central Valley of California probably grows enough broccoli for the whole country or something like that, right? Or
Hmm.
something. I don't know.
Well, Kamala Harris wants to do this thing that will keep anyone from owning any houses within 10 years, where what is it they called? They tax you on unrealized gains or something. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Unrealized.
So let's say you inherit a house and it's worth 100,000, and then it goes up in value, and the next year it's worth 150,000. They tax you on even though you haven't sold the house, they tax you on that 50,000 like 25%. And then if
Yeah,
it
so that
goes up another 50,000 and it's worth
stealing that.
200,000, they tax you again on that first 50,000 25%. And
She's
then
absolutely insane. She's
I'm pretty
absolutely
sure.
insane.
Am I right on that? I think I'm right.
So,
But
there's something to that effect.
and then pretty soon you have to sell your house because you can't afford it, and then winds up in the hands of BlackRock or one of these Spectre-run corporations, and then pretty soon it's like, oh gosh, I guess it's true. I own nothing and I'm happy. And it's like, uh, John Goris says, "Do you remember the nightmare burgers either McD's or Burger King put out around Halloween some years ago? Had black buns. Yeah, I've never saw them in person, but I saw pictures.
Purple
Had
colored
black
beef.
buns and like purple colored beef, supposedly induced nightmares. But anyone that I would not touch that shit.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to be an induced nightmare if she gets elected. Everybody's going to have induced nightmares in this
Do you
country.
do you feel comfortable telling the story about what you saw here, or is it too
No,
intense?
I don't feel uncomfortable, but you know how over time something happens, right? You have this highly impressionable dream or a nightmare, and you wake up, and then you see something, and then it was there because you're awake and you're sitting up in bed. But then the more you think about it, months later, years later, you think to yourself, was that like, could that have been a waking nightmare? Could it have been, what do they call that? What do they call those nightmares? They're so real, you can't move.
Lucid, yeah, where
Sleep
you're
paralysis.
paralyzed, you're
Yeah,
sleep paralysis. Yes.
yeah,
Oh,
sleep paralysis. And
you're
I'm
trying to
wondering if
move and you can't. Oh, yeah.
that's what I'm thinking. Was that what I had? I don't know. But I tell you, I was kind of yelling in my sleep, and I'm opening my eyes. That's when I was staying at your place, and there's these rats all over the top of my bed. And I thought that I was awake, and I'm seeing these rats, and I start yelling again, and then I wake up, and I'm sitting up, and I said, "Shit, man! I hope they didn't hear me, because it was embarrassing. I wonder if they heard me screaming, and I wonder what's going on." I said, "I hope they didn't." And then I'm looking in the corner at the same time, always just within like seconds, and there's this figure there in the corner, and I can see like whitish kind of hair that was long right to the face. It was close to the face, down to about the jaw hair level, just above the shoulder, the hair. And it was like oily or a thick, stringy hair. And I couldn't make out much detail except that it was thin and kind of like it was had broken bones or something. It was twisted. And then I thought it was moving towards me, and I'm starting to scream again, and then I felt like I woke up again, and it was gone, but I was sitting up. The second time I woke up, I was sitting there, just like
Oh,
it was the first. The whole thing was really, it was an experience. It kind of scared me. That it really did,
oh
but
yeah.
ever since then I've been thinking and thinking, trying to rationalize it in my mind. But
Was it floating like near the ceiling or something?
no, it was on the floor. I don't know if it was actually on the floor, but it was in that corner. It was in that corner.
The corner by the door,
Yeah.
about where I have that comic book confidential poster.
Okay. There, you had a door to the right where you walk in, and there was a door. It was on the left. When I was
Wait.
my
Okay,
head
that
was,
bedroom you're in.
yeah.
Okay, you walk in, and then there's another door that goes into another room.
That's the one. That's where I
Oh,
saw it.
okay, over. That's about where my Alfred E. Newman poster
I
is.
guess so.
Of
Maybe it was
course,
Alfred E. Newman.
but when you were there weren't pictures on the wall, right? Was it all bare walls
That was
then?
Bear. Yeah, it was Bear Wall.
Because I had just moved in,
Mhm.
and you were helping me hang posters and install lights, and I was like
Right.
crippled because I rolled my ankle, and it was, and
Yeah, I remember that. That was.
I had just gone through the move that you're contemplating, and and
Oh, that's got
the
to be one of the most
the
stressful
shell
things.
that I was after seeing everything I'd amassed, my entire hoard being handled by cretins and put into and then oh my god, they did one. I know, I wound up with a couple of things missing. One was a hot rod trophy that was gigantic, that I didn't win the trophy, it was from the 60s. That disappeared, and two baseball bats or saw from my older brother's little league
Isn't
from
it
the
kind?
60s, wooden. They disappeared. They're things that a normie meth head would steal because they're cool to a normal
Isn't it kind
meth
of
head.
a strange thing to want to steal though? A trophy? I mean, it's and
Well, it's got a
baseball
cool
bats
little
when you had
hot.
all this other stuff that I don't know.
Well, it's got a cool little hot rod on the top. It's
Oh,
clearly from like the 1960s. It's like a trophy you'd win for best of or for being
oh, that
but well,
one. Yeah,
it was a real tall one.
yeah. I got that
I have
upstairs.
I have others, that I bought about the same time. But
I'm
that was a
kidding.
super tall one that I used to have
Mhm.
back in Texas. It's not here. There were a
Well, you
lot of
can't
things
lose
I thought
that.
there were a lot of things I thought were missing, but I found them all. Those two baseball bats are gone, and that trophy are gone 100% because everything's been opened now. Um, okay, so it was over there in that corner. Interesting. Okay. And but you came down the next morning and you said that the thing looked like it was trying to put the broken bones back into shape, like it was
Yeah, it
trying to
was. It was like
contort itself in order to become back the way it's supposed to be.
it looked.
And you
Yeah, it looked like
and
it was
you said it.
twisted and broken.
Yeah, but you said, I remember you said it looked like a twisted mockery of human
An
life.
unholy
And I
mockery of
thought,
life.
man, that's like right out of EC comic book, those lines, the way
Yeah,
you
it's
described it. And yeah,
very
you
well
were
said.
really shaken. And my mother-in-law was here at the time, and like you left like I think within a day or so, and she left almost instantly. You scared the piss out of her. She hasn't been back. But
Really, Norma?
no, yeah, well, she's down here. She was gonna move. They were gonna move up here, but then they got back there, and it's like, oh no. But the thing
Norma.
is, yeah, the thing is,
Well,
well,
I like
you
her.
dream, you had the initial dream of rats, and then you saw this. I assume a ghost, or I
This
think some
apparition,
people
whatever it
describe
was. Yeah.
what she described. I think some people call it a hag. That I
I
think.
yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that.
But we haven't seen anything. I've never slept in that room. That room's now my comic book room. So I've never, no, I've never slept in that room. The room
I'm what?
next to it is was gonna be a guest bedroom,
Yeah.
and Graphic Man and his wife slept in there, and they didn't see anything. And then those two beds that you assembled up in the attic, I moved them down. I don't know, a few months back because it was going to be hot in the summer. So I moved down into that room, the next door room, and
With
put
those
the beds in
beds?
there. Yeah.
Holy cow! That's
Now,
that's tough.
oh, I know. And then I moved him into the living room on that floor. So our bedroom is now the living room next to the kitchen because
Man.
it's right by the big central air conditioning vent. Because those other rooms don't have air conditioning vents. You just have to have the doors open for the air to come in from that main uh, you used to be a fire. A chimney used to be there. I've seen in old pictures, and
Hmm.
they just put an air conditioning vent that shoots up through the different levels. But anyway, so the bathroom you were using, Cleo said, well, this is probably why Hans was dreaming about rats. You've got little rubber rats right next to the mirror, so he was probably shaving and seeing these little toy rats that you put there for decoration, you fucking idiot. And that's
Uh,
might have been why you initially saw the rats. But I'm not saying that this didn't happen, but it's just like I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't think it has anything to do with it being a funeral home at one point. If to me, a ghost is someone that
yeah.
once lived in that house.
I don't know. I don't know what to explain. I've been trying to rationalize it and come up with
Have,
things.
have you ever had any other ghost experiences in your life?
As a kid, and I've had some, and my wife could tell you this too when you see her. She can independently tell you this that this is very, very weird. When let's say 1984, after Reagan won re-election,
Hmm.
I had this dream, and I didn't know how to interpret it, but I'll never forget this dream. It was very bizarre. I was married at the time to my other wife, Sylvia. And in this dream, I see the White House, and the White House is covered, completely surrounded with bushes. And the bushes have these giant chains on them with three huge padlocks. And I had no idea what the dream meant until after what's George Bush got elected, and that was so many years later because I kept having the same dreams, over every maybe 2-3 times a year, and I finally came to the conclusion that is the Bushes represent George W. Bush having control of the White House for 2 years, and his father having control of it. I mean, for two elections, and his father having control of it during one election. That's three. That represents the three padlocks, and the Bushes represent George W. Bush and George Bush Sr. That's how I interpret it, and that they had control over the White House for that.
Oh wow, you sound like David Wilcock that I've got watching right now. He has these dreams and interprets them.
He thinks he's a reincarnation of Edgar Casey, and if you look at him, he really does look like a young Edgar Casey, and
Yeah.
he's aware of that. And I like this guy. I
Meyer's
mean,
got his Bush hat on. George
Yeah, it just happened to
Reagan
be
and
on,
Bush,
on the
84.
shelf right when you were telling that story. It's kind of
yeah, it
funny.
just
Yeah.
it just happens that you haven't packed. Well, I guess you wear
I
hats. You
have
don't
got
really
about
pack.
50 hats, and there's two that are left out. Well, there's a black one, and then there's this Reagan Bush hat. So that was totally random. So yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of weird coincidences when you do a live stream. It's like something I
Yeah.
was talking about like earlier this morning pops up, and if someone watches the whole thing, it's interesting how everything weaves through. But
Yeah, I don't think I don't believe in stuff like that. The reincarnation thing. I'm somebody else. It's just the
uh,
dreams. I don't know why I have these dreams, but they continue every year. There's like one or two dreams, and they're pretty intense. And I know that they mean something, but sometimes I can't
well,
figure it out or know about it until years later, like with George Bush and George.
well, that's interesting. The Bushes, um,
And that's how I interpret it. I don't know.
I mean, the George Bush Senior. Um,
Right.
had some ties in with the Kennedy assassination, and there's some weird. I mean, I don't think that guy was a nice guy,
No,
and
I don't think I didn't like him.
and and what was interesting, and I still there are things that have happened over the last s- more than a few years. I don't know when this all started. Right about the time Trump got into office, these weird things started happening, and they're just not explained. Thing after thing happens, and it's just glossed over, like an entire portion of Maui just scorched. And
Yeah, everybody
but
forgets about it. It's
and
known in
it's
5 years
and then
anymore.
though there's 250 children missing, and then it's just like, oh, let's never mind. It's not even mentioned
Eh,
again. It's like, okay, there, that's all pretty freaking weird. That Las Vegas, the first thing was that Las Vegas essing, and that was pretty weird, and then
yeah,
that was
over fif-
forgotten. And then like there was all this like people accused of doing bad things, and then all of a sudden it was one after every single day a different celebrity went down, including people like Garrison Keeler from NPR
Yeah,
and
that's
Charlie
weird.
Rose, people you never would have thought. Every day it was a different person, and then that stopped. And then there's so many weird things. But back to Bush, when George Bush Sr. died, all of the surviving presidents were there. Jimmy Carter, Clinton, Rosalind Carter, Barack Obama and his wife, husband, whatever, let's just say wife was there. Uh, Trump came in with Melania, and they were there. Do you know what I'm leading up to? Do you know about this?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, you can see footage of this. It's unbelievable. Okay, so they hand out these little programs or little booklets to every one of these people, all the presidents and past vice presidents, current vice president, whatever that idiot that looked like Race Bannon that was in. I forgot already forgotten his name. Pants,
Oh,
whatever.
Mike Pence.
Yeah, they all got these programs, and their wives got programs, and then you see the footage of them sitting there, and they opened up the program, and a card would fall out, and then they'd look at the card, and Hillary Clinton looked at the card and went, she didn't look happy, and then some of them you could tell they were very affected by whatever it said on this card that they were looking at. You could see it bothered them. Pence got one, and or his wife got one, and um, but no one. We still don't know what it said on those cards.
That's weird.
Um, the but I
Well, that's kind of
but I
strange.
just got this message at the top of the screen. It said, "Tyrus, I think we've seen enough." It was from X. I'm getting some notifications from X this morning. I got one. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, so they got these cards. Jimmy Carter looked around and it's like, well, where's my card? He didn't have one. You could tell he was looking over. It's like when he was like shaking it, where's mine? But the thing is, the the Bushes, George Bush Jr., the ex-president, his wife, whatever her name, I already forgotten her name, and the other ones, the surviving Bushes, the guy that was running for president that was humiliated by Trump, that he called him low energy. What's his name from Florida?
Jeb?
Web. Yep.
Jeb
Jeb
Bush. He
Bush.
was there. Okay, so some guy from behind the bushes. I don't know if he was Secret Service. He was some guy that looked like he had authority. Reached over and handed a card to Bush Jr.'s wife, and she looked at it and she went, and she looked in horror and anger at this card. Then she handed it to her husband, and he looked, and this was right. The guy handed it to them right when they were standing and when the coffin was being taken out down the aisle of the church. That's exact moment when it was passing by their father, and they handed him the card. And I could pull this up on my TV, but I'm recording David Wilcox, so the TV's. But
Well, why
anyway,
does nobody
I,
know what was on the card? I don't get it.
well, maybe we're gonna find out. But here's the thing: then they handed to Jeb Bush, and he looked like he was about to wet his pants. He went, oh, like he was panicking, like he was having a panic attack. What it was on the card. And so, what I heard, this is conspiracy stuff, is that the card was saying, I'm sorry, I told them everything, from, and some people say that, well, he didn't die of old age, he was actually executed. And before they executed him for treason, he filled this thing out and said, I'm sorry, they know everything about what we're doing. And that's what some people, whether he probably died of old age, but I think
Well, he
that
was sick.
it was a message that clearly was coming from Trump, because Trump was sitting there like he was the cat that ate the canary, and while all this chaos was going on around him, and it was like this funeral was being completely
Oh,
disrupted
Lord.
by these cards. It's like, it wasn't like, we're sorry for your loss. It was something letting them know, hey, we know what you did on 9/11. We know all of the satanic Moloch worshiping bullshit that all of you have been part of. The Clintons, is basically, hey, we're on to your satanic agenda. So who knows what it said? That's the fascinating thing. That's why they hate Trump this much. That's why they try to off him every weekend. There's this is all happening around us. There's a shadow war happening all around us, and most of these people don't even know it's happening. But
Yeah.
there's something happening all around, and everyone senses it. It's weird, and I don't know what's happening. That was not a normal thing that happened in Maui, because all these houses that had blue roofs and these cars that were painted blue somehow survived this unbelievable heat and didn't burn.
Yeah.
Gotham
That's
City Comics is going to survive all direct hits from any energy weapons
yeah.
originating in
Kevin, did you
Antarctica.
paint the roof, the top of the
Because it's
roof
blue.
blue?
The whole building's blue now. Yeah, it'll be fine.
That's great, man. So all the stuff in my whole pile will be great when they torch. Let's see.
He's
Yeah.
got
Let's see
rashes on
what
his
I
arms
haven't been
now.
reading these comments here.
Don't eat Guatemalan broccoli.
We export our broccoli to some country that is saying, why do we have to have broccoli from the U.S.? And Gotham City says it was frozen broccoli from Guatemala. Maybe it was unfrozen at some point. Oh yeah, and went bad. I didn't notice the bad smell because the paint in my nose. Oh, that has to be it. I had hallucination nightmares. I think that's a possibility. If the paint smell was really strong yesterday, I kind of regret not doing a live stream. Yes, I was going to do a live stream last night, but then we went out to eat, and I saw, oh, there's 5 people waiting for me to start, and I put a comment, hey man, I got to go eat. I can't do it. I wasn't even feeling well. I've been not feeling well lately.
This is probably a
Jake,
record for you.
yeah, John Gore. What is the record that
Eight
I?
and a half hours live stream so far.
Oh, No, I think they cut you off after you get to like 11, 12 hours. I pushed it before until they just cut it. It's like Chuck Norris says, "Don't worry, Haitians will eat the rats too."
Well, they
John,
do that. They do certainly eat rats over there.
Gotham City says, "Now I have rashes on my arms. Don't eat Guatemalan broccoli." It's not funny. I'm not laughing at your condition. It's just such a what a conversation we're having. Justin, I remember seeing that clip. I guess he's talking to me. Very eerie. Yeah, it was eerie because you could see. There was something. Whatever was written on there caused great problems, and
I got to
Yeah, what
watch that clip. I haven't even heard of that, but you're
what
saying it
could
caused a lot of distress among the people that were there. I'm wondering,
oh, the
what they would have
Bushes
done.
especially, they could not believe what they were reading. So it was
yeah,
maybe it was a picture of their father. Maybe it was in some compromising position.
what
There
could
was
be the worst
something
thing
there
that it could
that
be?
that
Like
was
you think about
upsetting.
what could be the worst thing, and then what could be the most innocuous thing, and then think about where it could possibly be in the middle. Like what's the worst thing that it could be?
Oh yeah. Aesop's Fable says the people that have tried to kill Trump were Republican, and some of it sounds like an independent to me. Okay, here's the thing. Yes, initially the media reported that that first guy was a Republican, but all you have to do is look at a picture of the guy. The guy was an extreme liberal. Anyone all the people who went to high school with him said,
He was
"Okay,
a rhino.
here's no, here's why he was registered Republican." I mean, isn't it obvious when the you register Republican because, like, for instance, what was happening at the primary, they were, it was that Nikki Haley up against Trump, and they didn't want Trump. So you're a Democrat. You go register Republican and vote Nikki Haley, so Trump doesn't become the candidate. Then you have Nikki
Exactly. Yeah.
Haley, and you've got someone that's on your side that wants to continue war and continue funding the military-industrial complex. So that's why Democrats register Republican. So he was clearly that guy. Are you kidding me? Was not a Republican.
Yeah.
And then uh, the second guy, an independent, uh,
I heard he was a registered
okay,
Democrat.
when there's pictures of his truck and it
Right.
says Harris Walls a sticker on the back of his truck. He
Right.
was working with the Biden administration as like a guy going over to the Ukraine, recruiting soldiers, and recruiting soldiers probably means like grabbing guys off the street or off the porch of their mom's house and saying, I've seen them attacking and punching people and throwing them into trucks. It's like, congratulations, you're drafted
Yeah.
because you're alive and you're a male. Uh, Neither of those guys.
Yeah.
That's like saying Wile E. Coyote is a road runner. He's just a fellow road runner. No, those guys were. This is 100% the other side trying to take him out. I don't know. Yes, the
Yeah. Of
media
course.
did report he was a Republican because he was registered Republican, but come on.
Who
I
The
heard the
second,
reported?
second shooter was this guy was a registered Democrat.
well, that guy I think
Yeah.
was,
Yeah.
but the first guy they were always saying, "Oh, it was just another Republican that just didn't like Trump." That
Right.
kid on the roof. Are you kidding? And everyone, oh well, we'll just stand down and let him. Oh my God, it's all ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. It's like it took 50 something years for it to come out about the Kennedy, uh, with JFK, but with um, with this, it just took. Nowadays, it just takes a few hours to figure out the mystery. But yeah, this guy that last Sunday, right about this exact time, like almost to the minute, that happened in the Florida golf course. Uh, Trump decided, oh, I think I'd like to go golfing today. We'll go golfing in 12 hours. And
Right.
then this guy immediately shows up and waits for 12 hours. He knew instantly where, so someone real close let this guy know, this guy looks like a complete nut job. It,
Yeah.
oh, I don't know. It's,
Well, he had to have some information, and he just couldn't have imagined it all of a sudden that well he's
oh no, he had complete, yeah, it's just, and both sides are horrible. The Republicans, the Democrats, they're all horrible. And there's really no hope except for Trump and a few good people on his side. And there's a few good people on the other side, but they've converted over, like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. There's like RFK Jr. was talking the other day. It's like, oh yeah, I've sued Trump 2 times. One to keep them changing to some swampland into a golf course or something. And this other time I was in the middle of suing him, and we needed to go somewhere. And my wife, we needed to have get on this plane. And it's like, and Trump offered us to, my wife said, Trump's offered us to fly on his plane. And she says, Trump, I'm suing him. And, Trump said, that's okay. That's just, he was, it doesn't matter being
yeah.
sued.
I
We've
mean,
got
they
billions of dollars. What's that going to affect you?
mass
It's like
media
it's
have
like
created
some
a
of the,
lot of false persona about Trump, and then they'll say anything that'll fit their narrative to keep that false persona of
yeah,
him.
they're saying Trump. Did you see Trump when he congratulated the police that tried to or the whatever, the Secret Service, whoever it was that stopped? Well, it was probably the police that stopped the potential guy last Sunday. They pulled
Right.
him out on the highway. He brings them into Mar-a-Lago, and and it's like, I, it's I've been to that castle in Bavaria that the Disney castle's based on,
Right.
Neuschwanstein, right?
Uh-huh.
We're built by King Ludwig with gold ceilings.
Yeah, I've seen that from the distance when I was there.
I've been into it when I was a little kid.
I wish I
And,
could have been there.
and Mar-a-Lago, these guys are standing there, and it's like a palace. Everything is made of gold. People. It's funny. The ceiling here looks like it's made of gold. That's just tin. But because I was doing a GoFundMe, help me. We're having trouble with bills, and the ceiling looks like it's made out of gold, and these chandeliers that are, cheap chandeliers, but they looks real glamorous. People thinking, what the fuck? This guy wants to bum money off us, and I've got no. But Trump has this palace, and these guys, and people are saying, Trump just wants to be president to make money. He just wants,
That's
yeah, he wants to
it's
move into the
obvious.
White House that looks like a slum compared to where he normally lives. In this place, you look at it, this place is probably worth a couple of $1 billion. This is a palace. And this judge says, this guy's doing real estate fraud. That place is only worth $18 million. $18 million is a lot of money to us, but that's nothing. $18 million is what they probably spent in one day filming the new Superman movie.
Yeah, that place is worth a
Pocket
lot more than that, man.
it's all just a bunch of clowns going after him. And like I said, I hate the Republicans. Trump, I don't consider him a Republican. He's something else. And all these other people that are clustered around him are something else. And the Republicans don't want him in there, and the Democrats really don't want him in there. And it's like, if someone is hated by everybody, I'm just wondering, is that someone that maybe I should like? And then you start realizing how corrupt the media is, and then you start saying, well, maybe I need to reevaluate everything I've ever thought in my life. Maybe Nixon was an okay guy. He was sure hated by everyone. Maybe he was okay. Because he's just like, maybe everything I've ever known in my entire life has been wrong or has been a lie. It's like JFK. Oh boy, it's just like he was with Marilyn Monroe and all these, like, yeah, why do you care about that? And then these Democrats are, oh, I can't believe Trump was with a porn star. It's like, yeah, what have you been with?
Look at what
It's like
Clinton's doing with. They forget all about that.
when did that become a problem for you? Have no morality standards anyway. Why are you upset that that happened with him?
Yeah, because it was him. They ain't upset about it with Clinton. I guess they don't even talk about that no more.
Oh yeah, Clinton was in the Oval Office doing that.
With Monica Lewinsky, Jennifer Flowers, and what, a half dozen other women.
Oh my God. Yeah. So it's all a big mess, and
Yeah,
I
they try to paint him as a racist, and they don't. But they don't talk about his giving Jesse Jackson a big space for his Operation Push in one of his New York buildings. Jesse Jackson. This was, I don't know how long ago. This was way before he ran
Aesop
president.
Fable says he wanted Nikki Haley before Trump. Well, Nikki Haley wanted to perpetuate this war,
Yeah,
and it's always better to not have war. It's always better to be.
prepared.
I mean, you got to be prepared. I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice. But this Ukraine thing, I think, could be negotiated. But I don't think some of these people want it negotiated because they want to cover up what they've been doing in the Ukraine for several decades. Gotham City's comics, they don't point the lasers at anything blue because it looks like water, and that would be a shot wasted. Oh, maybe that's how it works. Aesop say, well, Tulsi Gabbard and JFK Jr. are not considered Dems by the Dems. Tulsi Gabbard hasn't been a Dem for a while now. Yeah, for a year or two. And yeah, she realized it was a mistake. JFK, yeah, and that's why when I hear them talk, they sound reasonable. And
Yeah,
when I hear the Democrats talk, they don't sound reasonable. So I understand why they broke free of them. And they're scared because it's not JFK Jr. RFK Jr. But there are people that think JFK Jr. is still alive. There are people that think he's I fear that
there's still people that believe the Earth is flat. There's people that believe
well, a lot
Elvis
of that is
Presley is
coming.
alive on the moon somewhere.
The what is alive on the moon?
There's just some people that believe Elvis Presley is alive and well on the moon.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, he's got a castle somewhere that was built inside the moon.
I've heard the one about the Germans on the other side of the moon, and I've heard about the Germans down in Antarctica.
Oh yeah, well, Nazis. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Nazis
yeah.
are
What
preparing
I
for
don't mean
another.
I don't mean the Germans.
The
Yeah,
Nazis are
the
prepared
Nazis.
for to take over another takeover with the Fourth Reich.
But yeah, the flat Earth thing I thought that was like that's really spread. There's a lot of people that believe in that now.
The only
That's
Nazis
crazy.
out there are the far left.
Now, the most plausible thing might be JFK Jr. But I mean, I don't believe that. But I mean, it is plausible that if you realize that
All right.
people want you not to be alive, that they could stage a plane crash, and then you could kind of live as someone else, kind of like you're, in witness protection.
Yeah,
And because there was all this rumors spreading that there was a guy that kept showing up at Trump rallies, and he looked like an aged JFK Jr. with a beard on, and that there was a woman with him that looked just like his wife, or I think he was married when he died, and that guy, you see him at different. But it turns out that guy is a guy that sells Trump memorabilia, so he goes to a lot of rallies. But when Trump got grazed and shot in the ear,
yeah.
and he went down, that guy was right behind Trump. That guy that everyone has been speculating for years is John F. Kennedy's son. He was right there going, "Oh, well."
You not
It's
thought about
like,
the guy with
what
the
a
brick suit.
he not the guy with the brick suit. No, he's got a beard. People even know his name. I think by now people know he's not JFK Jr. because they actually know what this guy, because he's had all these. But he was right there when Trump went down. Right behind where Trump was this guy, and
but I don't think it's him. And I don't know.
Hey, you
But,
guys, I gotta go and I've gotta take this phone call. And
all right.
so
Yeah.
Okay, Meyer.
Take
good
care.
seeing you guys.
Take
I'll
care.
take care.
I got to get going pretty soon
All right.
myself.
Yeah, I'll probably head out too to watch this David Wilcock thing. But it's been fun talking, and
Yeah,
now I've got a video to watch. Are you going to start doing shows more often now?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. You sound like you're getting a cold or something.
Yeah. Well, it comes from I've been coughed and sneezed on a lot recently, so
Oh,
I've
brother.
been.
When you're
Yeah, it's
teaching, you
not
mean?
anything bad, huh?
When you're teaching,
Yeah, yeah, kind of like that.
sometimes
It's
when it
just
clears. Yeah.
yeah, it just
Anyway, yeah. Drink chicken soup,
yeah,
vitamin
that's a good
C,
idea. I
chicken
like
soup,
chicken soup.
and vitamin C.
Yep, yep, yep.
All
Well, it's nice
right.
talking to you. I'll watch your video. Put
Okay.
more
Take
up.
care.
Take
Take
care.
care. Bye
Bye.
bye. So long, everybody in the chat. Bye bye.
Bye. So, as we come into the 8th hour, well, almost the 9th hour, um, let's watch David Wilcock, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not in real time. I had to rewind it. I didn't realize he had started, so I'm a little bit farther behind than you might be if you're watching it at home. The average person is going to be very, very surprised. So that's part of the scenario. But then overlaid on top of that is the possibility that the powers that were, Cassia Rose says, "Thank God for you and my family love you." Oh, we can look at more of those 70s magazines if you want, and then I'll sign off for the evening. What time is it anyway? Let me turn my clock. I see 3:05. Don't quote me on that. But we did talk. Might as well finish up looking at that box. So now I know a little bit more about that ghost sighting, exactly where the ghost was in that room. So I don't know, man. Hope that ghost doesn't return, ladies and gentlemen. I hope, or the benevolent ETs. So let's go to the next level of this. This group that is Drusilla, I'm going to stand up now. Now. I mean, I'm actually. I've got to warn her that I'm going to get up. She's still asleep. I don't want to startle her awake. That's not a good thing when you do that. Drew. I am going to hang out for the rest of the day. She's sound asleep. I'm a little nervous about this, ladies and gentlemen. Taco says, I was here live with you April 5th, 2020 on that fateful day. Also with you since your first books, dude. P.S. Man. Some place in Boulder is awesome. I don't want to say the rest. I feel like Aesop's Fable may not be a Trump supporter, but it's all right. We'll forgive him. These people who are on the ropes, they have UFOs, they have technology like that. They have spaceships that use anti-gravity, and they can do a pretty darn good fake with Blue Beam. So what will they do? Drew, I've got to get up. What will they do when they've got no scared, man? Well, apparently, according to Dr. Joe Rosen, who spoke to Werner von Braun, the final stage is a fake alien. She's awake. So this whole thing, before we ever even get to the point of the emergency messaging and the power going out and countdown and shutdown. Well, before we ever even get to that point, ladies and gentlemen, we might have some massive UFO event or sky event, as it's been called. I would be very, very suspicious of any event that takes place. Anything that looks like it's UFOs, anything that looks like it's extraterrestrials, it is probably a big Hollywood fake job. He's saying if any UFOs appear, it's probably fake. I don't know if you can hear that or not. May have happened in 2001. Another one may have happened in the year ending 20. Was I showing Star Warp? Yeah, I think this is the magazine I was showing last. And it's a Myron Foss. Myron Foss really started cranking up the printing press when Star Wars came out with the Star Wars type magazines, and then when the Dracula movie came out with Frank Langella, he started putting out a lot of Dracula magazines. This one also looks like a Myron Foss future fantasy. This looks more like an ancient astronaut kind of magazine. I open it up and it's a double page ad spread.
Okay, finally we get to the, and let's see if it says Myron Foss. Oh, no, this one isn't. Editor Timothy Green mentioned. It's got to be Myron Foss. I don't believe it. Coming towards Earth and our solar system being tracked. Coming by 2027, will disclosure be Earth. Jack told me Cousins publication. I want to believe it's Myron Foss, but I could be wrong. It looks very Myron Foss like. Oh, it's the Rosicrucians. They always used to put ads in old pulp magazines. This one is this isn't an ad. This is more of a UFO magazine. These are potential aliens that you might encounter from UFOs. And this gets into what the law of one and introducing the Intergalactic Peace Patrol. Some type of global ascension event. Articles in Star Wars. I gotta go to the restroom. That's a joke. It turns out that, and this is something that the insiders. I shall return. Laws of physics are dependent upon the observer, and this isn't just the wave particle duality, where oh yeah, you know, if you look at it as a particle, it shows itself as a particle. If you look at it as if it were a wave, it shows itself as a wave. Okay, yeah, we've heard that so many times. I don't want to hear that. This is actually a macroscopic effect. One of the things that Jacob told me is that we just had another donation, Captain Edgar 87. I've been following you since 2012 in a synchronized way after I told my mom in Hebrew that I'm the Messiah. Well, I'm glad that you still have a relationship with your mother after doing that. We're all the Messiah. That's the thing. Mashiach is that word Messiah, and that's representative of everybody who's going through this ascension. And as I just said, the arrests are going to trigger this global ascension event. So it's going to change the physics. The point is, one of the things Jacob told me, one of the weirdest things he told me is that the reason why people use a crystal ball or a magic mirror, which is just a regular mirror, or something called scrying, which is to actually try to see ghosts and entities or even demons, if you're working black magic, the reason why that works is because the crystal ball or the mirror can get around the laws of physics that tell you that there can't be a being standing in the room with you. So you might be able to see a ghost in a mirror that you couldn't see in the room because the mirror bends the rules a little bit, and it allows for things to happen. You know, perceptions that would normally be subliminal or subconscious become achievable. So there is something to be said for the fact that when enough people have an awakening, that the laws of physics will change, and this will trigger a type of species evolution. There is an inertia being created on the worldwide level by the fact that we're holding it back by people that don't believe in a higher power, they don't believe in extraterrestrials, they don't believe in angels, demons, and there's both. Man. There's good and evil in the universe. Anybody who says that they're all good is very deluded. Anybody who says that they're all bad is equally deluded. We have lots of contact stories in the Bible, in Tibetan Buddhism. We have Padmasambhava, human extraterrestrials. Do you have any Charlton Monster magazines? So I received this contact beginning in 1996 with remote viewing. You were saying earlier in the chat that you're getting reproduction of horror monsters uh, at the shop. Are you getting more than one copy? I would be interested. I don't have any copies of horror monsters, but there's a magazine that came out called Quasimodo's Monster Land or something in the 1970s that Tony Tallarico had some art production design work on. It's Quasimodo's Monster. I don't know. It's Quasimodo's Monster Magazine. That's probably what it's called. I have a couple of issues of that, and that's probably Charlton. It's not a magazine I would recommend. It's not one of my favorites, but any monster magazine is wonderful, of course. But no, uh, I saw a Charlton Horror Monsters magazine at a record store a couple of years ago, and several hours away from here. It's probably pretty expensive, and I didn't buy it. Here's this magazine, Superstar Heroes. I don't know if this is Myron Foss. I don't know. Editor Garland Voss, not Foss, but Voss with a V. No, this one's not. This is just someone else. There's just all kinds of these little these these things that were cranked out to capitalize on all the big boom of science fiction and superhero stuff coming out around that time. It really was. I mean, remember Project UFO, which was based on Project Blue Book. It was a Jack Webb show. There's Mork and Mindy. You can build a working laser pistol. And I would buy these things because this was all from bought when I was like 12, 13 years old. Here's this one. I bet this one's Myron Foss. Space Trek Special. Look at the monogram models for the Battlestar Galactica ships. I'm thinking this is going to be Myron Foss. Ah, we have a winner. They're under Christopher Reeve's chin. You can see Myron Foss, publisher. Irving Foss, associate publisher. Anyway. Based upon what he himself, his own statement and admission in court. This is 1978. Can't really take that back, and I also know that the insiders who I work with in the incredible, and then it has a little bit of cartoon art in it. Who is this artist? I was also told that we were in the vicinity of truth. That we were story and art by, I don't know if that says Lomax. Do you recognize this art? Anybody? I don't want to bring out new insiders and just have somebody say, okay, here's what I know, here's what they told me, whoever they are. Some I want actual UFO up against some hillbillies. It's no longer speculative. It's no longer. Skip Savage says the Hotel Orloff is cool, groovy, and far out. Thank you, Skip Savage. That's one of the things he told her. We've already got the technology. I don't know if Skip Savage is some new viewer or not. This must have been a magazine that came out when Spawn, the movie, came out. Oh, maybe not. The other side, it says Batman and Oh, that was bad. Did they come out at the same time? It says number one, May 1997. Oh, it's a catalog. This is something that this was probably given away free at the comic book store, and I just snagged one. It looks like it's previews, like the previews magazine. It's Batman memorabilia, and I guess Spawn memorabilia on the other side. That's not a winner. And I wouldn't have put all this time and energy in this body if I wasn't absolutely convinced. This magazine, I forgot about this magazine. It was from the makers of what was the other magazine that it was called Film Facts, I think. This was the sister magazine to Film Facts called Outre. Elvis, How He Met Vampira, playing Las Vegas in the 50s. And this is, how old is this? From the 90s or early 2000s? I don't recall. This is the type magazine you would find if you were in a Barnes and Noble type store. So I added the starry sky in the background. I added the man on the moon. 2002. That was a while ago. Oh, look at my obsession with monster cards. There's a lot of good stuff in Outre. And there's an article on Dickie Goodman, and this is where this has
next day, we had this 888
Covered
show up.
covers a lot of different,
When this event happens, when there's a sky contact,
a lot of ads for something weird videos and
that is actually not
Betty Page videos. This is a magazine completely aimed at me as its target audience. And so I'm surprised I don't have more of this magazine out tray. I may have some in another box. It's just a matter of how often was I in a Barnes and Noble. It was only $5.90. I remember when magazines cost $5.95. I remember when magazines cost 50 cents. But
that's why you need to read Michael Prophecies.
see, it has a article on Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. And,
that either involve the fighting of the disc or the sound of the disc as it flies.
how about that? Incredible.
So the flying disc is the technology of positive angelic human extraterrestrials. So they put this cross formation down, and it was incredible because it looks very much like that figure eight. That we
This is a Scholastic magazine. Well, this is like some magazine that came from, you got when your teacher ordered,
wider on one side and the other in the middle.
and it's,
And then that's the same thing they did
but it's
here.
more about, it's got stories, horror stories, stuff about,
These crop circles all tied into the date of August 16th, 2008.
about the upcoming movie Alien and Island of Dr. Moreau. It's got a spine split that I think that was the way it was when I got it. This is the last time they had a Dallas Fantasy Fair. It looks like it was right before the pandemic. They had Steranko there. It was really, they had all kinds of great people at this fantasy fair. And they had some great dealers there. The problem is, they had Frank Bruner was there. I didn't realize that. Simon Beasley was there. Pretty good lineup. But here's the thing about that fantasy fair. There were no people at the fantasy fair. The parking was very expensive. I think it was expensive. I went to this one. Everything was expensive. I mean, I saw Jim Steranko speak, and they had a panel that was pretty good that you can see on YouTube, or people like Buddy Saunders, the owner of mycomicshop.com, One Star Comics, talked about his childhood and comics, and that was fascinating. But it was sad. Brought the Fantasy Fair back after, and that's where they used to have the Harvey Awards, and they brought it back after many years, and it was not the same people running it, and it was nice, but it just didn't. People weren't interested, and it didn't do well. And I'm going to the shop if you want to see the new color. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Let me put a link here, and that'll be. We'll see the new shop, and then we'll probably sign out. Post comment. Post comment. Post comment. Paste. Yeah, this is cool. Um, and maybe when you get to the shop, you can explain what you were talking about with Meyer earlier, the Frankenstein something or other thing you're talking about. Here's here's a copy of Alter Ego that's probably definitely in the wrong box. And man, I've got probably a whole bunch of these Alter Egos that have been coming in that are in my whole pile at Cop City Comics. I gotta get on that. We're having some financial problems here, but isn't everyone? I gotta start getting more stuff. NP is totally informative. Can't go backward. Can't go back. This is some catalog I got in the mail back in the old days, probably the 90s. It has a bunch of movies you can get on VHS, I guess. So it's great that I can do this is silent movies. I'm sure this is before DVDs. Oh my God. That Unshine Andalou, if you know what I'm this where they slit this eyeball. It's horrifying. I think they used a sheep's eyeball or something for that sign. Here's a Rhino catalog, Rhino Records. Um, yeah, this was sent to me at my old house.
These lights are terrible. I've got all 5,600
all the stuff that they have available.
anything like what I should have done by 3,700. It's different orange. You want the orange. You do not want the blue. So anyway,
here's some of these kitchen sink pipelines. It's like a little newsletter. You get it free at the comic store. Oh wait, that's something different.
Week after week, and again, the whole show is the meditation. That's the secret that I don't reveal. Is that we're all here listening at the same time.
What is this?
And as you're listening to me, it is a meditation. I'm bringing you into a state of euphoric consciousness, hopefully.
Klingenberg's Nostalgiana. This is different from 1992. Oh, this is all kinds of different antiques, stuff that I don't collect. Before the internet, how you... Here's another kitchen sink pipeline. I don't know if people collect these things or not. I doubt it, but you know, I figure I get it free, I save it, and in 70 years, maybe it'll be valuable to someone. It's when they were reprinting the Flash Gordon stuff, kitchen sink. Of course, I won't be around then.
So somebody in TSA gave you the 5.
This Rue Morgue magazine is really almost should be more on a bookshelf. It's super thick. This is I didn't ever buy many of these. This one's from 2006.
So now when I start my car, the alarm goes off.
This is all slick, all color. It's more for people really into gore and stuff than me. But it does have. Oh, there's a Bernie Wrightson illustration for a horror network they were trying to start called TV's first horror channel, uncut in high definition. We dare you to watch. I guess it was called Monsters HD. I think that was a fail. That thing failed. Rue Morgue. This one, this issue of Rue Morgue has a pretty good coverage of famous monsters of filmland.
He's had 2 shows recently that were very provocative. He did Joe Rogan and he did News Nation.
Who's why I bought it. I think this was expensive, man. October 2008, number 83. How much did it cost? $8.95. Magazines cost even more than that now, but that's an outrageous price. But
well, that's just not something that we agree on. So we're gonna have
where is the famous monsters coverage? I remember there being a lot in here, and now I don't see it at all. Oh, here we go.
That's incredible. Thank you very much. I do still need the money. Your messages of hope are well received. Thank you very much, Ken. So, you know, I want to support Lou. I really love to be able to fully get behind him, but when he says there's nothing positive about the UFO found, and it's like, well, dude.
Well, there's a lot of coverage. I mean, I would have, if I was making this magazine, I would have made Ackerman look young instead of making him look that age. And, at this point, Ackerman had passed away, and they have a cover where he looks like he's like choking. I don't know.
Blue, red, yellow, green, etc. Similar to the Aurora Borealis. And the Virgin Mary said in these prophecies given to these children in Fatima.
Oh, here's a magazine about the Kennedy assassination. Yeah, there's people that think he's still alive, that he staged his death.
Just the last event alone had 90,000 eyewitnesses.
Oh my gosh, this was one of those magazines that was on the newsstand in the supermarket. It's got some grisly photographs in it.
Together is over 200,000 probably. You add them all up. And it was a UFO. It was a flying saucer. So the problem is that
Boy, there's some
Here's an oldie but a goldie. It's Picture Play from September 1929. How's that? Look at this. I think what I'm going to do is make a color copy of this and frame it and give this to my wife as a present because she's always talking about making the bathroom upstairs like 1920s looking. And she's into vintage makeup. And if this won't be put in the bathroom, she'd probably love it in her little makeup room that she has. It's an ad for Maybelline. Look at that. How do you paint eyes that amazing? So, yeah, 1929 women's magazines. You just wonder how many copies of this are still in existence today. Um, So you cannot say that there's nothing positive about the UFO phenomenon. Ooh, look, Myrna Loy, one of my favorite movie stars. You know who else said that in the movie Bonnie and Clyde? The Michael J. Pollard character, the crazy psycho that they pick up at a gas station and he becomes part of their mob. He says, Myrna Loy, he was picking up movie magazines. One of my favorite motion picture stars. They may be using him unwittingly, and I think he'd be very mad if he. But a lot of stars that aren't remembered today. But you know that's a young Gary Cooper there. You forget that. Well, in 1929, sound had come in, just barely. There's Clara Bow. I've got a painting of her on the stairs over there that was from her house. My friend Tom bought it and then sold it to me. In fact, they even talked about one of them that there's a flying saucer. We had Chris Summer. Yeah, Gary Cooper looks like there's a major push for him here in 1929. There's Greta Garbo. We're getting almost up to the level. Oh, there's Ramon Navarro. He didn't really speak English at all, I think. He was from Mexico. Or was he from Spain? I think he was from Mexico. But he played Ben-Hur in the silent Ben-Hur. But then once some sound came in, his career was pretty much over. There's 100% talking, singing, and dancing. It says here, well, you can't even see what I'm showing you. This ad, it's promoting that it's a talking picture. I get it. They have to look at that in the military. You need to. Oh, this thing's got a tear going down here. You need to see the movie if you haven't already. Singing in the Rain. It's a comedy musical, wonderful movie. It will kind of show you what it was like in 1929 Hollywood. Positive beings, the human beings, they're not going to let us have a nuclear war. They're not going to let us do this. So let us blow up the planet. We're waiting on. My wife's there. Yeah, I'm on my lunch break, but I'm going to need to eat, so that will gobble up my whole break. Okay, I'm at about to end the stream, but I'm waiting on. I want to see Kevin's store now that it's been painted blue. He's heading to his store, and it's apparently it made him. It was partly what made him sick. I'm recapping for my wife because she's been working. He's not feeling well. He has like poisoning from eating broccoli from Guatemala, capped with the smell of the paint from yesterday, or maybe he didn't smell how badly spoiled the Guatemalan broccoli was because of the paint smell. You know, that's rough to be around. How do people that are painters handle that? I guess they get used to it, or maybe I don't know. I love that someone in the chat is called Opponent of Stupidity. Yeah, that's Movie World Comics, who's now grown up. He's now 17. He was always the youngest person watching the show. Um, and that's one of the reasons I would get mad at that guy from Canada holding up National Lampoon covers. Although I love the National Lampoon because that's like, hey man, I've got people watching the show that are young. Don't be showing that stuff.
She says, "Welcome, opponent. OMG, hi. Welcome, opponent." That's probably what the Russians and the Ukrainians are saying to each other. Welcome, opponent. Opponent is such a funny word. Opponent. Well, Drew's been outside today twice and pooped both times, I do believe. And it says, yes, he was the one reason we were trying to keep it rated G. Love you, kid. Yeah, well, I have other reasons now, but back then I was retired and, you know, I wanted to keep it clean to keep my channel. Yeah, that was one reason, but. As you're looking at this video, there is a UFO or USO, 2 minutes. That is an improvement for Drew. Yeah. So. Man, I had that robot vacuum cleaner going earlier, and it's really intelligent, man. It really was. Uh, really was doing great. And then you press the button, and it goes back to its little house. It finds its little home base. It's amazing. It's like not even a thing. So I've been. Here is Drew sleeping soundly, and the cat was sleeping there. But what I've got is I've got these fake curtains here closed, and oh, I got while you were Captain Strangeliffe repeated the story about the ghost he saw here, and so I know exactly where the ghost was standing now. So, anyway, so this is I don't know what this is made out of. Some kind of it's not cloth, but you open it up and. Says awesome. Bushka hooked us up. Yes, sir. Yes, our friend Bushka Drakul sent us this astounding. Let's look at the while we're waiting for Kevin Johnson to arrive at his store. We'll watch this thing in operation. You just press this button. I guess you press it again. Starting to clean. Error 4. Oh. Click sensor error. What? Click sensors. Move robot away from drops. And restart. I must have had him on. It's coming after me, man. It's attacking me. I'll tell it to go back home. I press the little picture of the house.
Returning to dock.
It knows immediately where to go home.
Charging.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, we've got a guest. Oh my gosh, look at that. Now you are impervious to space lasers. Yeah, that's great. That's perfect color for a store called Gotham City. Man, they did it all in one day, huh?
Yeah, even though there's only one guy, the other guy quit.
He quit. He said it was too much work or what?
Well, he quit at 3 in the morning. He quit the company.
Oh, okay. Did they paint the roof?
The roof is
Uh,
blue. Yeah,
no, I mean the actual surface where you walk on the roof is blue.
yeah.
Oh, boy, you are safe. My wife says, looking awesome, Kevin.
Yeah, we're safe here.
The blue is making that yellow pop. Yeah, it's an excellent choice, man. It looks great.
We have a red building next door, and I'm blue, and then this one's white.
Yeah, all patriotic.
Notice on the left what we see. There's the letter G, there's the square compass, and on the right is the Blink 182.
It says space laser protected.
$37 million of his own money when they made him the front man of this software folder. And that's, I don't know if it's true, but that was some of the rumors, as you can see right on the top of this video from the Rock feed.
Yeah, it's already working. People are already noticing it and coming in.
Oh, cool. She's saying, I might regret not making our house blue through and through. LO. You mean outside?
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm not feeling good, but
Okay. Well, I hope you feel better soon.
okay. I'll talk
All
to you
right.
guys later.
Take care. Bye.
They actually used a spaceship prototype design in order.
I'm turning off lights here because it's about to be the end of this broadcast unless someone else pops on. She's saying the roof and siding should have gone blue. I don't know, man. What is that blue light I'm seeing?
In the middle of this whole thing, all the
I
stuff
don't know,
we're
man.
working on. I said, hey, Chris, talk candidly.
These curtains aren't closed fully. I think the cat's been back behind there prowling around. She says, get better, and then she has a heart with a bandage on it, it appears to me. Okay, so, oh, look what I've done. This vacuum cleaner, I found that you can put attachments on it, and then you can dust around places. I figured this out this morning. So,
Points are quite as pointy. And I think Chris said that if the disc was actually on the top, they want to put it in the middle. Chris explained to me that
Doesn't this look like a? I'll probably get in trouble with YouTube for handling a firearm on a live stream, but yeah, I can dust around edges and stuff.
extremely nimble fighting spacecraft. So this apparently was actually Chris's design, and they went ahead and borrowed it. And here's the description of this craft on their original launch kit. So we're going to read through this with bullet points so it's easier to see.
So this is a.
One of Chris's designs, and he tells me they've actually built these. I don't know how many.
It's probably a reflection of a screen from our security system. Oh, I picked a good vacuum, not, yeah, the word that you used to not be able to say on YouTube, so I won't say it. Yes, it is. And it's when you're not vacuuming with it, it makes it great. You could pretend you're Will Robinson and you're like shooting at a space cyclops. You know, it just looks 100%
By the way,
like
in the last interview I was watching, he mentioned the term prototype. He's right on the same page with all the stuff I've been saying.
come on, man.
Works that we need to harness technologies from the science division to realize this capability.
Yeah, it's just it's one of the best space toys you could possibly have. And when you're not playing spaceman, you can vacuum clean your house. Oh, you guys almost fell off the pinball machine.
As soon as he started describing in seconds, I was like, oh my God, that's the time to walk.
So, are you hungry too? Actually, yes. I actually am hungry. That's actually a wonderful suggestion. I guess I should. Man, I hardly ever have 14 people watching. Maybe doing a show, do these shows on weekends are. I don't know. Okay, I got to put these. I got to do something here real quick, and then I'll go eat. I don't remember the limit of how long you could go with a StreamYard. I think it's 12 hours. I did that once. I drove all around Dallas trying to find, and then I went to the veteran cemetery and tried to find my brother's grave, and I did it all live on a live stream. And then I went to Duncanville Books and went through their comics all on the live stream. Then I went to this other cemetery looking for graves of guys from the Civil War. I've got stories from work. Oh, someone's trying to come in. Paulo. Oh, cool. Hello,
Hey,
Paulo.
what's up?
Hi there.
I'm back
Not
home.
too much. Oh, shit, man. Yeah, what's been up?
Yeah, last week we went to my sister living with her boyfriend about a hour and a half drive from here, and last week we helped them move his from his mother's house to his grandmother's house because his grandmother's now needs help, so she's moving. So she's moving in, and they need the space.
Yeah.
So and today we took some stuff from our hometown back there. So another, but we didn't have to work so hard today. No, you should have seen us last week carrying furniture on the street for
Oh,
300
yeah.
yards.
So, gosh, that's rough. Yeah, I know. Um, so what else has been up?
Well, not much. Waiting for the major rollouts of next year's cars. Okay, so this year is a This year it's Paris Motor Show. Yeah, so Paris Motor Show at, is in October, which means that I'll have some writing to do for the next couple of weeks.
Okay. And is the writing for a physical magazine or an
Yeah,
online website?
yeah, physical.
Do you save a cop? I probably asked you this before. Do you save a copy of every magazine or several
No, no, no,
copies?
no, no. I don't even get it. I don't even get a copy.
Don't you
Well,
want a copy?
not really, no.
I think we've had this. I have a feeling of deja vu. Like I've asked you this before. I would want to keep a copy or several copies of it. It's not the special feeling to you anymore that you're published.
When I was working for the for the motorsports newspaper, we were weekly, and one full year of weekly sports newspapers adds to a very large pile. And I was there for 14 years, so if I had kept copies of all of those,
Uh, my wife says, "What's the distance, Paulo?"
from here to there, about a 1.5 hour drive. So it's
Oh,
seven. So it's 65 miles. But from one house from his mom's to his grandma's, it was about 300 yards. But we had to carry some stuff by hand. So
oh boy. She's
yeah,
asking for food supply in Portugal biologique, organic,
biological.
non-GMO. Well,
Uh,
is she using a Portuguese Spanish word?
no,
What is
no,
biologique?
that would be
French?
French. That's closer to French.
Why? I've never heard that word in my life. I don't know. Okay, so what is
No,
your food supply?
there's some GMOs, and uh, there's some there's some chemicals used, but the amount of chemicals you can use in agriculture is very limited.
Huh. So what did you guys? How did the show go? The Jared show, or is it Jared?
Yeah, yeah, the usual. Because we end up talking about a little bit about the stuff that Jared buys every week, and he only buys indie comics. Although every once in a while he gets uh, one of the reprints,
Facsimiles.
the facsimile edition. Yeah.
They're just call them fake. The fake
Hmm.
comics.
They're not fake comics. That's exactly what should happen. Every comic that has ever existed should be reprinted all the time. Action Comics #1 should be on the 755th reprint, and Action Comics #40, which has absolutely no distinguishing feature, should be on its 327th reprint. And Tales of Suspense number 39 with the first Iron Man should be on the 512th reprint. Everything should be reprinted all the time. That's why I'm in favor of the epic collections and all the big stuff with 500 pages.
Yeah, she says I guess that's better than here. She says, "Good. Hoping RFK Jr. will help us with that here."
Yeah, most of your food is illegal here.
Shit, I'm getting effed up by something, man. I'm trying to avoid the Dr. Pepper and drinking this. It's probably just as poisonous for all I know. This tea, unsweetened tea.
Mhm.
But yeah, well, okay. So yeah, the facsimiles are really exciting. That's an exciting thing for me. These facsimiles being made, and some of them are better than others. There's some controversy about they reprinted Detective Comics 27
Mm.
last year, but they did some weird stuff with the artwork on the cover because the I guess the comic is taller than somehow and
Yeah.
then wide, so they had to redraw. They drew parts of the arms of the bad guys on the roof that weren't drawn on the original cover and looked like they hired like a sixth grader to do it. And it's the arm doesn't match up with where the elbow would bend on. But now they've done another facsimile that came out for Batman Day yesterday, and they say it's bigger. it's golden age size, but it's actually almost the size of a modern magazine. It's too big. It won't fit in a golden age bag. So it's neither of the two printings of Detective Comics 27 are the right size golden age.
Yeah.
And then they printed on this new one, they printed all the white around the borders on in the comic, like brown, like it's aged 70, 80 years. And some people say, well, if you're going to make a facsimile that looks new, why not make it look like the way the comic looked when a kid picked it off the newsstand back in, back then?
Well, they don't have the set dimensions for the printer, so it's not going to be tit for tat on how the whole image fits.
Right.
Uh,
That's
the
why the
idea,
cover was that way. But the
yeah,
the
the ideal
aging,
would probably
yeah.
the ideal would be to actually cut off the edges to make it fit into the modern size, because any art that's around the edges is less important.
Yeah, well, comics back then didn't have the art go to the edge of the page. It was,
No, but the cover did.
the cover did. Yeah, that's what the problem was. The new one doesn't have the problems. It fits the dimensions. It's just the comic
Mhm.
is now too big to be golden age size, which I guess is fine. People won't accidentally buy it thinking it's a real one. I don't know anyone would be spending the amount of money that comic would cost, and just, oh, I accidentally bought a, and it says it's 7.99 on the cover and has a UPC code on the back. I don't know. I think that's, I don't know. But the thing is, Archie has started to do facsimiles.
Mhm.
And the one they did, it says 12 cents on the cover. If you flip it around, there's a little UPC code that has the actual price of it.
Yeah.
And that way, if it's on display on a wall, which is how most people display it looks like a real copy of that 1968 comic.
Mhm.
Except if you open it, it has slick, glossy pages, which it wouldn't have had. So that once you open it, then you realize, oh, it's not real. Um, so Marvel puts the UPC code on the front of a facsimile, which
Mhm.
DC at least does it on the back. And on the DC regular facsimiles, it does feel sort of like newsprint paper inside. I don't think it exactly is, but it has the gritty feeling and it's not glossy. So there some of those, like the reprint of the Doom Patrol reprint was of the first Doom Patrol appearance was pretty. It looked pretty real, and some of those look pretty good. Let's see, what is my wife talking about here? Oh, she's writing all kinds of stuff. So, but okay, then she says, "Yep, it's a blah blah blah. They want to take down the world's biggest army. We the people." And Justin says, "For cheap." And then she says, "I got censored." Yeah, they just want. I said they just want to take down the world's biggest army. Okay. She's making me say these things that are apparently controversial. I'm not sure why, but well, shoot. Do the facsimiles wind up in Portugal?
Yeah, if I order any, yeah.
I mean, how much of when the stuff that comes out on New Comic Book Day here, does it get imported there? I mean, are they?
Yeah, there are the shops that we have here that sell periodical comics. They use the direct market. Uh, so and even though Diamond lost the monopoly for the U.S., they have the distribution for specialty shops, specialty stores outside North America.
Okay, so you
Um,
get all the comics we get. Are they delayed by a few days or a week
yeah,
or?
they come by boat, so we get them 1 or 2 weeks later.
Oh, okay. And then the people that are into comics are probably bilingual and can read the English stuff.
Yeah,
Okay, so you don't have to rely on Portuguese editions coming from Brazil or
Well,
something.
the Portuguese editions used to be better for the overall market because there used to be a segment of the population which disappeared, which are children. Children don't
Yeah,
read, so they don't anything, let
yeah,
alone comics.
yeah. That's the whole thing. Is that to me, it's still a children's medium, but
Yeah.
even though it isn't, that's what I just
In
don't really.
in the 90s, we had limited stock of newsstand Marvel editions. DC was pretty rare, but Marvel we could find a few more titles. But those were the newsstand editions in stores which are specialized in selling foreign magazines. So they were expensive as all hell. I mean, if a comic was $1, it would be sold for $2, $2.15 back when comics were $1.
I'm fascinated with the painted covers on foreign editions of these comics.
Hmm.
There was something I posted some pictures on Instagram of not long ago, but I think I cut off the titles just to make it fit in the Instagram
Yeah,
dimensions. I think it's I don't know if it's French or something
yeah.
or whatever.
The French
It's
editions were
it's
the ones
called
that,
Strange. I think it's called
yeah,
Strange.
yeah.
What is no? Is there multiple artists, or is there like one main guy that paints those covers? What is the
There,
deal on
there was one main guy. They had a couple of other guys on staff. They also produced a few local features, but most of the covers in that period were drawn by one guy.
Yeah.
The painted ones.
What is
Not that
known
he
about him? Is he is
There was he died a few years ago, and but he had an exhibit about his painted covers in the Angoulême Festival in France. And you could go and see all a bunch of covers that he did. They if not the original arts, at least reproductions, but they were there. Because even if you if you produce a cover with Marvel Comics, it's considered art in France. That's
well,
the thing
yeah.
that you guys are missing in the US. You got your conventions need to become art exhibits more than they need to become places to sell old comics. It will increase their respectability.
Well, I know the French worship the pop culture of the United States past, and they look at it as art, and but people always ridicule them for being thinking Jerry Lewis is a fine artur, but I know they love the old rockabilly music and the old
Hmm.
rock and roll music, and they're really into the stuff that people in this country are forgotten or don't care about. They seem to really like. Um, but that artist, he'll take it something that I guess Kirby drew, or, the
Hmm.
Thing on the cover of Fantastic Four fighting some robot in gladiatorial combat, and he'll do a painted version of
Yeah,
it. And I think that stuff's cool.
yeah.
Um,
Well, he usually took some piece of art which was already there and it gave it a spin. It's better than having to think about it on your own. I mean, you if you have to produce 4 to 6 covers a month and they're painted art, you still take a while to do the work. So you're not going to come up with something completely different. You're just going to go through the original comic. Okay, the cover's cool. I'll do my own take on it. Or I see the scene on the inside. I think it's a best descriptor of what the comic is. I'll do a take. I'll do my own take on it, and it'll even be different from the cover that's one in the U.S.
yeah.
So it's a commercial endeavor, but it will produce an interesting bit of pop culture trivia.
Yeah, and what's the guy's name? Do you know
Uh,
offhand?
Yeah, Jean Frisano.
Sean Frieseno. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I like, when I found out a few years ago what the name of the guy that painted
Mm.
most of the gold key covers, that his name was George Wilson. I thought, man, how did this guy turn out such a prodigious amount of covers? And they're all beautiful. I mean, they're real paintings. I mean,
Hmm.
That guy, I don't know how many he must have been cranking out a month. Um, and I don't know. I guess he was painting with acrylics. Acrylics dry fast, so yeah, that is possible. I mean, if you're really talented. But there was a book that's supposed to be coming out on George Wilson, and it was delayed. And last I heard, it was delayed until October. And I'm realizing, hey, it's almost October. Um,
Yeah,
so
I think Fasano did a similar style with acrylics. They do have the metallic feel to them.
yeah. So he was working during the 70s and early 80s. Is that when that guy was
Yeah,
working?
from the early to mid 70s all the way through the late 80s.
Okay. Is he still
And
around? Is he still
no, no,
alive?
he died. Let me see, check what year he died. He wasn't young either. Okay, he died in 87. Actually, I thought he had died. He had died this century, but no, he died in 87, and he was only 60.
Oh. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe sometime when you get free time, maybe you could prepare a show, a slideshow of a lot of
Hmm.
his paintings, and maybe
Yeah.
find a picture of the guy, and then you could pop on one of my live streams and do one of your old style uh, talks about, because I miss seeing your shows.
Yeah, we can
I
do
just
that. He did some stuff in regular style. I'm taking a look here at Phantom covers he did in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s. Yeah.
Oh, he was doing covers for the Phantom, the Phantom, the Purple Phantom,
Yeah,
with the new
the
fog.
French
Okay.
the French edition. It was published at Sage Edition.
Okay,
So this,
I'm still help me a little bit with the Phantom. The Phantom was originally an American creation.
yeah, the Phantom is owned by what's the syndicate? King Features.
King, right? Was the Phantom predated Superman and
Yeah,
Batman?
by 2 years. Yeah.
So why don't people is it because he wasn't a comic book character that people don't consider him the first superhero? Why is he's
I
clearly
suppose. Yeah. So there's always been some there's always been some resistance in the comic strip medium to be identified with the same people who produced comic books, mostly because the comic books were associated with organized crime. Uh,
Yeah, and they were far inferior. And and as far, the comic strips had
sure.
Alex Raymond, it
Hmm.
did, and Hal Foster, and it's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
and then the guys in the comics were, well, some were really good and close to that, but all of them were basically, Jack Kirby. Those were his idols, when
Hmm.
he was a kid. So. Okay, the Phantom's always interested me because he's an American creation, but he was far bigger in South America and Europe. And why do you think he took off so much elsewhere? More, people here knew who the Phantom was, but it's just to me, it seems like he almost seems like more of a South American hero because that's seems like. Am I right on this?
Well, the format into which the stuff gets published helps. So in the U.S., while the first comics in the 1930s were indeed reprints of newspaper strips, but most of them were the humor strips. Because
Yeah,
the action strips, they were ongoing storylines. They took up more space.
yeah,
Um, so they didn't get reprinted in the same place as doing Abby and Slats, or early Popeye, those, or Nancy. Those would appear in those early comics, reprinted until the comics started producing their own material.
yeah,
So Phantom, Flash Gordon, you had to wait until there were books out reprinting storylines,
yeah.
which did not happen very often. But outside the US, the strips were usually published after they were completed. You'd go, you'd get a, you'd go to the guys who represented the syndicate in a certain foreign market. Okay, I want to reprint this and this and this and this and this. So in comes a bundle with 4 Phantom Stories or 6 strip Kirby's, 3 Tarzans, and a bunch of the humor strips because those are easy. And newspapers would pick them up and sent, and the guys who did the who were in who was the representatives of King Features, a lot of those guys own their own printers, so since the stuff was already prepared for publication in your country because you're the one who did it for the newspapers, well, let's get a whole storyline, picks up about 15 pages, and let's put it into a magazine. Let's make it's a cheap magazine. You only have to don't have to pay for the materials. You just pay for another licensing fee. If you paid for a licensing fee, because you already paid for the licensing fee for access to the materials, and ultimately at the time it was hard to keep track of what the licensors were doing. So if you wanted to do more with the finished product than what you were contracted to do, nobody really paid any attention. They didn't mind. So out comes a magazine, and that magazine may not have the Phantom does not have the Phantom every week because you have to wait until the storyline ends. But this week we have the Phantom. Next week we have Tarzan by Hal Foster. Then we have some Steve Roper. Then we have Johnny Hazard. Then we have Rip Kirby. Then we go back to the Phantom. Then we have some Mandrake. Then we try to do a Popeye because it's humor, but it does have ongoing storylines and it's full of action. Now we'll do a Mary Worth just so we can have something for the girls. Then we go back to more Tarzan and Prince Valiant. So you'd have a steady supply of all those storylines, and you can choose which ones you print whenever you need to put out a bunch of new magazines, and you'll always keep the printer busy. And the kids in the other country are going to pick up those cheap magazines, and there's a complete Phantom story. And whoa, the Phantom's great. And you just try the Phantom story, and next time you see another one, you'll buy it. So it's easier. It's easier. You don't have to go through your dad's newspaper to find the comics because you have a comic magazine ready for you, and these characters are the ones that are easier to license.
Wonder how many kids clip the comics out and put them in scrapbooks to create their own stories. You know, I think if I was a kid, I couldn't just have the Alex Raymond Flash Gordon page just thrown out with the trash. I
Yeah.
would have wanted to save that, but that's the collector in me. I'm sure a lot of people, or some
I
kids,
know
will.
some people. I know some people did. You just had to make sure that your dad bought the newspaper every day.
Yeah. Well, some of those like Flash Gordon and that was just only on Sundays. That wasn't a daily strip.
No, there was. It was a daily strip.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, the Sunday strip. Wait, the Sunday strip had its own storyline, right?
Yeah.
It didn't flow in with the daily.
No.
The Sunday strip was the magnificent thing, though. That was the
Right.
masterpiece. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
they were
Okay.
colored.
That you're right. You're right. There were dailies. I don't know. That's little few decades before. Let's see. So, was there a particular country where the Phantom was the biggest? Where were people the biggest fans of the Phantom?
Well, the Scandinavian countries, they love the Phantom a lot, which is why they started producing their own stories for their own magazines. The Brazilian publisher in the 70s, they produced some stories, but they had the magazine, and they have Mandrake, and so in between the newspaper strip and then when there was the Charlton comic and the Gold Key comic, you could select what you wanted to publish with the Phantom. So Egmont in Scandinavia did their own stories. The Australian publisher, through did their own stories because their Phantom magazine was weekly, so they would run out of strips pretty quickly. And the Indian publisher had their own stories as well.
Library 88 saying, so what's he saying? Phantom does have the feel like it could be from another country. Not sure why. Not surprised it found support elsewhere. Well, I guess there's
Well,
nothing really American about it because it's set in a jungle, so it
yeah.
really could be anywhere.
Mhm.
He says it
And
feels like
yeah, and
right.
it Jungle Jim. You know that Jungle Jim is an American big game hunter. So the character's an American. It feels more American. Uh, the Phantom, while he started out as American, since he grows up in the jungle, is not really American. Most of the time, he's wearing the uniform. He doesn't have a secret identity. When he has a secret identity, is because he needs it for that particular story. So there's where the Mr. Walker comes from.
Whereas Flash
Uh,
Gordon has got the blonde hair. He's
yeah.
clearly identifiable
Hmm.
as Anglo. Let's see. He says it feels like Phantom could come out in European hardcover,
BD,
hardcover
BD,
bound volumes. That would
no,
BD means.
BD means comics in French. Bande dessinée.
Oh, okay. Or like 1010 books. Has that
Hmm.
adventure feel. And he says Phantom also was also big in Australia, I think
Yes,
he says.
yes, true.
I'm trying to remember. Is Library 88 in Australia? I don't remember.
I don't remember. No, I don't. Are you in Australia? I don't think you. I don't think you ever
I
mentioned it. I don't think you ever mentioned it.
He might have, but my memory, I don't know. I don't always just inquire, where are you from, man?
Yeah,
um, I think Werewolf by Lunchtime. I know he's Australian.
yeah. He's from London, but he moved to Australia. So.
That's right. That's right. Well, where you're living is kind of what you are.
Hmm.
Man. So, yeah, I'd love to know more about that artist. There are other. Okay, so what other artists redo American covers? And not.
Mm,
I mean,
not.
there's places like where are these insane covers coming from? Are they like in India or the ones where it's like, well, we'll just color Superman's suit yellow? Where do
Hmm.
all those things go? Those
Yeah,
always have fascinated me.
yeah. The Italians called Superman Nembo Kid back in the 50s.
Okay.
So because they called him Nembo, the S meant nothing, so they erased the S.
Oh, all right.
There was also a bit of a connotation with the SS
Oh, yeah.
because of the war, the war.
Yeah, yeah, that would do it. And just his name is, I mean, the creators of Superman basically took, so a Hitlerian word and just
Mhm.
co-opted it. Ubermensch, Superman. Was what they were just like saying. Heck with you, Hitler. We'll take your word and name our hero after that. Um, or that's not Hitler. I mean, that's what Nietzsche, the
Nietzsche came up.
Ubermensch.
The
Yeah.
Ubermensch was mentioned
Well,
in his
but
writing.
Nietzsche is, they always
Pre,
people like to associate him with Hitler and
yeah,
everything.
well, of course, Nietzsche predates
Oh, of,
the rise of
of
fascism, but
of course, but it's always,
mhm.
when people talk about Nietzsche, it's like, oh, that's stuff that Hitler liked. Did Yeah, man. So what do you think of the Superman production being made now by um, James Gunn? Not James Gunn. Yeah, James Gunn, right? Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I can't
well,
remember.
I mean, it may be fun. I think he did a good job with the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in more superhero movies at this time.
But if they're fun, why wouldn't you be interested in them?
Sure, but I won't go to the movies. I'll just wait until they're on TV.
Oh, that's what everybody does now. But I'd rather they be fun than a bunch. I mean, I think,
Sure.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Guardians of the
the
Galaxy movies were great. I didn't like how Warlock was handled in the third one, but other than that, the movie was all great. And I just thrilled that there's going to be crypto in it, and crypto. I have to say, crypto the super dog. Now that everyone's thinking crypto is a new currency, but it'd always be a dog to me when I hear the word crypto. So at Library 88 is a Canadian in New York City. He's looking forward to the Gun universe, excited to see Metamorpho and Gun bringing forth the obscure characters. Yeah,
Sure.
I'm very encouraged, and yeah. But we mentioned the S, and that's what made me think about it. Is people arguing about, I can't even see that's an S there, and people saying, well, it's from the comic book, and yeah, it's, I don't know. I don't know what I think about the S being used that way, but it's all right. I guess they've got to change it a little bit to market action figures with that movie that look a little
Hmm.
bit differently than everything else.
Sure.
Um, I think the
Well,
guy
that's
playing him looks like Superman. I think the Lois Lane actress, I've seen
mhm.
her in The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. I thought she had tons of charisma, and I think she would be great. I'm encouraged. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, I think it's important that the characters look right. Uh, and,
Yes.
but that's why they usually end up doing stupid things to Perry White and Jimmy Olsen.
Oh well, Perry White is I think he's not being played by someone that looks like the comic, but Jimmy Olsen, they've got a red haired guy, and
Mhm.
I mean Jimmy Olsen in the Supergirl TV show was African American, and in something else he was African American, and then he was in the Zack Snyder Batman versus Superman, and I think they killed him off. And I don't even know if they ever named him, but he was a photographer, and it was supposed to be Jimmy Olsen. He was killed in like the opening scene, and Zack Snyder said, "There's no room for Jimmy Olsen in my movies." It's like, I guess because they're serious and grim, we're not going to have no fun is allowed in our films, in
Yeah,
my
but
opinion.
that's exactly the problem. The even if you had a lot of drama in the Marvel movies, the ones that worked, they were fun. There's fun in there in the whole concept of the Avengers, and the movies would not have worked with the audience if it wasn't there. So you try to do something grim dark all over with the DC characters, it's going to be bleak. People are going to walk out of the movies frustrated
Yeah.
or upset.
The Marvel movies were a lot of fun for about 10 years. They were great. And then, the main problem, well, there were two problems. They started doing little TV series that were very inferior, and you had to watch every episode of those to understand the next feature film in the theater. They should
Hmm.
never have done that. And secondly, um, I was talking about this about 9 hours ago at the beginning of the stream when it was still dark. But, the Fantastic Four face Galactus. The world is pretty much near destruction. They beat Galactus, and then, okay, next, turn the page. Johnny Storm's going off to college, and everything's okay again. And that's the way the world is in comic books. The world's near destruction, and then, it's okay, and maybe the next, I'm sure glad we saved the world from destruction last issue, but it's not, there aren't gigantic consequences to it. And they decided, let's make big consequences to this thing that almost was a metaphor for COVID, this Thanos finger snap thing, which it was really kind of weird how metaphorical that was to the whole situation we were going through, because they decided to do this thing where they bring back everybody, and oh, that's great, everyone's cheering when all the heroes appear in this big gigantic battle, and everyone's fighting Thanos, and it's like, and then it's like, oh man, it was 5 years later, and then you realize, oh well, that's yeah, it's like I don't really want to see Thor all depressed and fat because he thought he failed for 5 years. That's not something I want to see in our heroes. And when Peter Parker comes back after 5 years, and a lot of his friends have Oh, look, David Wilcock, his chair's empty. He had to go take a piss. I admire that because that's what you have to do with these long live streams. Um, so, um, it's like it's depressing. Why do I want to watch Doctor Strange at the wedding of the woman that you thought was going to, well, you knew it wasn't going to be his girlfriend if you've read the comics, but that was his girlfriend in the first movie, and now the movie starts and he's going to a wedding because she's moved on because he disappeared for 5 years, and you just realize this is a depressing world that they're putting it in, and then they're going to mention every one of their movies, and then they call it the blip, and that's really stupid. And I just realize, oh man, these movies were great, and all of a sudden they're really fucking terrible, and they're stupid, and now they're going to replace all the heroes with little teenage girls and stuff, and it's like, and that's cool to have Captain America go back and be with his, but I don't think Captain America would do that. I think Captain America would go back and then realize I can't do this. I gotta go back. I don't think he would I just don't, and it's just, I don't know. And then they kill off Iron Man. Why are you killing off Iron? And then the stupidest thing they did, they had the beginnings of a big franchise with Black Panther. The actor dies. That's tragic. You should acknowledge it at the beginning of the movie, but get another actor to play the same character. Don't just say, "Oh, we're going to have the funeral for this hero that's been around for 50 years in the comics." He's dead too because Sean Connery's dead. Do we just kill off James Bond? Well, we can't keep going because he died. it just it's all completely insane and stupid, and I just I was really looking forward to those movies, every one of those Marvel movies, and then it's like I don't give a shit anymore. Everything's gone to pot. I don't know, but there's still good stuff coming. What do you think of these Geiger comics? Have you read any of those?
No, some of them look interesting, but I've never really took a look at any of them. Uh, Trying to get a new series that in the US that I'd be interested in. I mean, I got into Department of Truth, and so I think I still have two trades to go through. And I'm missing the last one of What's in Future. That was a fun read.
Okay, who puts that out? Department of Truth.
Image.
And that's a good one. Is the artwork good in it too?
The artwork looks like late '90s Vertigo, so it's not for everyone, but it fits the theme of the book.
Is that where it's really kind of art school looking, like they did with Doom Patrol for a while, or it looks all like something in a modern art?
Yeah, a bit like Sandman and the Sandman spin-offs more than Sandman.
Man, I saw someone posting some art this morning, and it's like I'd never heard of the artist before, and it was a bunch of Batman art. And they said he doesn't work for DC anymore. He works for some other, and now I can't remember the guy's name. And damn, it was really pretty good, and it was a lot of artwork of Batgirl and Batman and Harley Quinn, and then I think he worked for Marvel for a while too. And a lot of these people were saying, "I've never heard of this artist. He's great," because it was posted in a group of people that are comic fans but don't really read the new stuff. I wonder if I saved a picture of the art. What? Yeah, I'm gonna. I'm gonna still be here. But I'm gonna look and see if I saved a picture here. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Um. Let's see. Did I? How am I going to remember the name of this artist, man? Ah, man, I'll never know now.
Did you post it on your Instagram?
No, because I didn't save any pictures. I wondered if I I wonder if I saved it on. I wonder if I reposted it on this Facebook here. Let's see. Um, no, I didn't. I didn't. I'll rediscover him. It was I don't know. It was good art. It was really like cheesecake art. It was like a lot of attention paid to you know it was good. It like struck me that this is I thought, well, I didn't know the artwork was this good in modern comics. And um but it's shoot, I'll figure it out. It's in one of the groups I follow. I'll find it again. um but you know Creature Commandos #1 is coming out in a few weeks. I hope it's good. Yeah, that's probably going to tie in with the Creature Commandos animated cartoon that's coming on. I think that's the first real James Gunn uh, part of his universe, the Creature Commandos show. Um, what was weird this morning is someone was apparently Disney has somehow gotten the master tapes of the Merry Marvel Marching Society theme, and they've
Hmm.
released the 45. I guess they realized that there are people into collecting records with it sound I'm used to hearing it on scratchy 45 RPM records, or as the theme song to the cartoon show, but it's like very clear. It's like when CDs first came out and you could hear like you're there in the studio with them, and it's crystal clear and stereo sound. It's very jarring. So somewhere they found the master tapes for that. And the master tapes don't when someone's shouting face front, you're on the winning team. There were drums, but that drums are gone. But that's on YouTube, and you can hear it, and they're selling it as a record. And I'm sure that if you play it on YouTube, you'll get an immediate copyright doom from Disney. But that's weird that Disney's going back to that well, and pulling out 1966 nostalgia and putting it out. And that makes me wonder, is it possible that Disney could go back and clean up the 1966 Marvel superheroes cartoon from Grand Tree Lawrence and put it on the Disney streaming channel? That would be great, just be able to see that. And someone, if they did that, but then I wonder if they would do that, because that show is an exact adaptation of the Silver Age Marvel comics, and it's not going to be considered politically correct, because women are in, their secretaries and their nurses, and they're not, and then they're Asian evil villains, and it's probably got all kinds of things that will upset people. I don't even know what upsets people, but it seems perfectly innocuous to me, but I'm sure that it will upset the people that say uh, vintage style, not vintage values. Have you heard that? Do you know even know? You,
No, but
well, these people that collect antique furniture and dress like it's the 1950s, and they wear their hair with 1950s hairstyles, but people say, "Why are you dressed? Why do you like the 1950s? That was the time when everyone was racist." You're And so they say, "I like vintage style, but I don't have vintage values. I don't think like they did in the 50s. I just like the old music, and looking like I'm on the set of an old movie." And but that's people thinking that everyone in the 1950s was racist, which is not true. And people thinking that the 1950s equates to just a horrible time where everyone was repressed, and in reality, and I think the 1950s was a pretty good time for this country, and I guess most countries. I don't know. It's So, but there's a bias among young people that that was a bad time. You know, maybe you like the fashion of the time and the hairstyles, but you just can't abide by how they used to think back then. And I think it's mostly that women, a lot of them stayed at home, and the man was able to have a job and have two cars and a house, and you could live on one income, and the mom was home raising the kids and instead of putting them in daycare. And that's the way things were for hundreds, if not, well, not thousands of years, because cars haven't been around, but that's just the way it's always been. And then things changed in the 60s where now
Well,
women are expected, you have to work.
the
And
suffragette movement was created by women from rich families. The reason that they didn't work is because they didn't need to. Every poor woman in any country before the industrial revolution, and even after the industrial revolution all the way through World War II, needed to work. The income came from the father, the mother, and the eldest four of six children, which would be working by age 7 or 8. That's the reality. The reality that women were stuck at home does not exist. It's a
well, it
fantasy
wasn't that
cooked
they were
up
stuck
by.
at home. At least during the 20th century
Mhm.
in the United States, men were able to have one job and provide for the household, and allowing the woman to and it's not that they weren't
In
working,
the
they were
city.
raising the children in the city, well, in
In
the
the city and
suburbs.
yes, for people who could afford to live in the suburbs, it was still very much a nouveau riche thing.
Well, I think it was nouveau rich in the sense that they were able to do it because after World War II, the government gave free college to the guys returning and gave them help in getting houses. And then the value of money, what you were able to buy a house for a couple of $1,000s, and you were able to buy a car and have money left over and go on vacation. I mean, I just think that now, in order to have these things, both the man and woman have to work. And then there's still, and now people have to work multiple jobs. And so they never even see their kids or their spouse. And at least in the last 4 years, I mean, the Biden administration says we've got all these new jobs. It's so great. And it's because when they came in, a lot of people were forced to not work because they were told they were non-essential and they were staying home. And then when they came back to work, they took credit for all those jobs. And then when they still couldn't make it and were suffering, they had to get a second job after that job and work two jobs. And now they counted that as another person that was employed. In reality, it's someone working two or three jobs. It's like, that's how they're lying about the economy and the job numbers and everything. It's that some people are buying it. Oh well, it's I don't know. I'm not saying women should stay home and take care of the kids, but if they want to, they should be able to. And one job should be able to take care of a household. I mean, I my parents weren't rich. My dad was in the army, but he was able to. My mom didn't. My mom was a school teacher, and as soon as she got married, she immediately turned in her resignation and just raised kids. I'm not saying it's perfect because everything was sure wasn't perfect in the household, but I don't know. Library 88 says, I hope with James Gunn taking over DC and hopefully Marvel scaling back and course correcting, maybe that the good comic movies season will be back soon. Well, I don't know what course correcting Marvel's doing. Maybe they will. I wasn't impressed with the Deadpool movie. Yeah, maybe they will. But there's plenty of old comics left to read and sniff, anyways, so I'm fine any which way. Yeah, that's true. It's still, but still, there's a stink from the movies that gets onto the comics. You just can't avoid it. It happened. I remember it happened with Howard the Duck. I loved that comic, and then the movie came out, and then people just like, yeah, that's Howard the Duck. I'm like, no, that was a cool comic, man. But now it's associated with that movie, and the everyone was like, oh wow, the Eternal. I never thought the Eternals comic book was that great. It was lukewarm Kirby. It was I picked up some issues of it, but it wasn't something I was rabid about. And then all of a sudden everyone's excited about this comic from 1976 because a movie's being made, and then the movie's god awful, and it's like, well, now the values go sink right back down into the toilet. I don't I don't know. I I know that James Gunn has entertained me in the past. I know that he enjoys the only thing I could say about James Gunn is his Twitter history. Oh boy, I wish that didn't happen so I could get 100% behind him, but because it wasn't just he did a couple of bad jokes. It was just he just did it constantly, and wasn't funny, and it's about the worst kind of thing you could joke about, and he did it over and over again, unless he's making fun of the other people in Hollywood for doing that. But it's just like, oh man, that was an embarrassing thing. And then in some of his shows he likes to, occasionally show uh, some male nudity that I'd rather not see. He threw that into Peacemaker and a few other things. It's like, okay, I'd rather not see that. But Peacemaker was very entertaining. I mean, if you're a big fan of those characters he destroyed them. But, uh, but since very few people are huge fans of Peacemaker and Judo Master, it's like nobody even knows who they are for the most part. You can play around with them. They still look and Vigilante. That character looks just like he did in the comic, but in the show, he's this insane nut. And it's funny, but here were some. I don't know. That was probably a comic that took itself too seriously. But I don't know, man. I wish there was stuff to. Well, no, I don't. I was saying I wish there were more comics to read, but I can't afford them. So all it would do is make me anxious. Oh, there's comics out there I want to buy, and I can't buy them. When the economy returns, then I'll be like, oh yeah, what other comics are there I can buy? Uh, Jeez. Uh, so you sore from the move?
Yeah, yeah, we didn't need to do that much work today. It was mostly just taking things. There was not much assembly needed.
Well, you should fly to the United States in a couple of years and help Captain Strangeliffe move. How would you like to move all that up from his basement?
Oh man.
He's, I told him that's going to cost $30,000 to pay for that move, and he says, "Yeah, I know it. It may even cost more. Just the moving, hiring the people, and the boxing. I mean, it's that's gonna be an expensive move."
The ideal situation for Hans is before I die, I am willing to sell you my house and its entire collection. 150.
What
That
do you
would be
mean?
if he puts out the house with the entire collection for 150 or something like that. Instead of and he just moves. He moves without the stuff.
Oh, I see, but he's got that would probably be the stuff he's got. It would probably be millions of dollars.
Probably, yeah.
He's got Hulk number. He's got Amazing Fantasy 15 in there, man. Is what is that worth? He has Hulk number one. Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah. Amazing Fantasy 15 is probably 3.5 mil now.
somewhat of a timely fashion.
Well, I mean, it's partly restored, but even so, it's got. I remember it had a chunk of the cover out, but
Yeah, you
um,
should get it for 1.2 or something, I guess.
million.
There's some life
Yeah,
forms.
if it's partially restored,
That time to
I would
rest.
not be surprised if you could sell it for between one and one and a half.
They showed
He should just sell that one comic and move into some giant mansion like some the dog is vomiting into some mansion like Mar-a-Lago and just move
Mm.
now before Chicago erupts into flames. Because there's two scenarios: either Trump's going to be elected, in which case the whole nation goes up in flames and anger, or Trump isn't elected, in which case the other side goes ballistic. I don't know if it's going to be good either way. Well, I mean, it's going to be better if Trump's in, but they're going to make it miserable for everyone. They're not going to just play nice. It's like, oh, okay, here's the keys to the White House. It's not. It's gonna it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a lot rougher than the Republicans on January 6th. They're gonna play rough. I think. I just don't know. I've never. It's like these next couple months. I just don't know what's gonna happen, and uh, it's such a weird time to you just there's no way to predict what's gonna happen. Dog's licking the carpet. I probably should take her out on a walk to have her eat real grass so that she can puke properly. Yeah, man, if you could do a slideshow of that, what was that artist's name again?
Jean Frisano. I'll write it here in the chat so you can look up stuff about him if you want to.
Oh yeah, please. Yeah, yeah. Okay, and I'll put it on the screen so I can see it. Because sometimes I can't figure out how to access the chat
Mm.
after when I'm watching. Do you know how to access the chat? So it used to be real easy to make it. You could watch a replay of a live stream, and the live stream, the chat would pop up as it went. And
Mhm.
now I don't remember how to do that anymore. I don't know if you can anymore.
You can watch the chat. You just have to wait until the video starts. The live stream uploads into a video, which takes about a day, especially with something this big.
Oh, this is going to be one of the. I
Yeah.
hope that
Okay.
if I
Yeah.
go much longer, they may chop off the end of the show because I know that
Yeah.
there's a limit to what they
Yeah.
will put up. So I probably should end here pretty soon. But boy, it's been great talking to you. I really appreciate it because I start getting paranoid. Like all my old friends aren't talking to me anymore,
No,
man.
no. Yeah, I probably could have done something even in the afternoon, even if I was at my parents'. But today I was just not even in my hometown. So
Yeah, that's cool. Well, and anything else that I think the greatest thing you ever did, I thought, was when you did that. What was it? The Tarzan with that had it was a Tarzan knockoff, and he had a friend that was a kangaroo, and the
yeah.
kangaroo would drive a jeep. And when you did that show, that was so uh, oddball and crazy. I thought that was one of your greatest, most hilarious lectures ever. Because I think of it as like it's like a college class whenever you do your shows, and that one was like so entertaining. Um, so I'm always looking forward. I'm taking it. Come on, Drew. We're going out for a walk. But yeah, anything? Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to do another live stream. I was doing it on Thursday. I may start doing it on Friday. She doesn't really like me doing the live streams when she's working. I am now, but it's
Yeah.
mainly because I'm trying to control the dog, so the dog didn't go up and bark.
Yeah, Fridays I can't. That's why I showed up
Oh, that's right. You're
in the
doing.
last
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I showed up in the last
Okay.
15 minutes before I
Well,
went to bed.
well, if you could have maybe just get a show, a slideshow ready, and then whenever you catch me on a live stream, you can
Hmm.
make guest
Yeah,
appearance and do that.
I can do that.
Yeah, man, that's cool. Well, it's nice talking to you, man. I don't want to keep you forever. I better go eat some dinner.
You do
You
that.
do that. All right, take care, man.
See ya.
Bye. Um, well, we're back where we started this morning with walking the dog. It's nice and brisk out here. First day of fall is what people are telling me.
And dog is dog is eating the leaf. Drew's stomach is out of order, and it's all Bert Ward's fault. I don't know why her stomach's out of order. But anyway, so Jean Frisano. So anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Um, don't take any wood nickels, and don't come home a drinking with loving on your mind, ladies and gentlemen. End in strength.